is polished. The air is thin. The record starts. Hitler sits where the ends begin. No color in the room, just shades of gray. He reads the script, he paves the way. A robotic hum, a hollow sound. We're sinking slow into the ground. The DNA on the sheet, a single source. The dark, mechanical, silent force. So the plea is a trap, a gilded cage. He's turning the leaves of a final page. Just a shadow, just a name. In a cold electric vampire game. Do you understand? The question drips, the script is frozen on his lips. Factual basis, the words collide. There's nowhere left for the truth to hide. The snap of the sheet, the print is there, hanging heavy in the sterile air. The lights reflecting the screen, caught in a ghostly dark machine. It's not a choice, it's a line in the code. Leading me down this lonely road. The DNA on the sheet, a single source. Dark, mechanical, silent force. So the plea is a trap, a gilded cage. He's turning the leaves of the final page. Just a shadow, just a name in a cold electric vampire game. Careful falls. The silence crawls. Heavy bass fade out.
Order in the court. Let's get to the bottom of this. Every detail matters.
Hello.
Do you want to play with me?
Sure. You want me to help you with?
What happened there? Oh, there. Okay, all right. Welcome in, everybody. I'm Kane B. I'll be your host today of The Purge. And you're probably right. Wondering if I'm more nervous than a cat. Long-tailed cat. Long-tailed cat in a room full of rock chairs. I can't say. Yeah, I am. I had my hearing yesterday, and that was a blast. That was a lot of fun. Just waited and entered a not guilty plea. So I have a trial coming up. They're going to send me the paperwork, and it's all coming together at the same time. And we got craziness over in Idaho, and obviously we're wrapped up in that. And I've got all kinds of fires burning in every different angle. It's camera right here. How's that going? You see me now? Let me pull up the chat. I don't even know who's coming up tonight. Whatever it is. I'm happy to have you. Welcome in. Let's see. What's it called? Chat? It's in here somewhere. It's not even showing. There we go. Yay. Let's see here. Okay. There. Oh, it's all big and stuff. Lucy Morningstar made an early entrance. Damn, I should have played that. This Doubtfire for her. Let me get this over here a little bit. So you can't pull it up on the screen. Consider in. Hitler's not smiling today, huh? Thank you, Lori. Yeah. Send your letters to your congressman and get me. My brother's like, wouldn't it just be easier if you just pled guilty? So yesterday they would have offered me an adjudication if I pled no contest, and so I was like, I looked it up on my phone real quick, adjudication, and so basically it's you're pleading guilty without any of the stuff going on your record. But you're technically pleading guilty. So as far as the civil case goes, that's no good. So I didn't take that. And here we are today. So I think I got a pro bono lawyer. We'll have to see. I put it on one of those like legal Zoom thingy-majabers. Is that too loud right there? Maybe you hear me now. So yeah, we'll have to see how that works out. They have these things advertised. So let me put this in the chats. Okay, and this, if anybody wants to join me, if Jade is out there, hopefully he'll jump on up. Of course, running it at the last minute on everything. Of course I had some kind of technical problem with my headphones right at the last second, so I'm like, God, can I ever just have it? Let me get the thing here. Things. Do it without covering everything up. Do it this. Okay. So, as far as Koberger goes, it looks like this. He's getting a lawyer appointed. At this point right now, last I checked, I don't believe that we've seen him granted a hearing. I'm getting mixed, but we're gonna have to kind of go through this together because I'm at this point 100% confused. And one second you think it's this, it's that. Where's the chat? It'll pop up in a second. So we'll take it one step at a time. Cyril with again, Talibase is just weird to begin with. He's acting like he's a big part of this case still. He has, flippy flappity already on the. Why isn't that coming out? Hopefully it will. And all right, I got some other stuff for you here as usual. Let's see what this is.
In April of 2023, Eric Aguirre took a woman on a date to a Texas burger joint in Houston. After parking his car in an area near Lamar Street, they were approached by Elliot Nix, posing as a parking attendant, asking for $40. Eric retrieved cash from a nearby store and paid Elliot. However, later, a waiter at the restaurant informed Eric that he had actually been scammed by a fake parking attendant. Eric then retrieved a gun from his car and shot Elliot dead. He returned to the restaurant and resumed his date as if nothing had happened. He told his date that everything was fine, and they continued the man in the middle of their meal. Eric was subsequently arrested and charged with murder on April 27, 2023. It was also discovered that he had previously been charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon back in 2017. In April of 2023, Eric Aguirre took a woman on a date to a Texas burger joint in Houston. After parking his car in an area near Lamar Street, they were approached by Elliot Nix, posing as a parking attendant, asking for $40. Eric retrieved cash from a nearby store and paid Elliot. However, later, a waiter at the restaurant informed Eric that he had actually been scammed by a fake parking attendant. Eric then retrieved a gun from his car and shot Elliot dead. He returned to the restaurant and resumed his date as if nothing had happened. He told his date that everything was fine, and they continued their meal. 2 days later, the woman taken out on the date contacted police after the media released photos of the couple. She had no idea her date had killed a man in the middle of their meal. Eric was subsequently arrested and charged with murder on April 27, 2023. It was also discovered that he had previously been charged with aggravated assault with a deadly weapon back in 2017. In April of 2023, Eric Aguirre took a woman on a date to a Texas burger joint in Houston. After parking his car in an area near Lamar Street,
It's just so crazy that he took the guy out, and the date had no idea. Wild wacky stuff. They hear they sweet talk. I can't even talk. I'm literally vibrating over here. Blue Devil's in the house. Good to see you, darling. All right, let's keep it rocking here. There's more to put our minds to, I guess, than just my case in that case. Okay, this is a quickie from old Miss Bubbly Waters there, or young Miss Bubbly Waters, I'm sorry. And I don't know, I'm gonna have to hide something. What's on here?
I'm the thing making you scratch your arms raw in your sleep. And tomorrow morning, you'll blame everything but me. Let me show you.
Wouldn't you just love to be able to?
Okay, I don't know what music that is. I forgot that she had music on there. Oops. Let's take that off. With pumpkins. So you can, yeah. So, I want to know which one of these girls is the one that they interviewed coming out of the house, the last one to leave the house before going to Thanksgiving at home or whatever. I've been it 2 times here, I think. I didn't watch this one. Okay, I'm just gonna skip it. I don't know what music that is. Sorry. Okay, back to the thing here. Welcome in, everybody. Hope you. I know Operation GCD will be here at some point. I spoke to him earlier, and we'll have him. I'm hoping Big Amish will join us. I'd invited him for last night, and I went into a diabetic food coma after the hearing, kind of in shock, rocked off. I cleaned up, ate a sandwich, and literally passed out. Sorry about that, guys. We're here for that. And I don't know why the chat keeps disconnecting. That's weird. Is that happening to anybody else, or is that just me? Weird. Okay, here we go. I wonder how much trouble they got in. They jumped off the Space Needle there in Seattle. Okay, I don't know what is going on with the chat. Keeps disconnecting. What is the internet doing here? Let's see. I can check that. It's happened 4 times already. I have played. I just the first time I played Little Wing was a couple weeks ago. As a matter of fact, it was a lot easier than I thought it was. Because sometimes when you play a song on guitar, kind of takes the magic out of it. That's one of those magical songs. So I probably put it off. Former college soccer player found unalived at San Diego Beach in, can't really see the headline, sorry. In one of wealthiest beaches in the nation, whatever. All right, so that's La Jolla. And so, as you know, I lived there for 10 years. And that's her there. You can't see her against my back. And she just, I think she was by Scripps Pier over there. And that's the basically dividing line between Black's Beach, which is right here, and then La Jolla Shores is right here. So she was here at Scripps Pier. Scripps Institute of Technology is here. It's a science lab where they have like the Alvin and the little submarines and stuff where they do the topography for the ocean. Anyway, so this is good surfing right here on the south side of the pier. And I've gotten great waves there before. Really, can get really crazy. It doesn't break very often. Black's Beach over here has deeper water, much bigger waves. This is the mushroom house. It's right here. It's got a little elevator. It goes up to the house. It's no longer functioning. It's all graffitied up at this point now. Is anybody else having trouble with the chat? Too much munchie. That'll happen. Okay, so anyway, there's no word yet, last I checked, on the autopsy, whether it was foul play or whether she just drowned, what happened, but her body just washed up. I don't know that she'd even been declared missing yet. So we're waiting on the medical examiner's report on that. Just wanted to mention that. It's interesting to me. Cause of death revealed for Big Sur hiker whose body was found naked on remote California trail. Skipping down. What is this? Bunker Buster Bomb? I don't do that one. It's Lucy. Scripts period. Saver. This is.
Marker. And action.
Pirate Clark is a monster. She understands his body. She knows what his powers are, what he can do, what his limitations are. So his movement and his actions are deliberate. He doesn't just twitch for no reason.
And even when Robert kind of turns his head like that, it's really, really scary. Maybe just because of the way he's built, people assume the task is completed for him, but there is actually a physicality that you want to bring to as a monster.
Coming from my previous role, where we had to sit in a makeup chair for about 5 hours to put all the pieces on, it was definitely a relief. When I first saw the costume took, I don't know, 10 minutes to put on. The prosthetics include the 2 hand pieces, and then the helmet, the face.
If this world.
Marker. And action.
That's why I put the shadow on the screen. Okay, so anyway, this is Kane, whatever. And if you're not aware, YouTube has literally taken over Hollywood now. This movie and this movie here, called Obsession. Obsession did like 60 million in its first weekend, and it cost them $700,000 to make. He is a YouTuber, and I guess his dad helped him make it. I'm sure you've seen this girl's face a million times already. Indy Navarrete. She has become a huge, giant star in just a one weekend. So it's, you know, it's good to see YouTube kind of get its ball rolling, I guess, so to speak. From what, you know, a lot of people are saying is Hollywood's dead at this point. I don't know. We're about to get another Obsession. This is kind of crazy just to have purge stuff in here. I got that Trek bike out there, and I don't even think with that thing that would take on that sketchy ass trail. What are you thinking? Okay, what do we got here? All right, this is the first one. You guys may have already seen parts of this or whatever. It's a quick hitter. The old Othram Labs spokesperson here offers some interesting things to say. I would say at the least, very least. So let's take a look at this one. Sorry.
We're Phoenix Energy,
Oh,
a
surprise,
family-owned
Phoenix
oil
Energy
company
comes in,
focused
right?
on unleashing American oil from North Dakota and Montana.
Good morning. How is ya? Is everybody doing okay? Oh, I hope so. I hope so. Hey, I was just cruising through some Instagram stuff, and I just let stuff pop up. I don't really go looking for it anymore. I just let it pop up, organically. And up popped Hunter and his crew here. And they are firefighters now. So I'm going to go back through these pictures. I'm going to take them one by one and slow this video down, because I'm already at my limit of talking, and it shouldn't be that way. I should be able to talk and talk and talk. I'll be right back. Well, I decided I'd let Stacy do the talking, so she's coming up next. And it's going to be a two-parter, unfortunately, but I don't have the room to make it one full-length one. Sorry about that, you guys. I know it's disturbing.
What the fuck?
Hello there. Hey, I found this accidentally today when I was looking for something else, and so I thought I'd check it out. And there's some interesting drops on here I didn't hear before. So I'm just going to play those. Probably won't play the whole thing, although the whole thing is pretty interesting. So let's see, when was it made? March 11th, 2026. Okay. Alrighty, I'm going to make it bigger and we're going to go for it. Okay.
Welcome to the Always a Logger podcast. It's a University of Puget Sound alumni production where we talk to alumni who've taken their careers, their endeavors, their lives to the heights. I'm really excited to talk to Stacy Wells Chapin. When's the last time you heard the last name Wells, Stacy?
A long time. Since I was in college, yeah.
Stacy is a graduate of the class of 1991 from Puget Sound. She earned her degree in education, was an educator, and
let's not leave her there.
now
okay, that's better. Oh, now she's closing her eyes. I can't please everybody. So first thing, if this is South Puget Sound College, I don't think they don't have fraternities and sororities there. So Stacy is not a alumni of, I mean, she might be alumni of the school, but I mean, you know, the university, college or whatever. I believe is it Puget Sound University? I think it's college, actually. Maybe it's university. Anyway, I'm pretty darn sure they do not have frats and sororities. In fact, I'm going to Google it right now. But I'm pretty darn sure. So in this, there's a couple of things that she talks about that are interesting to me. She talks about how the morning that she says she walks over to the house, and that when Ethan was still there, she claims, she said she had to walk through the university to get to there from the hotel. Now, I'm not picturing that, so I'm hoping someone can help me out there, because that doesn't make sense to me. Then, a few other things before she even gets to the house, and just some other things that they're things that we've heard before, but they're extended a little bit, so there's a little more information. So I am going to actually scroll past this kind of stuff and just get to those points, because I don't want to get, copyrighted or whatever. I had another video demonetized today, and it happens. So it was one of my Grew Up Truck ones where I was pointing and giving names to other people for you guys, so you could identify them. That was the one that got demonetized.
That was weird. I don't know what happened there. Hold on. I think I went to YouTube. Okay, yeah. That must be what I did. Hold on. Wild, wacky stuff. I must have. License plate cameras are tracking drivers everywhere they go. Yes, sir. All right, let's get back to the interview. And let me see if I can't pull that browser back up there. Like that. Go. There it is. All right, and back out.
Anyway, it's happening right and left, and so I'm just trying to stay out of their line of fire. And I don't know if that's going to be easy to do, since they already got me. I mean, they're already messing with me a lot, all the time. Seems like it's an ongoing issue. And I wish we could. Is there any way? Do you guys know if there's any way for us to tell who is doing this? Like, can I find out? Like, say if it's FFS or whatever doing it, or I did contact. I sent a chat thing, because there's no really phone contact. I don't think. I can't find one anyway. I'm asking if there's a way to find out if there's mass reporting or anything like that. And they said no. So I don't know if there is. If someone can help me out, I would really appreciate it, because I'd like to do something about this. It's starting to get very annoying. Okay, so let me pause this. I'm going to find a good spot for you. Okay, got them both on there like this now. Yes, there are currently 3 recognized social fraternities on campus: Pi Delta Theta, Sigma Alpha Epsilon, and Sigma Chi. And let me see about sororities. She doesn't talk. I don't think she talks about it in here, if she was in one or not, but she does consider herself alumni. So,
yes. And to make matters worse, this case became an international true crime sensation. So
Yes.
not only did you lose one of your triplets, someone you love with all your life, the center of your universe, but then the rest of the world was obsessed with this crime case. What
They still
amazes
seem
me
to be
about you,
obsessed with it, by the way.
what's that, love?
I said they still seem to be obsessed with it, but yeah.
No. Yeah. What's remarkable.
And we would be obsessed with it because there quite possibly, in our opinions, is an innocent man in prison for what happened there. And it's still, this case is not closed by any means. And so absolutely, we're going to be obsessed with it and continue to dig and find the truth, because the truth is not surfaced. They're not telling the truth. So bank on it. We're going to be there.
I said they still seem to be obsessed with it, but yeah.
No. Yeah. What's remarkable about Stacy is most of us would have been in the fetal position and unable to do anything, even breathe. Stacy has created, with her husband Jim, this amazing foundation to help young adults go to college. So we'll get into the beautiful thing that you've created. But for people who are watching or tuning in, because we're doing this as a video and audio podcast, will you share the scenario so people know which case we're actually talking about?
Yeah, I mean, they call it the Idaho4. There are 4 beautiful kids that were murdered just off campus. My son being obviously one of them. He was at his girlfriend's house that night. That's why he was there. And it just, it just turned into this national crime story that I feel like everybody knows about it, but maybe there aren't people who know or who can associate the crime to like our family.
Right.
And it's just crazy. I'll be honest, as a parent, you play through all of the worst case scenarios all of the time, right? What phone call are you going to take? How are you going to handle it? And I can honestly say that you, in all of your worst imagination scenarios, this is not the phone call that you ever think that you are going to take.
Oh, I love this. I just can't stop them on anything good. Sorry, ladies. I agree. That has to be the worst. Absolutely. I mean, I can't even imagine what that must have been like. I mean, there's parts of this I feel for Stacy totally and the whole family. And there are other parts that I just want to just try to wake them up and like, what are you doing? So it's not that I disagree with her on everything. I don't. There's a lot of things, family-wise and things that she's done that are great, just like this foundation. As she's talking about it today, they've helped quite a lot of kids, young kids and young adults, and I think that's great. I mean, that's great. And especially in Ethan's honor. One thing I don't believe, the great part about it is that, is it truly, fully, absolutely honoring Ethan if you don't get the truth? If you let the truth just hang out over everybody's head out there, and that the what's are still out there, able to do this again if they wanted to, because nothing happened to him, right? It makes it just that much easier for him, and it makes him that more dangerous. It makes him much more dangerous.
In 3, 2, 1, let's go live.
We picked the. Where these are popping up from? Hold on. Oop, I didn't just say it.
And I can honestly say that you, in all of your worst imagination scenarios, this is not the phone call that you ever think that you are going to take.
I'm very happy that she has such a positive conviction about this whole thing, but they've also made the statement like, we got one down, 2 are left, let's go. I mean, just some weird, wild, wacky stuff has flown out of their mouths, and dude, let's just work through it together. Jage, let me know when you're backstage there so I gotta copy and paste the thing into the browser to get you up here. I'd love to hear some of your comments on this for sure. let's keep going, guys.
So
yeah,
and it was our triplet son who Ethan's triplet sibling who had to call. So
right.
you know, I mean, there's you know, intimacies throughout this whole story that, you know, people don't really, you don't stop and think about that part of it. Like,
yeah, his siblings who are now
daughter who
missing
are
a
standing
triplet.
outside of the house have to make the call. Yeah, to mom. And then mom has to make the call to dad, which was terrible. So,
Right.
I mean, you know.
Yeah, let's honor the names of the four beautiful students. So people who are watching will they may know who they are if you mention them by name. Obviously, Ethan Chapin.
Yeah. Kaylee Gonsalves, Maddie Mogan, and Xana Kernodle.
I want you guys to. It's very subtle, but it's still there. Her animosity towards Xana, which is awful. It's always bothered me, and it's still definitely
Did she really
there.
say Carrie Gonzalez? Oh my gosh, dude. Come on.
Subtle.
Yeah, let's honor the names they are if you mention them by name. Obviously, Ethan Chapin.
She wasn't ready for this.
Kaylee Gonsalves.
Bro. What did Chief Fry call her? On calls?
Maddie Mogan, and Xana Kernodle.
Wow, the host must have just...
They may know who they are if you the by name. Obviously, Ethan Chapin.
Yeah. Kaylee Gonsalves.
Oh, she says Kaylee.
Maddie Mogan,
Okay.
and Xana Kernodle.
Sound like...
I want you guys to. It's very subtle, but it's still there.
Maddie Mogan, and Xana Kernodle.
I want you guys to. It's
cool
very subtle,
subliminal message singer?
but it's still there. Her animosity towards Xana, which is awful. It's always bothered me, and it's still definitely there.
And Xana Kernodle.
Yeah. So your life gets turned upside down.
Yes.
And you sprung into action. You became like the bear mom of the entire University of Idaho Vandal community.
Yes.
That's what, as your friend, someone who knew you, we went to college together, we're actually sorority sisters together. As someone who loves you dearly as a human being and as a friend, I was astonished that you were able to do what you did. So share a little bit about clearly the event is just, let's start with one thing. Your family. Events like that tear families apart.
Yeah.
You all leaned in and you seem stronger than ever. Tell me about how you were able to protect your family through something like this.
Honestly, it just came. The mama bear. There are two.
That's about right.
There are two very specific moments that happened. One, that Sunday, November 13th, we had to drive from our home here in LaConner, Washington, to Moscow, which was a whole story in itself. And we pulled in about 9:30 at night and picked up Maisie and Hunter, and then we had to go to the police station. But
those are your two other children.
Yes, those are our two other surviving triplet children.
Right.
And I got both of those kids in the car, and honestly, the first thing that came out of my mouth, honest to God, and my kids can confirm this, I said, I do not know what the hell has just happened to my family, our family, but this thing isn't going to sink us, kids. So I don't know. It just was
remarkable.
Something. It was just like, dear God, it's happened.
You know,
my Buchu gold just kicked in. Sir, that is always an immediate yes for me.
My husband has been initiating the bed.
Anyway. Okay, I guess that
13th, we had to drive.
Just
13th, we had to
she
drive.
said she's doing it in two parts, right? Okay, so there's a second part. Good luck finding anything on public website here, but yeah, the fact that they sent them back, and I assume at this point that they've finished their degrees or whatever. It is astounding. Okay, so we watched that. I don't know that she's put up part 2 yet. Maybe not. Okay. We'll just keep moving on. See what I have here. Yeah, it's kind of astounding that you send them back. Okay, this is another bubbly thing here. And what you're welcome to form your own opinion on this. There's not a lot of black guys at University of Idaho, right? It's a very white area. It's a very white school. They walk by this police triage here so casually, and I guess she's saying that they get a salute from one of the officers. So if it is them right there after the crime scene, returning to the crime scene, I guess, I don't know. That is some wild whack.
Someone please explain to me. Well, it looks like Gunderson is going to be saluting Emma and Demetrius. Keep a close eye on it. Here comes Emma and Demetrius on the right, and the one closest to the car on the left will be saluting as they walk by. What is that all about? I think we should see that again.
Hold
okay,
on,
now
let me,
watch closely.
okay, she zoomed it up. Good.
Here he goes. Salute. She looks back to confirm as he's looking at her and waves. What is going on?
What the hell is going on in Moscow, bro?
Seriously, what is going on?
What is that town about, dude? That is just so fucking weird. All right, now we got I pulled up Grizz here, my buddy, and she's got a take on it. Let's see what she has to say. Friends, thank you for being here today. We'll talk more in music.
So Brian Koberger would like to withdraw his guilty plea. And the biggest reason is really, I know people are like, it's because he says he's innocent. Not quite. Listen carefully and follow the trend. He would like a room upgrade. That's how I take it. Okay, because he has complained so much leading up to this point about his accommodations, about his sleep, about the fruit selection. I will remind you of those complaints in a moment. But at this stage, he's saying, I would like to withdraw my guilty plea. I'd like my moment in court because, he thinks that the cop's narrative is just wrong. So that tells me, oh, you want the spotlight so that you can tell everyone exactly what you did, like a Ted Bundy wannabe. Okay. And also, yeah, he wants to be in the same type of 8x8 that Chad Daybell has, because his attorneys promised him things and said that was horrible accommodations, and they would advise him, rather plead guilty, otherwise you're just going to live in this 8x8. But he wants it. He's curious about it. He would like to see what that suite looks like. Oh, you think I'm joking? Firstly, before we get...
Hold on, dude. Just a minute there, Miss Grizzly. First of all, you really think that he's going to put the DP back on the table just to get a better room? Now, I will admit that I found it a little bit strange that he mentioned his accommodations, the way he's been treated, the privileges that he expected weren't there. I don't feel that's the reason behind it. I think that he's brought up Ethan's hair. He's brought up a few things that are evidence related. I think that he is trying to get this reversed, and bottom line, he said that he wanted everything. Anyway, she's from South Africa, lives in Holland, doesn't speak Dutch. I just think that's weird about her. Anyway, so, he wants it to be exonerated. So I think there's a very good chance that Hitler's going to allow it, because if he doesn't, then it goes directly, I guess, to the next level towards the Supreme Court of Idaho there. So we'll have to see which route that Hitler chooses. But he has assigned him counsel at this point. I don't know who it's going to be. In Ada County, obviously, you have more choices than you did back in Wichita, but we'll have to see. Let's see.
Into everything that I'm going to discuss with you today. And yes, I'll read you the whole freaking petition that he just hand chicken scratched. We're going to go over all of that. I was not going to make a video about this because I know that this guy just wants to be back in the spotlight. So the last thing I want to do is to actually contribute to that. But you know what? I just have too much snark about it. So if
Did you
your
say
thing
snark?
is not watching some...
She said snark. Where's Miss Potts? Damn it. Oh, they do these things, my friends. I told you. They watch the damn show. Even she watches our shows. That's great.
Someone absolutely roast the shit out of a convicted killer, who I think is very guilty. Just don't waste your time here. Don't make yourself angry, okay? I don't think this is the place to be like, Gisela, Brian is innocent, how dare you? You can go for it. Engagement is engagement, but like, just really, this guy needs to shut the hell up and go away. Okay, so, let me just quickly tell you, trigger warning, jump scare. I'll show you another picture before we just got to warm up for the snark. You ready? Hey, Brian. Nice birthing hips. Remember I said that allegedly to one of his dates? Dude, oh my word. I did not even make a video when these selfies came out because I really didn't want to. Now, before we get into his little letter and statement to the New York Times via his family, okay, baby boy, let me first show you a little trend.
Please note that this content is for adults only. Viewer discretion advised. If you haven't yet, hit the subscribe, like, and share.
Oh, this was from August 12th of 2025. Brian Koberger whines about being kept up at night by relentless inmate taunts at maximum security lockup. Now, I'm not going to read the whole article because I've done it before and it's just...
All right, I'm just going to go right ahead and skip to where she reads the chicken scratch, she calls it, in her snark.
To give it some time.
Trust
at the
me,
end of his
bro.
more recent complaint about sexual
Really
harassment, prison officials...
That's probably the best thing I've seen all week. All right, let's see. Let's see what there's.
Wait, this was from July 27th. It says July 27, 2026, right? So today's date is July 29th. Resident name, Brian C. Koberger. And as you can see, it's not Kohlberger. There's another pet peeve of mine. Oh my word, when people call him Kohlberger, there's no L, there's no L. Brian Christopher Koberger. IDOC number. There's his address of his forever home. Okay, Brian C. Koberger versus State of Idaho. Petition and affidavit for post-conviction relief. He writes there, Judge Hippler. I wouldn't do that. I would not poke the bear. That's Judge Hippler in the scenario. You gonna poke the bear? You want to piss off Judge Hippler? I don't think so. It says place of detention if it...
Isn't that another one of ours, poke the bear? I'm pretty sure, yeah.
In custody, Idaho Maximum Security Institution. Name and location of the court which imposed the sentence. He's got that all written out and everything. Right, so offense convicted, 4 counts of capital murder, felony burglary. Date of sentence, July 23rd, 2025. Terms of sentence, life without parole plus 10 years. Check whether a finding of guilty was made after the plea. Of guilty. This is now him writing, okay? This is his little letter now. His petition. Did you appeal from the judgment of conviction or the imposition of sentence? No. If so, okay, so that's not filled in. Because it said no. State concisely all the grounds on which you base your application for post-conviction relief. And good luck with that. I watched all the lawyers talk about this and they were like, oh my, yeah, no, this is probably not going to be successful. A very small chance. I don't think so. Good luck to him. So it says A. So cliched, Brian. So cliched. Ineffective assistance of counsel during criminal proceedings. Really? Between $5 and $10 million spent on your ass? Bro. Like, and he's like, that was ineffective. Everybody, look at my forehead. Look at my forehead. Everybody, here it is. He's showing it to you, by the way. I don't think he's trying to look like, and I'm going to swear, okay? I know you guys don't hear me swear often. I'm going to say a bad word now. It's the only word to describe him. Are you trying to look like a fuckboy now? Oh, you've been watching the TikTok. You're a little old for that, sir. Just stop that. Just put that down. Okay, so B. Plea not knowingly or voluntarily entered. Judge Hippler literally asked you if you voluntarily and knowingly and intelligently are entering this plea. You said yes, multiple times. You were there at the whole hearing, being exactly how you are, okay? Because it was induced by unkept promises. What promises? You thought you're going to get a mattress? You thought you'll get a new pair of shoes every 6 months? Or what? C, plea not voluntarily entered because of threats asserted by petitioner's legal counsel. Threats? When someone advises you not to be a dumbass, it's not a threat. It's called advice. Something you seem to need more of. Okay. Prior to this petition, have you filed with respect to this conviction? Petitions in state or federal court for habeas corpus? No. Any other petitions, motions, or applications in any other court? No. Okay, so we go down here. If your application is based upon the failure of counsel to adequately represent you, state concisely and in detail what counsel failed to do representing your interests. A, failure to disclose of or review exculpatory evidence, i.e. unknown hair in Chapin's hand during plea discussions. B, counsel's insistence that petitioner's plea need not be truthful despite the petitioner's vehement denial of actual guilt. Until you actually pleaded guilty there. Right. C, promises made by counsel regarding, and this guy writes LWAP? It's LWAP, life without parole. You don't even know your own status? LWAP status, i.e. immediate contact visits. Oh, you want immediate contact visits. Now, who the hell are you trying to give a hug to, sir? Is that a banana in your pocket or? Okay, back off. Immediate contact visits. Freedom of movement. He wants to do his squats and lunges in a bit of a bigger space. And employment. Okay. Let him clean the toilets, let him. And elaborate lies of death row life. He writes DR life. And then in brackets writes death row life. Elaborate lies. You see? How else can you take it as, oh my word, this guy's declaring his innocence? No, he wants a room upgrade. He wants to have what Chad has. I tell you again. He heard it's pretty cool. And he would like some of that. Okay? Now, I know that people that believe in his innocence are going, see there was like an unknown hair in Chapin's hand. Okay, the argument that he's making himself is not that he didn't do it, it's that somebody else was there with him. Now that, I've always been open to that concept. Was there somebody else there? Who was it? Maybe, who knows? I think he's very guilty though. But if you want to argue that, okay, who else you're arresting? You got no one? Okay, well, he's still guilty and he pleaded guilty. LWAP. Okay, so death row life. One more time. What is he complaining about? Immediate. He said promises made by counsel regarding LWAP status, immediate contact versus freedom of movement. Wait, did I say versus or N? It says VS, yeah. Freedom of movement and employment. Okay, get this, man. A job in prison. Let him clean Chad's shoes. Oh my word, that'll be so great. Okay. I don't like Chad Daybell. I'm just saying, you know, seeing as he's, in my speculation, in awe of Chad Daybell and what he has. He wants some of that. Let him clean his Crocs. Are you seeking leave to proceed in former pauperous that is requesting the proceeding be at county expense? Yes. Are you requesting the appointment of counsel to represent you in the case? Yes. Oh, okay. So you do want counsel so you can throw them under the bus again? Also, along the way, do you remember when he complained about restitution? That he said that some of the victims' families had GoFundMes to raise funds to get to trial. And so therefore, he wants a discount on the restitution that he has to pay because they already raised funds. Oh my word, the nerve of this guy. Like the audacity, really. Here's the definition of the audacity. State specifically the reason you seek. It says, a withdrawal of a guilty plea. Well, 4 actually. Okay, 5 actually. You took a plea. You shook hands, basically. You said, deal. No, you can't take that back now. Can't take it back. But you know what? Kaylee Consalvo's family saying, oh, you want to take that back? Okay. We'll meet you in the courtroom, bro. You go back on trial. You get up there and get sentenced to death. Go for it. Right? I don't think he'll get a redo. But if he does, and that actually goes to trial and all of that, okay. We'll watch it together. So it says, dated this 22nd day of July of 2026.
Talks like one bunch of papers.
Scribble, Brian C. Koberger. What happened to his R at the end there? All right. Is that his rapper name? Kobo7. Remember, once upon a time, he released a rap song. We went over it. It's on the playlist if you want to see that. Also, everything that happened in this case along the way, all the hearings and things, we covered that. Well, not all. There were some that are like, oh my word, no. Let's just wait for the main one, the main hearing. Okay, but all of that's on the playlist. There's a lot of deep dives there, even after he pleaded guilty and all of that, so go check that out. I certify under penalty of perjury, pursuant to the law of the state of Idaho, that the foregoing is true and correct. 7/22/2026. Brian Christopher, you forgot the I. Wait, it's so tiny. Just Christopher Koberger. Oh, okay, and there's his signature. Yeah, right. Okay, and so just signing and dating, and here it says on, I don't know what page, we're almost there at the end there. State of Idaho, County of Ada, Brian C. Koberger, being first duly sworn on oath, deposes and says that it is hereby declared that during attorney-client discussions, most of which included all members of Brian C. Koberger's immediate family, during attorney-client discussions, most of which included all members of his immediate family, okay, the petitioner was convinced to falsely confess to capital murder and felony burglary by coercion, disinformation, false promises, and the withholding of exculpatory discovery. The following is material to the inception of the plea deal. 1. Counsel's failure to inform petitioner of exculpatory discovery received during plea discussions, namely clumps of unknown hair found in Ethan Chapin's hands, as well as a failure of further inquiry. 2. The petitioner was convinced their actual guilt was not an important factor. Wait, the petitioner was convinced that actual guilt was not an important factor in considering plea acceptance. Death row was imminent, but now he wants it. And advised to lie. The petitioner was to give a legal victory in entering a false plea. Why would you do that? You would never do that. You're smarter than that, PhD student.
So yeah, I think that a lot of us had said that the only way that he's signing, that he did this plea deal, was that he was being threatened in some way. And now he's coming out literally and saying, hey, thank you again, Tar Jackson. I appreciate that so much. Happy to see you here. Thank you, everybody. Make sure you hit that like button before you get subscribed. If you're not, where have you been? It's kind of queer to me that he's citing this Ethan Hare thing. Up till this point, maybe there wasn't anything evidentiary that he could present that he knew about that showed there was maybe somebody else involved or that somebody else did it. And that's a clear-cut thing. I don't know. I'm waiting to hear it, but somebody said that, oh yeah, he listens to us, all right. So I'm waiting to hear some kind of thing. The fact that she stole the start from Miss Potts, it's just, I can't get over it. This is great.
PhD criminology student. Now he's being like, I didn't know. I just thought maybe we could give Ann Taylor a victory here. I was doing her a favor. Yeah, you weren't.
What's up, right
no,
now?
You weren't. Liar.
Bridget?
He just doesn't like his accommodations. 3. A gross misrepresentation of and promises regarding here you go, very important sentence. What a life sentence would immediately afford the petitioner. Afford? What kind of lifestyle were you looking for? He says, and a gross misrepresentation of death row in Idaho, including an elaborate fabricated story of counsel's horrific experience touring an 8x8 death row cell. How do you tour an 8x8 cell? Okay, so all communicated to petitioner and his family. Allegedly, he writes allegedly. You've been watching too much YouTube, sir? Okay, by IDOC. Hope you watch this. Can you watch this somehow? Okay. Through counsel,
Is that it right there?
thus constituting threats and promises made.
What was
counsel?
Well,
Sir, okay, by IDOC. Hope you watch me. How do you tour an 8-figure experience? Touring an 8x8 death row cell. How do you tour an 8x8 cell? Okay, so all communicated to petitioner and his family. Allegedly, he writes allegedly. You've been watching too much YouTube, sir? Okay, by IDOC. Hope you watch this. Can you watch this somehow? Okay. Through counsel, thus constituting threats and promises made to induce a plea agreement. Because you thought you're getting better accommodations. You thought the fruit selection, they probably told you, look, you're not going to get bananas on death row. At least you're going to get some with the LWAP sentence. And now he's like, you know what? Screw these bananas. I want what Chad has. Okay? And there he signs that. Now, just to show you, again, when he pleaded guilty, this
I've never
was
seen her
same
use a
chicken
ping
scratch.
about
He
anything.
filled this in. He didn't just say things verbally. He signed this plea agreement. He filled it in. He initialed it, as you can see, everywhere. And look, he wrote, what is your true and legal name? Brian C. Koberger. What's the highest grade of school you completed? Master's. Are you currently under the care of a mental health professional? No. If so, what was the diagnosis? When was it made? Then he says, February 2025. Autism, level 1, OCD, ADHD, ARFID. If yes, what medications? He lists that. Are you capable of understanding these proceedings? Yes. Are you under the influence of drugs, alcohol, or any other medication? No. Do you claim that you are mentally incapable of understanding these proceedings? No. Is there anything going on in your life that affects your ability to enter a voluntary guilty plea? No. Are you having any difficulty in understanding what you are doing by filling out this form? No. Is there any other reason that you cannot make a reasoned and informed decision in this case? No. And this was all on camera when he was filling all this in. Is your guilty plea the result of a plea agreement? Yes. If so, what are the terms? See attached. If a written plea agreement was done, have you read the plea agreement? Yes. Do you understand it? Yes. There are 2 types of plea agreements. Please initial the 1 paragraph below which describes the type. He wrote here, BK. I understand my plea agreement is a non-binding plea agreement. This means the court is not bound by the agreement or any sentencing recommendations, may impose any sentence authorized, and so it goes on. Has your attorney or anyone else forced or coerced you into any way of accepting this plea agreement? No. He wrote no. There you go. Have you any... Oh, you ticked it, right? He crossed it. Sorry, there you go. Okay. Have any other promises been made to you that have influenced your decision? No. Has anyone told you what your sentence will be? Yes. If so, what have you been promised? 4 fixed life sentences, consecutive and without the potential for parole, as well as 10 years. In what he thought were suitable accommodations. Appellate rights, is this a conditional guilty plea in which you are reserving your right to appeal any specified adverse ruling? No. What rulings have you reserved the right to appeal? None. If it is not a conditional guilty plea, do you understand that by pleading guilty, you are waiving your right to appeal any ruling made by the judge prior to entering your guilty plea? Yes. Have you waived your right to appeal your sentence as part of your plea agreement? Yes. Potential sentence, there it is. If you plead guilty, look at him. Yes, he's understanding everything. Okay, are you currently on probation or parole? No. All of this. My word, does it require you to register as a SO? No. Are you aware that if you plead guilty, you may be required to pay restitution? Yes, but then you try to get a discount on that. Okay, so he's already been like so annoying with this guy. Oh my word. And so it goes on. It goes on. Look here. Have you had sufficient time to discuss your case with your attorney? Yes. Have you had adequate time to fill out the form? Yes. Have you had adequate access to your attorney's assistance? Yes. He liked his attorney back then. And it cost between $5 and $10 million for his defense without even going to trial. Wow. Do you want your attorney to take any further action in this case? No. Are you satisfied with your attorney's representation? Yes. Oh, okay. If your guilty plea is the result of a plea agreement reached through mediation. Did you voluntarily enter mediation? No. Did anyone force you? No. Were you satisfied with the conduct of the mediation? Not applicable. Are the answers throughout this form your own answers? Yes. Are you entering your plea freely and voluntarily? Yes. Are you admitting to all the elements? Yes, of the crime? Are you pleading guilty because you are entering an Alford plea? No. If you are entering an Alford plea, that's not applicable. Have you had any trouble answering any of the questions? No. If you were provided with an interpreter, not applicable. Do you need any additional time before you enter your guilty plea? No. He was ready. Do you understand that if the court accepts your guilty pleas, that you may not be able to withdraw your plea at a later date? Yes. What does he do? What does he do in July of 2026? I would like to withdraw my plea. Is there anything else you want to tell the court about why you are pleading guilty? No. Have you discussed the elements of the offenses for which you are charged with your attorney? Yes. Okay, dated 6/29/2025. Signature. Okay, Brian C. Koberger. Let's try to keep that signature consistent, dude. Okay, I've reviewed this form with the defendant. All of this signed. See? See that? Mm-hmm. And this says, post-plea rights. Have you discussed the right to remain silent? Yes. With your attorney? Do you understand the nature of this right? Yes. Do you understand that you may waive this right? Yes. Have you waived this right in your plea agreement? Yes. Do you have any questions concerning either this right or the waiver of these rights? No. Have you discussed with your attorney your rights regarding your attorney's attendance and presence during the pre-sentence investigation or these various evaluations? Yes. Do you want the court to order any particular evaluations to assist the court in determining your sentence? No. And then he was sentenced. You got the guilty plea, we watched that. He got sentenced, we watched that. Oh, sentencing was so good. If you didn't see that, oh my. You got to see that. Especially Kaylee's sister. Ooh, she roasted his ass. Now, I just want to show you, there's a lot of photos that were released. Documents, photos, everything. Yes, I've read most of them. Because people are like, Gisela, you need to read the documents that were released so that you can get on our page that he's innocent. I'm not on that page, okay. But I've reviewed most of the material. It is so much. But this one, I just want to show you this one to remind you that this is how he was grading papers. Remember, he used to grade the papers of females much harder than males. And so he lost his TA job, right? Here he wrote, careful with flowery language and constant use of positive voice, harder to read and interpret. Well, Brian C. Kober, you careful of your flowery language. Okay, let me show you a very flattering picture of him. Are you ready? Yeah. What are you thinking? Friggin' jackass. He actually seemed somewhat intelligent before. No. I'm losing brain cells just reading the crap that he's writing. This guy.
I mean.
Oh man. So okay. Yeah. Brian Koberger. Let's see how this goes. I'm thinking that maybe Judge Hippler has already torn up your petition. I'm thinking that after listening to all the attorneys as well, because I'm like, what chance does he even have? What does he have? Very slim to none. So, okay. But there might actually be a hearing about it. There might actually be. And if there's going to be a hearing about it, let me know in the comments below if you want me to cover that. Do you want me to cover that if there's a hearing about it? Or should we just look the other way and give him no attention? That wasn't a trick question. It also wasn't rhetorical. I mean, really, do you want to watch a hearing? We're probably going to watch it together, aren't we? We're going to roast his ass some more. Okay, well, now that I got that snark out of my system.
I love she goes right back to the snark. That's amazing. Yeah, no, the thing that's fascinating me about that is that typically she is not as emotional or invested, and especially in this case in particular, she's shown very little interest in it, and with her commentary, it's alarming. And then for her to go full on Nancy Grace / steal from Annie Potts, it's blowing my mind. Now the thing is, with a lot of that, now that I've heard it all the way through, it's a little bit, I don't know. It doesn't seem like he's bringing a lot to the table, right? As far as getting it overturned, and he's mentioning the accommodations a lot, but the fact that he was threatened does make sense to me, as far as the snark goes here. So anyway, there's the reading, guys. Let's keep moving on. Thank you for being here, everybody. I appreciate it. I think we got Jade in the back rooms there. I don't know if I even have that open, so let me do that business first. I had Brave browser open, I think, but I think I can do Video Ninja on the same as we're playing. So we'll double check that and see if it works here. Hang on one moment, please. All right. It's weird because it wasn't letting me open it on Video Ninja, and it was just coming up with images. I finally figured it out here. Usually it would give me, hold on. Let's try that Brave browser instead here. Hold on. Oh shit, I didn't do that. I did. Oops. There's this Brave. Okay. Once again, we'll open this up here. Howard Stern hit with miserable. I'm in the business of misery. Let's take it from the top. This one there. Yep. Okay. While I do that, I'll play this video, I think, here, and I'll do my. Hopefully, it doesn't skip around like it does sometimes. What have we got here? Oh boy, secret. I mean, you want to talk about somebody that looks like the National Socialists? Take your pick on comments on that one, guys. There he is. Let's see what he has to say.
All right, we got brand new court documents reveal Brian Koberger, the suspect accused of killing 4 Idaho college students, apparently stalked their home at least 12 times before the crime and came face to face with another roommate during the murders.
Cell phone data also shows he apparently returned to the scene just hours later before police were even called.
And our next guest unfortunately lost his daughter, Kaylee, during that attack. His name is Steve Gonzalez, and he also joins us with attorney Shannon Gray. Good morning to you both.
Good morning.
Good morning. Steve, were you there? Were you there in the courtroom?
I sure was. We expect to have somebody there every day.
What did you think when you saw the suspect, the man that might have killed or is allegedly killed your daughter?
Yeah, when I seen the defendant, I seen somebody that looked like he was overwhelmed and had no idea what was going on. He didn't look as confident as I thought he was going to be based off of his background.
How'd you feel, though?
Oh, my feelings were, I was angry. I'll be honest, I was angry, and I wanted to do, my mind was filled with different things, but I kept my cool and my composure, and there's a right way to do things, and that's what I was thinking about.
Steve, I can't imagine. Also want to get your reaction to this affidavit, which revealed a lot of information we didn't previously know. What of the revelation, what were new to you? What details stick out to you?
The actual location of the sleeve, the knife sleeve, that we had heard that there was a sleeve, but we didn't know the location. We heard there was a DNA, but there wasn't a hit in the database. So knowing that they had put all those things together in the timeline that they wrote from like the beginning to the last page was very precise, and it painted a picture of, weeks and weeks of investigation and following, and each line gave me a little bit more confidence that we were in a very good position.
Steve, there's so many questions. As great and as informative as that affidavit was, there's still a lot of questions out there. Just curious, did they keep the families involved? And if so, how? Did they say, we're very confident we have a suspect, we think we're getting closer? Did they let you see this timeline before they actually even made the arrest?
No, we filled in parts of the timelines through the time. It was a co-work, but those guys did by far the vast majority of the work. We kind of inserted ourselves, and we said we need to be communicated. We wanted to have meetings. We wanted to be helpful. We had this audience. We had people that were willing to listen and willing to help and provide information that may have been missing. We had this white card to look for. So yeah, they helped, and we worked together. But I didn't have the details like that, and I told them not to give me any details that could accidentally mess up the case.
So did you know for the first time, like we did, that one of the roommates came face to face with him and described him with bushy eyebrows, with a thin build but an athletic build, the way we now know that was written? Did you know that?
I had heard that somebody had seen somebody in a mask. I didn't know if it was something that was like yelled out, and one of the people that was downstairs heard that. I did not know it was one of the people downstairs that actually eyewitnessed this person. And to me, it was just a call. So I wasn't positive that it wasn't just a rumor. So we never mentioned it. The details in the affidavit are kind of shocking. But I'm sure we'll get the more details as time goes on. But yeah, it reads very bizarre.
Shannon, if he is convicted, do you expect the death penalty?
Well, I think Steve and the family have talked about it, and I think it's something that the decision that will be made by all the families on whether or not the death penalty is something that the state pursues on this case. So I don't think it's just a decision for the Gonzalez family. I think it's a decision for all the victims' families, and then, they'll see where it goes from there.
Shannon, you had a chance to look at this affidavit as well. How airtight is the case as you look at it right now?
Well, I thought the affidavit was, a lot of information was in the affidavit, and it sounds like it's a solid case. I was a former prosecutor myself, now a criminal defense attorney. I look at it in both ways. As a prosecution, it looks like it has a really great timeline. There's DNA evidence. There's the evidence from the cell phones and the automobile, and that he was aware of the location coming back and forth. So there's a lot of good information there. And then when I flip over to the defense side, I still have a hard time understanding how they're going to get past the DNA evidence on the sheath. A lot of times in cases that I've defended, sometimes you go in and you sit down and you talk with the defendant and say, hey, this is a great piece of evidence. How do we get past this piece of evidence? And so I think that's one of the most convincing pieces of the affidavit is the DNA evidence. So
sometimes, Steve, you have gut feelings. Did you think when you looked at this guy in the jumpsuit, you were looking at your daughter's killer?
Yeah, I did. I did a research before I came into that courtroom. I was looking for a certain look. I wanted him to meet me eye to eye. He had done that exact same behavior previously when he was in Pennsylvania, and he chose not to, or he was afraid to look back. And for me, that wasn't a good sign.
What about the fact that he smiled?
I didn't see it. I heard about that later. I don't know. It's hard to comment on that.
Steve, we're all parents, and for every parent watching, when you give birth, you hold that baby and you have all these dreams for them, and you go through the hard years, the years of them always being with you and needing your help to get the small things, the cereal, the milk, and all of that. And then you go through the hard teenage years, and then you look forward to their 20s when they're going to get married and they're going to bring grandchildren home, and you've gotten through all that and you've raised these amazing kids. He robbed that from you and your wife. What goes through your mind when you think about that? Do you think about that when you see him, or do you just want to jump over and do what most dads would want to do and take him out or take him down and, beat him up or whatever it is?
I mean, the physical side is there, but I know that's not realistic. So what I go with is I can make this man feel like he picked the very worst family to do that to. And every time he turns on the TV, he sees us. And every time he thinks something positive is happening in his case, he sees one of us communicating and he realizes he has zero hope. That's what I hope, and that's what I can do. I don't want to worry and think about things that I'm still going to, but those aren't realistic things for me to just put my time and energy into. I might as well stay focused on what I can do. And I want this guy to be sick of seeing me, sick of hearing the cases. New evidence keeps coming in from audience members, just like what you guys have on today. And I want this case to get stronger and stronger to the point where he realizes that he's not going to be on the planet that long.
Steve, you've been an amazing advocate for your daughter, and the courage it takes to be in that courtroom and see him is immense. Thank you so much for joining us this morning, as well as Shannon Gray, the attorney. Good luck as things move forward to January 12th.
Yeah, Steve, we're so sorry for what you're going through. God bless your family. Thank you for speaking out.
Thank you for your presence.
Thank you.
Have a good day.
Well, yeah, that was a pretty nondescript and generically bogus Muppets talking on the screen there. Okay, you're backstage. Let me get this thing on the screen here for Double Jage. Stuff back up there. There we go. One more thing to go. Bunch of more videos to watch, what I talk about. I think we'll be here again. I appreciate it. Let's hear that there. Yeah. Okay. Let's go. 1 second. Thanks for hanging out. Go. All right. Hopefully that'll bring JJ up. It takes a couple seconds sometimes here. And we'll welcome Operation GCD to the stage here in just a minute. And let's check out this video.
Welcome back to the program. So we know the suspect was a criminal justice major. We know he was pursuing his PhD. We know that he had postings talking about he wanted to know why criminals do what they do, but who really was this suspect? So we wanted to bring in someone that knew the person in a prior life. I want to bring in someone who knew him, the suspect personally, Rich Pasqua. You worked with him for a period of time. Rich, what can you tell me about the suspect? What was he like?
I accidentally closed the browser like an idiot.
He was just your average guy. I met him through some friends, and they told me that he was a little weird, and he was a little socially awkward, I guess you could say. But he wasn't a bad guy. He needed a job, so I worked at a pizza shop at that time, and they were hiring. I said, yeah, come on in and apply, and he did, and he got the job. So I worked with him for a little bit. He was quiet, though.
What
He
was
didn't ever come off
conversation like with
violent
him?
What was that?
What was conversation like with him? Like
I don't
when
see
you
you
talk
back
with
there.
him at
I
work, would
put
he
a
look you in
different
your
link up,
eyes?
JJ.
Did he have friends? Did he have a girlfriend at the time?
Did you get the new link?
It was so long ago. It was like 2013, but he didn't have a girlfriend. I do remember that. And my wife went to school with him. They graduated together, and she doesn't remember him ever having a girlfriend, and I don't remember him ever having a girlfriend. And he didn't have many friends, so he would do anything to fit in, and would do he just wanted to be liked by everybody. But he wasn't a bad kid. He was all right. And I knew his sister. I went to school with his sister, and I knew his father worked for the school.
Okay.
And I believe his mother did too.
Let me
but his
put this
family,
link
they were all nice people.
Don't worry about it. Stay right where you are.
His dad was always really nice to me, very polite. But I never thought that he would do something like that.
Good copy. So we've heard from some people that surrounded him that there may have been drug use in his life prior as well. Did you know him to use drugs or anything like that, sir?
Yeah, he did use drugs. That's how I really know him too. He was a big heroin addict, and so was I. I got 6 years clean now. I work in treatment and everything, but back then I was using, and so that's how I know for a fact he was using. I've got high with him a couple times and used with him, and I remember one night we went out and his car broke down, and his dad had to come out, and he got pretty angry because his car broke down and everything, and we couldn't get what we needed that night. I knew other people that dealt drugs, and we would deliver drugs to him a lot, and so that's when I heard.
What's up, man? Oh, we got an echo. Hold on. Let me put this. What's going on there? Why is there echo? Let me turn that echo off. It's not showing grade in my thing. It's showing grade. Okay. Oops. Yeah. Hold on. Sorry, folks. Hold on. Please, Muppetization happening right now. Damn it. It keeps doing this to me. Look. No, not that. Now I just open again. Yeah. There it is. Okay. Hold your horses, sir. Hold your horses. I've got two of you in here. Oh, it's got me as. I'm trying to remove myself here from this. It's got me in there. Hold on. Can you still hear me? Can you hear me? Hello? Can you hear me or no? Jake. Oh, you only hear me in the YouTube, huh? Everything's taking forever. Hang on. Saying I'm interrupting Burger Time. Hang on. I know. Oh, it was trying to use the other microphone. Guys, can you hear me now? Yes, sir. All right, that's better. It's game controls off. Noise gates. Echo. Where's the echo? Echo. Good. Okay. Let me turn you up a little bit. All right, we should be good. There you are. We see you. You gonna put a picture up or anything? You be on camera or no? Oh, there it is. Okay. Welcome in, Double J. What's going on? Say hello to the people. I'm gonna go grab a coffee. I'll be right back. You good? Did you rage quit? What happened? I just jacked. Oh, it is kind of. Oh. Well, shit. Why is that, I wonder? I had to use the restroom real quick. Sorry about that. Okay, let me double check this here. Let me rethink my inks. Browser. Oh, I didn't hit audio button. It's also echoing like crazy. Damn, sorry guys. Okay, my bad. Is that better? Can you hear now?
Hear you, they can't hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you now. Hold on, you're loud. And I'm coming through here. Let me shut me off somehow.
Yeah, shut yours all the way down.
Blender. Nice. I have myself as a performer. I did not click that. That's what's weird.
You cloning me, Kane?
Not at all.
Is that what's going on here?
How do I get rid of it?
I'm out of here if you're cloning me, Kane.
Labels, structure, settings. Come on, okay. If I turn me off, you can't hear me though.
Welcome to the Purge here, what fellow Purgers. Your number one show for dead air, cat videos, fast food news, type 2 diabetes talk, and I do mean occasional Idaho4 case discussion. Kane definitely looks like a cop, dude. I agree, Twiz.
How about that? Are we looking good now? Is that better? Check. Nope.
You tell me, guy.
That sounds like it's still coming through, I think. Let me make a new room, dude. Seems to be the only possible solution to this.
I don't know what you're doing. I don't know how this is your 400th video. You still can't figure out OBS.
I haven't used it in a while.
Folks, I will admit I did survive tonight's Kane Ultra experiment. He subjected me to no fewer than 7 minutes of cat videos backstage.
All right, here I'm gonna make a new room, Jake.
Yeah, Kane would fit in well at MPD. I think he looks like an MPD cop.
I'm tired of hearing that. All right, let's see here. Enter.
Dude, you're the one who started that lore, not I.
Well, it was supposed to be a funny joke. All right.
Well, it is a pretty funny joke. I'll get a lot of laughs out of it. I get a bit of mileage out of it.
You sound really sardonic and also snarky as you say that.
Very snarky, dude. Very snarky.
Full screen button. Show active speakers. Show display name. Ask for display name.
Should I go back to my burgers and see what you're up to in 17 or 18 minutes?
Just get in the room here before. Okay, so leave this room, please, and I will. Let me give you the link to this room here, and I have to copy and paste it into OBS.
Holy smokes, dude!
Well, the computer's running slow. It's not my fault.
I don't know. I'm not blaming the computer at all in this instance, not from what I've witnessed.
There's the link. Hang on, let me put that into here. I don't know. It's put me in as a performer, and that's why it's all weird.
Let's identify. Let's recognize the last problem. The last purge, I was not present. I was in the chat. I was hanging out with went to go see Triple J, and I was listening to it on the drive home, and then I just went. I'm not gonna lie to you. Then I just went to sleep. I was super tired, but. You started off the show with a lot of technical difficulties. That's kind of status quo around here. That's not really, as far as Cy Ray is concerned, that's not a pattern of life anomaly.
All right, go to the new room here. Go to the new room, please. Nobody can hear you because I switched rooms. You see the link in the chat there. If you would, please go to the new room. Thank you. Okay. All right. So go to the new show, the new link there. Appreciate it. Thank you. We'll hear more about the drug use from Brian Kober here. Okay. Smaller here. Okay. That's a little better. It's part of the show, folks, I guess. technical difficulty. You like him here. Hopefully he'll pop up here in just a sec. Let's see. Let's see. Any second now. Should be in there. Kangaroo. I like that one. Okay, there he is. I think. But no. Okay, not yet. Oh yeah, JJ. The right one. Oops. Now what I do? Yep, that's the right room. Okay. Maybe I didn't give him. Let's try this link again here. Let's see if I put the right one. Same as the other one. Yep, that should be it. That should be the right link, Jage. Maybe he went back to go get some burgers real quick. That's what he said he was gonna do. He can just pop in, so it's ready to go for him. We'll keep going on the videos here and see how all that plays out. I might have to move him over to the Brave browser. So here we go.
So Brian,
watch that. That one. I don't know why stuff's taking forever. There. Okay. Finish up with this Muppet.
Heard about this case. I haven't heard from him in so long, and then I heard about this, and it said that he was going to college. I said, I haven't heard from him. I guess that's what he's been doing. He must have cleaned up. I know he was in and out of rehab a couple times, but he really did. He cleaned up and was going to college all these years.
Is this an old...
Rich, I'm short on time, but I got to ask you one last question. We've heard from people that he had a track record of being inappropriate,
This is from 2 years
borderline
ago.
offensive to women. Did you ever see that in any of your interactions with him and interactions with women?
Not in my time knowing him. I've never seen him ever act like that towards women. I've never seen him come off that way ever towards anybody.
There's the new link, Jason.
Yeah. Rich, thank you so much for joining the program. I'm sorry I'm short on time.
You're
Hopefully
welcome.
he'll come back.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Hey, Sean Hannity here.
So yeah, that guy, I don't know if he even knew Gilbert or whatever. Let's see here. It's a lot. Right, Vince. Yep. What's the next one we got here?
I tried every type of ED medication, Viagra or sildenafil, and Cialis or tadalafil. I know this works for some people, but I did not get reliable results. 4 out of 10.
Kaylee Goncalves is one of 4 victims stabbed to death in Moscow, Idaho. 3 months before she was murdered, police spoke to Kaylee at her off-campus residence where there was a party going on. We have the body cam video.
This is the room right here. Literally. Copying the link. Patch it in. Let's see here. Paste. That should be the room. The other one was Hollywood. The one you were in before was Hollywood. So if you try that link, I don't know, make sure you're closing the other window, I guess. It should pop up right here. I mean, that's some of the weird stuff Swizzy's saying is that now they took away the stalking stuff, and now Cyray is trying to bring it back in. Okay, so why, if they were so sure of this case, did they come out and literally say that the stalking thing was a lie, emphatically? Okay, all right. I'm sorry, JH. I don't know what to tell you. Enjoy the burgers, sir. I don't know. That's all I got for you. I mean, I could make a new room if you want. If you want to hang around. But that's the link to this room. Literally, you're watching me copy and paste it right here. Enable. Yes, here's others. Yeah. Copy, link, copy. Open everything. So that was a different room. That was the Hollywood room. This is the JJ room or whatever. Like I said, I can make, and it don't work. Okay, let's try a new one. Try it one more time, guys. Sorry about this. All right, create a room. Call it 11111. Director. There it is. And it'll just be a basic room. Link. Let's try this one real. No. All right, see how we do here, guys. Thanks for hanging out. I appreciate it. That should do it right there. Let's see if he's popped in yet. And just make sure, Jade, you've closed that other window. Whatever. Maybe that's it. I don't know. If you have to log out or something like that. But hopefully that'll do it there. Move this over to Brave. There he is. Okay. Cool.
Can you hear me meow?
I hear you, buddy. How's it going, man?
Is this the purge?
We did it. Yay. See, I knew we could do it. We are purging, sir. Yes, sir. So how are you today, sir?
Is this the purge?
Welcome. Welcome back from outer space.
Never been there. It's not a real place. I did share a welcome fellow purgers. Kane is subjecting me to more cat videos backstage. We're all being Kane altered. Anyhow, welcome to the purge. A lot of fast food news, type 2 diabetes talk, I'm sure, on deck. However, I did post a link in the chat there, Kane, if you want some of my contributions to the Sci-Ray conversation. It's PsyOp, folks. It's a PsyOp. SYOP.
All right, let's take a look at this real quick and see what
this message is brought to you by burgers.
I like burgers.
Burgers mobile device is in the same specific area as any of the deceased's mobile devices. I'm unable to identify any patterns that would be consistent to Mr. Kohberger frequenting locations, also frequenting by that. It's my opinion the geolocation data have been provided as of the writing of this report does not provide any evidence of association between Mr. Kohberger or any of the decedents.
Was an expert on the cell phone data, among other things. And he's going to drop 2 bombshells in this episode.
I don't know on the gay stuff, and quite honestly, I don't mean this in the way it's going to sound. I'm not focused on the gay porn.
And explain why he believes these things. First of all, based on the cell phone data, he believes that Brian Kohberger was inside the house at 1122 King Road, the house where Kaylee, Xana, Maddie, and Ethan lived, that he was inside the house and possibly inside the living room before the murders.
Yeah, I'm speaking specifically to anybody being able to come into court and say they know that Brian Kohberger's mobile device was inside the crime scene or on the property, and I will continue to stand by this. There is no evidence that surveillance or stalking like behavior of somebody sitting at the house and watching for extended periods of time. There is no evidence of that in this case. None. I've been very clear with that from the beginning. I don't know on the gay stuff, and quite honestly,
Can you guys hear this?
I don't
It's not
mean
coming
this.
through on my thing now. Oh, wait, hold on. It's because JJ's on the same thing. Hold on. There we go.
The way it's going to sound. I'm not focused.
Are you? Oh, wait, maybe it's just out of my screen. Is that what it is? Hopefully, you've been able to hear this.
On the gay porn.
It is there. Okay, it's really loud though. Sorry. Okay, turn it down. My bad. Okay.
And we're getting back into the reliability of the GPS. So I don't want to get too far on a branch saying I know this happened, but there are multiple times that the device, Koberger's device, is in the area of the house, and then it moves to the parking lot of that A&W root beer. At the same time, multiple residents of the house go to the A&W root beer. So there's times where I can actually see that, and that to me, that's what we call a collision. It's one I don't know on the gay stuff, and quite honestly, I don't mean this in the way it's going to sound. I'm not focused on the gay porn. I will continue to stand by this. There is no evidence that surveillance or stalking like behavior of somebody sitting at the house and watching for extended periods of time. There is no evidence of that in this case. None. I don't know on the gay stuff, and quite honestly, I don't mean this in the way it's going to sound. I'm not focused on the gay porn. I stand by that statement, and I will make the argument that you guys are never going to see evidence contrary of that statement. Right? I feel very, very comfortable with that. Mm-hmm. With that said, I don't know on the gay stuff, and quite honestly, I don't mean this in the way it's going to sound. I'm not focused on the gay porn.
Wowzers, I had not heard the gay porn part. We were getting to that interview here in a minute, but holy shnikes, dude. What did you just pull out of your ass here? I didn't mean that the way it sounded. Are you still there, bro?
Is this Kane B's the perv? What's all this gay porn conversation?
I have no idea, but I don't think he meant it the way it sounded. Shit. Was there gay porn on his computer there?
They're trying to infer so much. Who knows, dude? I don't think so. I highly doubt it. Given the source of the information and the lack of validity of their previous statements, I would say probably not now.
That is fucking wild, dude.
Dude, all of it's wild. You hear Ron from the custody queens, as you described him, the custody cucks. He's the cuckiest. I don't know if that makes any sense. Don't listen to me. But no, he's reading the statement, dude. It's irate there in the interview. You see him getting all buckled up, dude, shifting his butt around the seat and whatnot. We now see him flipping on the exact same statement that made him uncomfortable when hearing his own affidavit read to him, right? And then we see him contradicting his own statements, in two different interviews afterwards. Why is he out there doing interviews in the first place?
The timing is exceptional. The fact that he said he was only going to do one is also a little ironic. The fact that he's bringing the stalking back up into it and then contradicting himself, yes, in the fact that maybe they ran into each other at A&W Root Beer. Well, I don't know about that. Can we hear more about that, please?
It's a direct contradiction of his statement. We see it right there in the video clip. He says there's absolutely no stalking. You can't put his phone inside the house, and then all of a sudden, fucking couple days, week or so later, hey, we got him. You know what I mean? We got him. He's in the house. He's stalking him. Like, what are you talking about, dude?
I mean,
he went full Muppet, dude. Someone should have told Ray you never go full Muppet.
The thing is this case is allegedly long over and put to bed. Why is he still doing more research? Who's paying him to do more research? He's doing this J&W root beer. That's great. I had missed him saying that, bro, altogether. I guess we'll get more follow-up on it. Here, this is a court TV video where they actually brought in the body cam from Rosenfeld, cuck who allegedly Kaylee might have been dating or may not have been. I don't know how long this is. They go on.
Yeah, apparently there's an echo from my microphone there, guy.
Now he's got an echo. Oh, it's because I have the clip up. Let me see.
Typical.
Here. Is there a way to shut that off? Let's find out. Audio settings. Noise gate off. Compressor off. Auto gain control. Echo cancellation is on.
So I want to hear more about this pan of brownies, dude. What's up with this pan of brownies?
Pan of brownies is gone. I'm making another one though. Let me try the noise suppressor. See if this helps.
You got one on deck. There you go.
Always, yep.
Why are you consuming brownies on the pan load before you're supposed to have a show?
Okay, there it was.
What's that about?
I got the echo cancellation on now. Auto gain control off. Let's try to get that's on. That's good. Okay, and then let me check the settings over here.
Well, it's 22 hours in here, folks. We're still working on that audio. We'll get back to you soon.
Auto gain control here off. Echo cancellation on. Good. Okay. All right, that ought to do it, hopefully. Let me know if you still hear an echo out there, guys. I appreciate your input. And you being here also as well. Okay, so we got what else? So what's your take so far, Jage, on the chances of him getting this appeal or this first hearing on the process here?
I can't hear you.
Can't hear me.
Oh, I can hear you now. Can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Am I echoing?
No. Not on my end. So what do you think of the chances of him getting this first hearing?
I'm still echoing, dude.
I don't hear an echo. I don't know if anybody else out there is. You're good though.
Ground control to major echo, dude.
You're fine.
Let's not bring in your side gay porn conversations. This is a family program, sir.
There's no echo.
I find that hard to believe.
Well, you're fine.
I feel like the echo is part of some sort of bizarre Kane Ultra experiment.
There's a slapback echo. JJ has echo. How about now? I just turned off all the other sources. Let's see if that does. There's a huge echo.
Pan of brownies. That's
all right. Hold on. Let me switch it to the Brave browser then.
So brave of you, dude.
It's the least I can do. All right. Oh, you're still in. Okay.
Don't make baseless accusations toward me, sir.
The other one was still open. That might be why. Okay.
Purge burgers. Purge burgers.
Was it echoing the whole time, you think?
Am I still echoing, dude? So what's your thoughts on burgers, friend?
Like burgers. Okay, hold on.
Welcome to the Purge, fellow Purgers. We're 2 hours in. We're just getting started here. The audio should be fixed here in the next, I'd say, 65 to 75 minutes. Burgers. Can you hear me when I say purge burgers? I don't know that Kane can hear us or see the chat. He looks like he's in the zone, dude.
Okay, there you are. You were coming through there for a second. Are you still there? Okay, you should be able to hear me now. You were coming through for a second, and then...
Kane, can you hear me?
Yep, you're good. You're in, brother.
I can't hear you, Kane.
They're saying it sounds good. You should be able to hear me in a second.
I can only hear you through YouTube.
You should be able to hear me now. Can you hear me? It says it's coming through. Yep. You hear me or no?
Pan of brownies. The password is pan of brownies.
Solo link. Yeah.
I can only
Okay.
hear you through YouTube, bud.
Is that right? Why this thing's
Only through
acting up
YouTube.
so much? Like I said, it's not coming up. Let me try.
I just want to commend you on being an excellent producer of OBS shows. Can I commend you on those efforts?
I'm about to just say fuck the guest thing, and I'm just going to do my show. You want to just be in the chat, bro? Because I'm about to lose my fucking mind. I'm trying to fix it. I'm doing my best, bro. That's all I can tell you.
I mean, I can hear you through YouTube, dude. As long as there's not a feedback, dude, we're good to go.
It should, by all means, it should be working right now. That's the only thing I can tell you. Let me check one more thing here. Echo cancellation is on. You can't hear me though.
All I hear is pan of brownies, dude.
My microphone says it's coming through. I see the green at the bottom right here. And you're coming through just fine on...
Got to take old Abner boy out here, man. Anyway, man. So I'll just tune in.
Okay, fair enough.
Can you hear me now?
I can hear you. Yep.
Can you hear me?
Yes. Mm-hmm. I don't see anything that's
Rage quitting him out.
All right. Anyway, okay. So let's keep going. Sorry about the technical stuff there. I don't know what happened there. I was trying to avoid this, and I wasn't gonna do guests because I didn't have StreamYard. So anyway, we'll just move on here and keep going. That was a great piece by JJ. Thank you for that, JJ. And we'll keep watching here. This one, that was weird. I wanted to bring that back up. I think that guy was definitely out of Central Casting or something. You know, it was when they were trying to paint this picture of him, which they did very well. You know.
Good evening, America, and welcome to this special edition of Cross Country in Moscow, Idaho. Tonight, we are in front of the Moscow Police Department, and you may be asking why. It's been about 3 weeks since the horrific stabbing death of 4 college students at the University of Idaho. 3 weeks since we lost Zayna, Maddie, Kaylee, and Ethan. 3 weeks, and still the police have no suspect or person of interest. The community has been left in limbo, left with more confusion and more questions. We are on the hunt for answers for them. Moscow deserves answers. The students of the university deserve answers. These 4 young, innocent victims deserve answers, and so do their families. So let's start there. Joining me now on set, the parents of Kaylee Gonzalez, Christy and Steve Gonzalez. Thank y'all so much for being with me. You guys have been so transparent and strong for the public. Christy, you called the person that did this the boogeyman.
Yeah.
What did you mean by that?
It's literally like what nightmares are made of. Like when you're a little kid and you think of the boogeyman, that's just how I feel. Like that's just the horrific details of everything. Them just having a good time, going home and going to bed, and this happening to them.
Your best friend crawling into bed.
Just crawling in bed.
Every
and
girl
the
in
boogeyman
America
comes.
knows what that's
The
like.
boogeyman doesn't, meet you at McDonald's. I mean, the boogeyman comes and snatches you out of your bedroom.
Steve, we've been talking. I've been talking to folks in the community. You said something that stuck with me. You said, until this person is caught, you can't sleep in your bed.
No. I can't just lay in my bed and do nothing. That's not the way I raised my family. That's not the way I raised my girls and my son. You don't be a victim. You stand up for yourself and you do everything in your power to make sure people hear you. And they're gonna hear Kaylee.
I do feel bad for them. I do. I think they've been lied to more than anybody ever in the history of cases, but for him to sit there and say you don't be a victim, I mean, they've worn out the tires on that victim car, without a doubt.
They're gonna hear Maddie. They're gonna hear these.
The other two as well.
Yes.
All of them.
I'm careful saying anything about them because I need to be careful because I can't speak on somebody else's child. But these two girls, I'm not trying to be a glory hound, but these two girls, I'm going to do what I can do, and we're not being victims. We're going to fight. We're going to figure out how to make sure that we hold everybody, accountable, and we keep eyes and attention on this and get this thing resolved.
Steve, you have made it very clear to our audience that you are supportive of law enforcement. You support the investigation. But recently, I've been watching and talking with you, and you're getting frustrated. Where does that frustration come from, sir?
They put certain people between you and the officers that are making things happen, and those people are like lawyers, and they don't want to say anything, and they don't have the guts to come up and be alpha and be like leaders and say, hey, we might say something that's wrong. We're going to take that hit. So the officers, they looked me straight in their eyes. The lead detective looked me in his eyes. I have no doubt he's working as hard as he can. But somebody isn't communicating. There's nothing being released. It seems like they're trying to suppress the story. We want to put rewards out. They're like, don't do that. Yeah, I get it. Your town doesn't want to have reward posters posted all over when you come and you do your rush. You're not going to get a lot of students if they see those things. But this community is not going to heal until this guy's pulled off the streets. It ain't going to happen. Think it through. It's not going to happen. He has to be off the streets. We all are working for the same thing.
When was the last time y'all heard from the police?
Thursday,
we looked at our phone records. We want to be accurate. We don't want to sell anyone out.
about 3 o'clock on Thursday.
And did y'all get an update from the police about the investigation?
There was nothing. We have no updates for you.
There was no update. They needed me to sign a waiver form so that they could investigate something.
Some mail.
That was mail related. So we're working with them. We're not selling them out. We love our law support.
The FBI, everybody that's here. We just have no information as family, and it gets tough day after day after day. I mean, every day you just wake up and think today's the day. We're going to hear something, and you see these, oh, there's a break in the case, and it'll just be something stupid.
The sixth person on the lease that was never there. Stop playing games. This is serious. These are people's lives, and this is the future of this community. There's going to be 10,000, 15,000 kids that come into this community next year, or they don't. So be serious.
I had the opportunity to speak to some of my sources, and I've been told that there were differences in the way that the victims were killed. Some were more severe than the other. And this week we heard the target attack walk back and then reverse it back to it being a target attack. What can you tell us about the targeted attack?
They have told us that it was targeted, but they told us they can't tell who. We asked specifically, and they said, we'll try to get that information to you. And they got back to us a day or so later, and they said, we're sorry, we can't give you that information. But then a day later, we saw in the news that it was not targeted, or they think the whole house was targeted. But
I'll cut to the chase.
Yeah.
Their means of death don't match.
Maddie's
They don't.
and Kaylee's cause of death, it does not match based on the autopsy report.
They don't match.
Would indicate that one of them.
He doesn't have to
may
go
been
up the
target.
steps. Let's stop playing games, guys. I need somebody to step up and be an alpha. Be somebody to be a leader. Don't make me do it. I don't want to do it. He doesn't have to go up the steps. Their points of damage don't match. I'm just gonna say it. It wasn't leaked to me. I earned that. I paid for that funeral. I paid for that. It's my right. You ain't taking that from me.
Calm down.
If you don't want to say nothing, that's your bet. But don't say I'm leaking anything. I paid that bill. Sent my daughter to college to get an education. She came back in the box, and I can speak on that.
I was also told from sources that are closer to an investigation, because there was a lot of roommates in there. And this was horrific for those roommates that were there as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, absolutely.
The preservation of this crime scene. Witnesses tell me that it may have well been preserved because the phone was passed around between one of the fraternity members and the girls. One of them unfortunately witnessed the death, the body there. Can you confirm that?
We cannot actually. We know nothing about that whole phone call. We've asked, and it's. I mean, I know that a lot of people want to know, but that's just not our agenda. We just are like, somebody called 911. Somebody was reported unconscious. We don't really know. I mean, we've heard so many different things, and nothing has been clarified or been told to us at all. And I mean, I don't know if I personally have asked anything about that. I don't know if you have asked that, but. We know that this is getting 3 weeks in, and it's starting to get. We don't want it to go cold. We're reaching out. I've reached out to friends down in California today that have connections that we're hoping to raise some money to get a reward, to get a private investigator.
Third party.
Why go the private route? Do y'all worry that at the end of this week that this case may be
100%.
cold?
We're scared.
When you tell me you don't want a photo up there with the reward offering information, that kind of sounds like you're trying to like suppress the story. I mean, why do you not need help? But hey, I could be wrong, and you officers, I apologize if I'm wrong.
Yeah,
I want to.
absolutely.
Please forgive me. Please forgive me. But if you don't have the information, people do know. If they don't, then. You know, the community, this is a community that is IT based. These guys live a digital footprint like we've never. All of us older people, we don't know how much that digital footprint could be helpful. So that's what we asked for. I hope like a DNA, a family lineage, if they could come out here and just start taking, this town is not that big. We could figure out this, and it might not be him. It might be a family member. We have family all going to the school together. You know, there's cousins, there's aunts, there's uncles. We could find this guy
that right there is kind of suspicious that he already knew the plan, right? Don't do it, Lucy. Don't do it.
With volunteers.
Lineage companies were, yeah.
Put Idaho on the map.
Let's put Idaho on the
Christy,
map.
Steve, we're going to stay on this case.
Thank you.
We're not going anywhere.
Thank you.
You guys have been candid with us. We'll keep
All right.
asking
There's,
questions.
One from the old days there to remind us what they said before. This one here is also from 3 years ago. Let's take a little tasting of this one here.
Good evening, American. Welcome to
That's
this.
the same one. Okay. Maybe singles. I don't know how that got there. All right. Singles again. How's this, Lucy? What are you doing here? Oh my gosh! I thought I had more windows than this. All right. This is who is this? Dark Record. Interesting. I remember this being good. I don't remember what it is.
Now to a stunning twist in the case of Brian Kohberger, the man sentenced for the 2022 murders of 4 University of Idaho students. Last year, he pled guilty as part of a deal, and he was given 4 life sentences without the possibility of parole. But now he says he wants to take back his guilty plea.
A judge asks him a question. It takes 4 seconds to answer. Has anyone threatened you or anyone close to you to get you to plead guilty? No. Has anyone promised you anything in exchange for your plea? No. Are you pleading guilty because you are guilty? Yes, yes. One word. Spoken out loud in a Boise courtroom under oath with 4 defense attorneys sitting within arm's reach of him and the families of 4 dead college students sitting behind him. That word ended the biggest criminal case in Idaho history. It ended it without a trial, without a jury, without a single witness taking the stand. That was July of 2025. This week, Brian Kohberger picked up a pen inside a maximum security cell and wrote out by hand that every single one of those answers was false. Not that he misspoke, not that he was confused, that he was made to lie, and that the people who made him lie were not the police and not the prosecutors, but the lawyers who were being paid to defend him. He says there was a piece of physical evidence sitting inside his own case file that he was never shown. He says it was in the room during the discussions that led to his plea, and nobody told him it existed. He says the moment the public understands what that evidence is, the entire case against him stops making sense. And then he asks the state of Idaho for something no man serving 4 consecutive life sentences has any rational reason to ask for. Something that, if Idaho says yes, could kill him. He hasn't just asked for a new trial. He's offered the state a trade to get one. And when you hear what he put on the table, you'll understand why the family of one of the victims responded within hours with a statement that reads less like grief and more like a declaration of war. 2 of the 4 families disagree about what should happen next. They have disagreed for over a year. One of them said something in 2025 that has aged into something almost unbearable to read today. And underneath all of it, the filing, the fury, the lawyers, the hair. There's a hole in this case that has never been filled. Not by the police, not by the prosecutors, not by the plea. Nobody has ever explained why. Let's go back to the beginning.
What actually makes a tool rollout succeed? Most companies think a rollout is just turning on a new system and sending out a training deck, but that's...
We get into this here. The thing is, they keep bringing up this hair thing, but the fact that CyRay has rolled back on how Balance purposefully, intentionally misrepresented the data, and then you have, of course, the prosecution is the one presenting the case. It's just unbelievable that he's out here now presenting it like the stalking was real, that they have evidence of them meeting up at A&W Root Beer somehow. I'd like to hear him say, he followed them home, because otherwise, how the hell would he know that where they live, right? Yeah, I mean, he hasn't even mentioned at all that how corrupt they were and how broken that they were on this case, and he basically said that he was south of Moscow at the time of the crimes before, and then he comes out in his book and he says, no, he was at the house. I can put him literally in the house. Yeah, he's rolling it back on what he said before. He's going against everything he said before. Now he's becoming a witness for the prosecution. There's no other way to look at it, for real, in my opinion. He basically is flip-flop so much that he thinks he's on the side of the prosecution, which is impossible because he started on the side of the fence. It doesn't happen like that. Oops, I went the word a lot. Where was it?
Vacuums get filled? And he declined. He said nothing.
Not an apology, not an explanation, nothing. And that silence is the exact place where this story splits open, because there was a mechanism available that could have forced him to speak, and the state chose not to use it. In a lot of plea agreements, prosecutors...
Well, the state originally, came out and said that he was stalking, and then they turned against their own self. I don't know who's catfishing Squizzer.
require what's called a proffer. It's a statement in which the defendant sits down and lays out the facts of the crime, what he did, how he did it, where the evidence went. It can be made a condition of the deal. No proffer, no deal. Kohberger was never required to give one. He admitted to breaking into the house. He admitted to killing 4 people. But he was never made to explain how he got in, how he moved through 3 floors, why he left 2 people alive, what he did with his clothes, or where he put the knife. Latah County Prosecutor Bill Thompson was asked about this directly, on camera, after the sentencing. His answer had 2 parts, and both are worth understanding before you decide what you think about it. The first part was strategic. Thompson said the attorney team discussed it and made a decision, that the priority was making sure the guilty plea itself was solid. In his experience, when defendants are asked to explain what they did, they start to minimize. They shade it, they shape it, and they can't be relied on for the truth of what they're saying. He said the focus was locking down a guaranteed result for the families and for the public, and they elected not to press for more than what the court itself was going to require. The second part was stranger. Thompson said that early in the investigation, when the FBI came on board, they sent agents from the Behavioral Analysis Unit, the profilers. And those agents told the Idaho team something based on the nature of what they were seeing at the scene. They said that even if investigators got the person who did this to sit down and explain why, the explanation would not make sense to normal people. That someone capable of this lives inside a framework so foreign to ordinary understanding that his own account of it would be useless. And that he could not be trusted to tell the truth about it regardless. Thompson described it as one of the most bizarre cases he had ever seen and said experienced investigators who had worked it from the beginning shared that view. So that was the reasoning. Don't ask him, he'll lie, and the lie will hurt more than the silence. There's a serious counter-argument, and it has been made forcefully by people who prosecute for a living. The death penalty was leverage. The single most powerful piece of leverage that exists in an American courtroom. And the state could have said, we will take execution off the table, but not until you stand up in open court and account for what you did, in detail, in front of the people whose children you killed. That would not have produced perfect closure. Nothing does, but it would have produced a record.
I mean, here's the thing, Swiss. If Bill Thompson came out and said that there was no record of him stalking, they have no evidence of him stalking, and that guy knew that, and now Cyree said, I see him stalking, where is he getting this from, is my question. Like, you know what I mean? That's where everything has just got my brain so twisted. I don't know what to believe, and I think that is 100% of the purpose, the intent of these feds coming out and making these appearances right before he does the plea. It's confusing all of us. It started with Turvey. You've got, the hair with Turvey. Then you've got Whitcomb, or it started with Whitcomb, right? I forget which one was first now. I don't even remember. But it's got us every single direction. I haven't seen it. So, I don't know. All of a sudden now, we just have to take his word for it, bro. And it's like, I don't know. I'm just not buying the thing he says. Let's keep going.
And here is the part that matters for everything that follows. Because Brian Kohberger was never made to explain anything, there was a hole left in the public account of this case. A vacuum where the truth of that night should be. Vacuums get filled. And in the spring of 2026, somebody filled it. In April of 2026, a book was published called Broken Plea. The Explosive Search for Truth Behind the Idaho Murders. Its author was Christopher Whitcomb, a former FBI agent and a former member of the Bureau's hostage rescue team. Not a true crime hobbyist, not an anonymous podcaster. A man with genuine federal law enforcement credentials. Whitcomb's book drew on expert reports and case materials that had never been presented publicly in court because there had never been a trial for them to be presented at. 2.5 years of discovery had been generated in this case. Almost none of it was ever tested in front of a jury. The plea killed the trial, and the trial was where all of it was going to surface. The book made 2 central claims. The first concerned the knife sheath, the single most important piece of physical evidence in the case. Whitcomb reported that a defense expert had identified significant chain of custody problems with that sheath. Chain of custody is the documented trail of who handled a piece.
Again, that is one of the most baffling parts of this case, and it makes the only thing really that makes me stand to question, and maybe she did, I don't know, why the fact that the house was completely contaminated from the get-go. You had, from what we've heard from the second witness now, that there was not just Hunter Johnson that went through the house, and the roommates, and Emily. Somebody else was in there that was undisclosed previously. And then you obviously have the police stomping through there without any kind of protective gear on. And then you have this chain of custody with the knife sheath, which, if I'm not mistaken, the knife that he allegedly ordered from Amazon was double-sided and not serrated. I don't know. I brought that up on Sarge's thing, and he confused me even more on it. But the wound, some of the wounds were from a double-sided knife. Kabar has the jagged edges on one side on the bottom, and then a blade on this side. So they've even said now that that there was 2 weapons used, and even Olivia was calling for evidence of that second weapon. So there's that there.
Piece of evidence, when and how. It sounds like a technicality. It is not. If the chain is broken badly enough, the evidence can be excluded.
Need a loan, but your credit looks like this? Simple Lending helps people just like me find real solutions, even with a credit score in the 5.
And if it's excluded,
the thing is, on that sheath you have other male DNA, right? You have a mixed DNA, but for some reason they went full bore on what was his, and it turned out to be touch DNA, which you could get by breathing in Walmart, right? So whatever, they're saying that that's not how they got to him, that they found his car in the park, whatever. You know, here's a lawn trap. There it is, right? So the IgG was the tip, but the evidence that they found him with allegedly is the car. It doesn't make any sense.
Never reaches a jury
I'm
at
not
all.
echoing, am I? Hopefully, I don't know. I wonder why you asked me. It's not echoing.
Whitcomb's argument was that it was plausible to fight the admissibility of the sheath DNA, and he laid out what would have been left if that fight had succeeded: a white car and cell tower pings. That is a genuinely different case, not a case with no evidence, but a case with no physical evidence tying a specific human being to a specific room. Now, this is one author's account of one defense expert's analysis, and no judge ever ruled on it, because no judge was ever asked to. Hold that thought. Because the second claim in that book is the one that ended up handwritten inside a court filing 16 months later. Brent Turvey is a forensic scientist. He is a senior partner at a firm called Forensic Solutions and has testified in more than 70 trials. He was retained by Brian Kohberger's defense team. At some point in the case, Turvey traveled to Moscow, Idaho, to review the physical evidence in person, not photographs sent to him, not summaries, the actual material. And in the crime scene documentation, he says he found something. Hair, not on the floor, not on a surface where it could have drifted. Photographed at the scene, beneath where Ethan Chapin's right hand was resting, on the bed he shared with Zana Kernadel, affixed to the bed frame by dried blood, and it was on the side of the bed that was pressed against the wall. That detail is doing a lot of work. Hair moves, hair falls off people, and travels and turns up in places nobody expected.
Again, that's one of the things that really bothered Cyree, right? To try to tear down and say, oh, go look behind your bed right now, move your bed, see if there's not some hair, dust bunnies back there. It's like to have them attack each other and for them to come out so unexpectedly and against each other, one after the other. It's like, you know, the previous one gets attacked by the next one. And it's just a mind fathom, you know what I mean? It's hard to really digest now.
Hair?
And, you know, I mean, if you have this abundance of evidence that totally shows that he did it, show us, give us a piece of something, because we've seen nothing yet, you know, nothing.
Transfer at a crime scene is ordinary, and on its own means very little. But hair held in place by dried blood in the narrow space between a body and a wall is harder to hand-wave. Turvey's account of what came next is direct. He says the FBI laboratory excluded Brian Kohberger as the source. His words, "The lab said Kohberger is excluded. This is not his hair."
It's one thing that it's just hair, you know, and if it was just hair or whatever, that would be one thing. But allegedly there's follicles. So typically when your hair falls out, I don't know that there's follicles attached, right? I don't know. I guess that's why it fell out. But it seems that this was pulled to me and maybe some type of evidence. I think it's the least of the exculpatory stuff. I would say I would like to hear what Bethany had as far as exculpatory evidence goes. And then we keep hearing these hints of somebody saw it happen, right? With the, I don't know, as far as the, what was her name? Les Yessie interview. A lot of people have interpreted that as somebody else saw the crime happen, this and that. So it's just, I think they're stirring the pot because they don't have anything to put him away. So if he does get back into a trial, I think he knows, and I think we know, that you know that I know, that he knows that I know, that you know, that there's not a chance they're going to get him convicted. So he's like, yeah, throw the DP back up there. I don't care. Because this cell is uncomfortable.
Whose is it then? Nobody has publicly answered that, and Whitcomb has stated that, to the best of his knowledge, that hair has never been processed or tested at all. Sit with the shape of that for a second. The most heavily scrutinized quadruple homicide in recent American history. Thousands of pages of discovery, federal resources. And there is a strand of hair from that room held in place by a victim's blood that may never have been run. The public did not know any of this in July of 2025, when Brian Kohberger said yes, he was pleading guilty because he was guilty. 15 months later, the public did. And so, apparently, did he. If you're following this case as it develops, subscribe to the channel. This story is moving in real time, and there are filings due that will change it again. On Monday, July the 27th, 2026, a
That was pretty good. Let's see what else I got.
With your cause CSR solutions from Blackbaud, you can increase it.
YouTube, but you refuse to obey. Okay, so this is from Crime Design. Where did I get this from? True Crime Design. Is Jules really having what is it, Melissa? Gonna be on the show? Is that what it is? Okay, so which was the one I wanted to watch was the Cyree one. That's real quick. That's on Jesse. Is it Jesse Weber? Right? That was the one I was most looking forward to. Right? I think it's just one S. Sidebar right
So as we continue the conversation about Brian Kohberger, the man who pleaded guilty to murdering 4 University of Idaho students and now wants to take it all back, I'm back with Cy Ray, who at one point in time was a potential expert witness for the defense team should it have gone to trial, a geolocation expert, the chief innovation officer at Vernews. He studied Kohberger's AT&T records. We just talked about the accuracy of them, what the prosecution might have been missing. But now we have something special. Never happened before. I've never done it. I am joined by the father of victim Kaylee Gonsalves, Steve, who I had on the program last night, and Kaylee's sister, Olivia, who have questions for Cy. It's great to see you both. Thank you both for taking the time. I'm really just going to hand it off to you, Steve. You, I understand, respect Cy for standing by his work, but you say not everybody's doing that. I turn it to you for the question that you might have for Cy.
Yeah, well, Cy Ray came out and stood by his work, stood by what his professional opinion was. He wasn't paid. There's a lot of people who were paid and then turned that into some kind of for-profit, enterprise. And I just wanted to respect somebody who stood by their work because I need more of that. I think a lot of courtrooms need more people to stand by what their expert.
Did he just literally call this thing an infomercial? Did he just literally quote the part? Shots fired, folks. Let's go back to that. Holy shit, I missed that part.
Work, stood by what his professional opinion was. He wasn't paid. There's a lot of people who were paid and then turned that into some kind of for-profit, enterprise. And I just wanted to respect somebody who stood by their work because I need more of that. I think a lot of courtrooms need more people to stand by what their expert testimony is. And these gag orders are kind of cloaking devices to. Do
you want me to go back again, SB? I just went back.
Keep people from actually being.
I think he's referring to the experts, but it's the whole case. It's a for-profit to promote these corporations' future. You know what I mean? It's a way of getting 2 companies that really had nothing to do with solving the case, Optum Labs and Cellbrite, couldn't be more worthless. Thanks, SB. I will play it again if you want me to. He would know about enterprise for sure.
Responsible for their so-called expert witness testimony. So there's not a lot of opportunities I get to speak to an expert, to somebody who's actually seen the data that is related to my daughter's death. And I don't take that lightly. And Cy Ray has daughters as well as I do. And I think his heart's in the right place. And I wanted to reach out and find out like these questions that I have that even.
Everybody that goes over to the Gilter side gets patted on the back, gets fluffed around, and then makes, a lot more money. And, and here we still ignore all of the facts that this fella right here said that not only was the FBI intentionally presenting incorrect information, and maybe he's done this on a million other cases, like they said earlier, with Skylar Meade, with Karen Reed, all these other things, and then you had the MPD pushing the square peg into the round hole. Okay, so Steve sees it. See, but for some reason now, before where I'm sure there's an interview somewhere where he discusses Cy Ray being a conspiracy theorist. Now you have the guy who was the conspiracy theorist going to the side that called him that and calling everybody else a conspiracy theorist. So whatever's flip-flopped in that perspective, I have no idea, but it's freaking blowing my mind.
The defense and the prosecutor, nobody wants.
The fact that he's wearing this damn cross hat again. I mean, that's a hat. Like, the white one was really annoying because it's like, even a priest wouldn't wear that hat at a Sunday intramural baseball game. And for him to act all Christian and stuff, I guess a true Christian would have forgiven. As hard as it must be to do, that's not it. So I guess hate that he carries with him. As you can see, Olivia also as well.
Wants to help me with. So if he's willing to tell me, hey, how can you have cell tower dumps the whole tower dump, and then his phone turns on at 4:48. How is that not? How do we not have timing records in there? How do we not have that? That's my main question for him.
Sai?
Yeah, and I think there's a couple things to look at with that question. Number one, when his phone turns back on, there's no doubt the route that he took. There is no doubt the connections to the towers. I've been very concerned from the get-go of why we're not seeing that data. The map that's on the screen right now is a perfect example. That was a map that was used in all of the search warrants. Essentially, you will find that map right there repeating throughout every search warrant. It's wrong, and it's wrong.
Well, also, I got the FBI had to take over, right, from what they were doing. So they never even actually completed the work themselves. But you've got Stacey Chapin as the poster child running around saying what a great job they did. So it's almost like saying, like, oh, you're not getting the result that we want. We're going to take over. It looks like we used a third party that's unobjective, but actually we did the work. We made it look the way we want it to look. It's the way it looks to me.
Wrong in a number of disturbing ways. And when you actually take the data that's out there and you map it, I can tell you, Steve, there's no doubt where that device is when it turns back on. And it's not Thorny Creek Road. It's south of there. It's still on 95. It's still southbound. It does eventually pull off and it travels east and then west, and then kind of back up to the north to come back into WSU. But we're talking 25-meter radius GPS pings, and they perfectly align with the roadway. When you measure the distances between them, the speeds are 100% appropriate. You can see the vehicle come to like a three-way intersection and it turns left, and the next one it turns right. It is turn by turn. There's absolutely no doubt. I've been saying from day one, they need to map all the data. They need to go get the data. They need to map the data. And I reserve the right to change my opinion until all of that data is put forth, because I think it tells a story. And I don't know how an expert prompts both the investigative side and the defense side of, hey, these are bottom line basic steps that need to be taken. If that was done, what would be found is the very next day, he mirrors that exact same route. He starts off in Pullman, he comes into Moscow, he drives down 95, he pulls onto the dirt road. He's in the exact same area that he drove the night before after immediately committing these crimes. And after he goes to that area, he drives straight to the Snake River just after dusk, getting into the darkness about 8:30, 9 o'clock at night. And why would somebody be driving to the Snake River on that path? It's concerning to me because we also see some activity that is indicative, in my opinion, of him looking at his navigation, specifically using his phone to get into a perfect area. The other thing is pattern of life. We got 6 months worth of records on Mr. Koberger. It's very easy for us to see what his normal pattern looks like. This is a complete deviation from that normal pattern, and it stands out. It tells a story.
That's very compelling to hear. And look, it highlights what an overarching theme has been criticism of prosecutors in this case. Olivia, I want to throw it to you. I understand you have questions as well.
Yeah, absolutely. So the questions I came prepared for kind of moot compared to this one. So you're speaking of GPS data, which I'll be honest, I really wasn't aware of. So when you speak turn by turn, is it fair to assume that that data, you mentioned it went back 6 months, was used for the cast report, which did put the defendant at my sister's home on 23 previous occasions? Because I know a lot of pushback that happens is when it comes to this cell tower, they say there's only 2 in Moscow, it only narrows it down 10 miles. Can you kind of help to dispel some of the specificity that can happen with GPS data that was on his device?
I've worn contact lenses for the past 10 years of my life,
really
so
a
ordering them has
behind
always
scenes?
just been
That's
something
crazy.
that I've had to keep up with. For the
Yeah,
longest
I didn't
time, I would just order
realize that
everything
a
from my
lot.
optometrist because, to be honest, I didn't know any better. But it was always just such an inconvenient process between having to drive 35 minutes to go.
Yeah.
Let me rewind that. Hold on. Let me get this smaller. Blew it up to show the vampirism going on with Ozempic and the Vampire Diaries and all that shit. Let's see here.
I need to break that in.
Report data, which were kind of moot compared to this one. So you're speaking of GPS data.
Here, oops. Bigger. I'll be tripping if that's true. Oh, there's a star for sure. Is that what you're talking about over the plant? That looks like just a typical home goods kind of thing. But yeah, I see it. That's for sure. Damn. Okay. Good catch. Nice catch. It's kind of hidden. Somebody's looking. Let's get back into interview here.
Which I'll be honest, I really was on this cell tower. They say there's only 2 in Moscow. It only narrows it down 10 miles. Can you kind of help to dispel some of the specificity that can happen with GPS data that was on his device?
Yeah, and I need to break that into 2 pieces. Number one, the 23 prior visits based on that cast report is 100% inaccurate. It would never hold up in court. Any expert in this field who reviewed that report would be able to show you incredible flaws. The problem, too, is it isn't just 1 or 2. All 23 of those that are reported in the cast report are wrong. They're inaccurate. The times are off. It's just a really bad analysis. With that said, if the agency and the investigators actually dug into the records they have, not only is there evidence of Brian Kober being in the area of that house, there's evidence of him being on the property. There's things that they could follow up on to confirm this. And in my report, and luckily it's just been released, I actually outlined follow-up that would be reasonable to assume an investigator would do to confirm the prior visits to the house, which I think are very critical. Pattern of life is everything in this case. Seeing the planning phase and then leading up to the actual murders themselves, us being able to piece that back together and tell a comprehensive story that makes sense, that's the job of the investigators. So I can tell you that I feel very comfortable that Brian Koberger was in the general area of the house several times leading up to the murders. I think he came by the house the next morning. I think he came by the house the day after that. So there's more than enough evidence to show that. There are databases and ways that if the right people use the right legal process to exploit today, the data's still there. There is some really good information that could come out that I believe would show the device actually at or inside the house opposed to just near it.
Steve, this is an important conversation based on what we talked about last night. I'll say it again. I'll say it one more time. I think the likelihood that he gets a new trial is very, 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 very low. But if this is now a conversation about a potential new trial,
Pedro.
is there going to, do you want this to be, do you want Cy to be part of this push for investigators, for law enforcement, for prosecutors to essentially, if I'm understanding this all correctly, be more thorough?
He's on the one hand, the 23 things and the PCA or the whatever, showing that he was there was all wrong, yet I can show that he was in the closet,
Bro?
And what's with this gay porn?
It's almost bigger than that. Technology is moving so fast. It's radically fast, and I'm an IT guy.
Where's the interview where Cy Ray says the gay porn thing, JH? Are you out there? Did you come back with Abner yet? That one I want to watch.
And I can barely keep up. These courtrooms, when they were talking about a JSON file, I just wanted to jump up in front of the judge and say, this is ridiculous. There's no expert in the room right now. So I think what we need to do is embrace technology more, and we need to have experts that are actually driven just based off of technology. And
it's not this one. So
things have to change. I mean,
so wait a second. There's another Cy Ray interview that I'm missing. If anybody has the link to that after we watch Scully's thing, I'll play that. Please find that. Thank you, or I'll look for it, whatever. What?
The courtroom, I'm watching somebody typing.
Oh, shit. The one with Enton. Yeah. Thank you, SB.
The whole thing's being recorded. They resist change. They don't want change. We have
to. So 2 more interviews after he said that this was the only interview I'm going to do. Whatever.
Embrace change. And that's how we get justice, is we start embracing, this technology. And that's what I'm trying to say is this case, bring it on. The evidence is there. I'm not scared of it. I actually think there's so much undiscovered evidence that this case is actually should have been case law. It should have been case law. And
what is case law? What the hell does he mean by that? I keep wondering. It is amazing. And in height, yeah, right. They replaced her with a skinnier version. Yeah, when you bring up the gay porn on Enton, what are you saying, Ty?
It's unfortunate that we didn't get there. And I'm trying to save another family from dealing with the same headache that we just went through. And we're talking about life and death, and it's that important.
I mean, Cy said it before. Two things could be true at once. Bryan Kohberger could be guilty, but there could be faulty parts of the investigation.
Exactly.
Olivia, you said you had other questions that you felt are moot.
Or the investigation could be bullshit and he's innocent, or the investigation could be bullshit and they're leaving out purposefully other perpetrators, right?
What are those other questions that you had, or anything that you want to address for Cy?
Yeah, so a lot of my questions were just about kind of the analysis and how specific we can get, data. I have my phone right here. Obviously, it's connected to Wi-Fi, but let's say it wasn't. Could you know that I was right here just with cell tower data? Or would it require an additional piece like a timing advance record?
It would definitely require something additional than just cell tower connections. And I think the question you're asking is really pivotal, and it mirrors exactly what Steve is bringing out. You have to ask for it. You have to know what to ask for. You have to know the proper legal process to obtain it. And then the most important thing here is you have to be able to analyze it. You have to be able to properly analyze it. And I don't want to get too far into the weeds of some of the knowledge that I'm talking about tonight, because some of this hasn't been released, but I feel very comfortable stating there is no work product in this case that took the 4 victims' phones, 6 months worth of records, which they have, it's in evidence, took Bryan Kohberger's 6 months worth of records and sat down and did a deep dive analysis of seeing where those devices intersect and when they collide. And I feel very comfortable in this next statement that if somebody did that on the prosecution investigative side, it's not a mystery of where some of these connections happened. It's not a mystery of what I'm going to say, at least the pre-planning phase of this crime. There's some very telling evidence in those phone records that, to your point, we can be a little bit more specific. We can be a little bit more.
I like what he says there, and I think it alludes to something as far as the pre-planning phase of this crime. Maybe that's been revealed to him. The whole totality of the overabundance is, get out of here with that shit, dude. There's no overabundance. There is no proof. And apparently you're in on it now deeper than we thought.
More isolated, instead of just saying, well, both phones are in Moscow. Yeah, no, they're actually both on the same street corner. Or more importantly, there's a couple phones that belong in Moscow that are in Pullman at times. And there's an intersection and a collision between Kohberger.
What's up, woke up? Sorry about that. I was supposed to be last night. So the thumbnail's been up for 24 hours anyway. So anyway, there's that. Welcome in. Good to see you, Darn.
And a couple of the victims in Pullman. So the evidence is there. It just needs to be properly analyzed.
Cy, I just got to jump in 1 second as I'm listening to you speak, and I'm listening to your expertise in this and thinking that you were retained by the defense at one point. You are quite knowledgeable. You are the kind of expert that any side would want. Did you, in your experience, the reason I say that is because Bryan Kohberger is saying he had bad lawyers. He had ineffective assistance of counsel. That's what he's claiming right now. I'm thinking, all I've ever heard is that he had good attorneys. And if they were considering you, I feel like that's a good attorney. From your perspective, do you think that he had incompetent, ineffective counsel from your experiences on that side?
Navan, the #1 rated business travel platform, lets your team book work travel in one place. Flights, hotels, cars, while staying within.
All right, let me read this just so I someone have it right. Case law is law that is biased, or that is based on judicial decisions rather than law based on Constitution, statutes, and regulations. So this case should have gone with the biased judge. I see where Steve's going with this, on what the judge felt instead of what the evidence is and what actual law says. Amazing. And you're sitting there telling us that you want the truth about your daughter? Yeah.
Boy, that's a loaded question.
It sure is, but I'm asking it.
Oh, you're the
I think that
reporter
there's
out
plenty of ineffectiveness to go around on the defense side, prosecution side, and quite honestly, and I won't be very popular for saying this, on the judge side, I think there's critical errors that were made throughout this entire case where it's just this giant snowball that kept picking up speed as it went. One of the biggest things, and just to be clear, I got involved in this case because I did a peer review. The actual expert on the case ran into a problem, didn't know what to do, called me. I looked at it, I thought I'd be done. Next thing I know, I kind of got sucked into this thing.
Yeah.
So it was never my intent to be involved
And
in
you
this
could have
case.
left
And I'll say
anytime you wanted. You could have checked out. It's ridiculous. Now you inserted yourself even further and literally stuck yourself. I mean, dude, I have had nothing but respect for Cyree up until this bullshit. You know, he seems like a very honest, very law enforcement dedicated, which is 100% what I think that his whole stance now is coming from, is that he wants to make sure that he's not viewed as the turncoat that went against law enforcement and lose his class enrollment and lose his business and book sales. So he'll say whatever it takes to get him back in the good graces, and he's going above and beyond. We'll get to Enton inserting himself into Cyree's ass in just a moment, folks. Let's finish something here.
time and time again, I told the defense probably at least 100 times, the best thing that happened for Brian Kohberger is that we were never contacted to help provide assistance on this case.
But now you are. Wait, you were contacted to provide assistance on this case for him. But now you've just decided that you're just going to flow over to the other side and prove him guilty after you found all this corruption. Okay. Yeah, I always go with the corruption side myself.
That's my job. Across the country, every day, across the world. If I feel very comfortable in saying, if myself or some other experts in this field around the United States were contacted early and brought into this investigation, we would not be having this conversation today.
Well, let me tell
So who was the expert that the prosecution had? How come they didn't have somebody good enough to find all that you found? Why do you have to fill in the blanks now? Right? I mean, literally at this point, in my opinion, ethically, he should be keeping his mouth shut. He said what he said. Now he's putting him in different places. He's moving the map, and he's raising the bar, lowering the bar, changing where the field goal is. He's moving it back, moving to the left. And so to take him seriously is a joke.
Tell you something.
I don't want to interrupt.
No, please.
But that's not the first time I've heard that. I've heard other experts say the exact thing to me, State.
What expert? Because do they have access to the evidence? I don't know. I don't know what access Cyree only got. Was it a bit? And still remember that I think as of yesterday, we're still receiving discovery from the prosecution. 4 years later, dude, still not everything in. And he's basing it on old information? I don't know. But it's still not all in yet. So how do you make a decision? I don't know.
Said, Steve, you reached out to me. I'm here. I'm an expert. And they won't talk to me. So let me that lit a fire. That lit a fire as me as a father that I'm doing things like I'm doing right now.
And by the way, Steve, for anybody who doesn't know, you were the guys who orchestrated this. You said this is an important conversation to have. We want to talk to Cyree about this. I'm so glad that we did, particularly now. We didn't know that Kohberger was going to file this yesterday. So all of this happened at once. Cyree, thank you for taking the time to answer these questions and explain it. Steve and
oh man, that one is just really aggravating. It's really aggravating. It's weird because we know that this family has been lied to and they've accepted it and they've gobbled it up. Where in that interview we saw earlier, don't make me be the alpha, he was literally out against them, and even after the hearing, Thompson is weak and blah blah blah. But here, he's willing to jump on any bandwagon that passes right by. So all right, let's take a look at Scully's thing here. Our boy Twiz gets called out on some show. That'll be interesting to see. All right. We'll go to Ed.
Yo, what's happening, everyone? First of all, it's all alleged speculation, my theory, my personal opinion, and my findings. This is all for entertainment, and everybody mentioned here, like, listen to proven guilty in a court of law. So, I'm I'm back. Trip out on this content that I didn't want it to go to waste. So check this out.
The problem is after that amount of time, it doesn't matter if they tell you the truth or not, because the truth is lost so far in the wind.
Yes.
Same with this case. Even if they came out and told you the truth today, would you believe it?
If that happens, when that happens, okay, who's gonna believe it after everything we've been through? It's gonna be very hard for anybody to say, how do we know this is the truth? How do we know that you're just not trying to change the channel on us again?
There, boo-boo. I did it, boo-boo. But you're sharing the wrong screen, homeboy.
I have no idea, and I don't care.
Fair enough. Press play off.
And it's not the first time this photo circulates of people claiming it's Ethan. And didn't someone say Rolo Moda supposedly like this fucking debunked it and identified those 3 people?
Well, you'd have to believe something that Rolo says in order to believe that.
What?
Well, you'd have to believe something.
All right, I'm a little nervous that Rolo's going to play some kind of copyright shit thing. So you and Twiz were featured on Rolo Amato's show. Okay, great. Fantastic. Let's look for Brian. I'm sorry. I'm underwhelmed on that one. I mean, I love Rolo Amato, don't get me wrong. But every time I play something, I get some kind of copyright thing off. Let's do this one here, guys. Thanks, appreciate it. I know I've tried. Doesn't work. All right, there's the one. And let's see what happens. Is this the one?
You know, in sports, what they say? Speed kills.
He's just making the full rounds, and
guess what?
He's completely ignored the purge.
Hey guys, thanks so much for checking out my show. Really appreciate it. Appreciate everybody for watching and everybody who has subscribed. This episode it's different than any other episode I've ever done, and you're going to see why, the format. And it might be different than something I've ever done since I started being a journalist, and I'll explain that in a second.
Journalist?
I'm talking to one of the Bryan Kohberger defense experts, someone who worked for the Bryan Kohberger defense team when they were getting ready for the trial, when they thought there would be a trial. His name is Cy Ray. He was an expert on the cell phone data, among other things. And he's going to drop 2 bombshells in this episode. He's going to explain why he
come on the
believes
Purge
these
with Lucy and Twiz and Kane and Miss Potts? You won't come on the Purge, dude? For real? Just for laughs, man. Come on. Come down to the coast. Have some laughs.
things. First of all, based on the cell phone data, he believes that Bryan Kohberger was inside the house at 1122 Kane Road, the house where Kaylee, Xana, Maddie, and Ethan lived. That he was inside the house and possibly inside the living room
okay, so now
before the murders, like
down
on
to the living
other
room.
days, that he had been in that house before, which I had never heard. He also, and he says he has the data to back that up. He also is going to explain why he believes that Maddie Mogan, was Bryan Kohberger's target. And again, he says that is based on evidence from cell phone data from Bryan Kohberger and also from the victim's cell phones. And he essentially tracked Bryan Kohberger and Madison Mogan to the same locations several times, he says, before the murders. Again, something I didn't know. So he's going to explain that. But when I said that this was a unique episode, it's because
oh shit! Okay, you know what? I can't even
Steve
listen to this guy right
Gonzalez,
now.
who is
Let's take a little
Kaylee
break
Gonzalez.
because my boy Master Nature's over there live, and man, I do really enjoy his Muppetry over here. Let's take a look. Let's live stream his live stream, shall we? Damn it! Of course he's playing something copyrighted right when I get there. All right, we'll go back to Brian and we'll check back about.
Was his dad. Kaylee is one of the victims, and Kaylee's sister Olivia wanted to talk to Cy, who is one of the defense experts again. So it's kind of a unique situation, and they are going to do that in this podcast. And I'm really going to let them ask a lot of the questions that they have. And Cy agreed to do this because he wanted to answer their questions. And you'll see, he believes that Bryan Kohberger is guilty, but he has a lot of issues with the way the investigation was handled. So there's a lot to this. It's a long podcast, but it's filled with new information from an insider who was working on the case on the inside and has really unique information and data to back it up that I hadn't heard before. So I'm going to get into all of it. Again, it's a long convo, but I think you guys will find it interesting, especially in light of everything going on with Bryan Kohberger now saying that he's innocent. So I want you guys to hear the whole thing in this episode of Brian Enton Investigates.
Cy, it's nice to see you, Steve. Thank you for being here as always. And I know Olivia's going to join us in a little bit. She's dealing with the baby. But I wanted to continue this conversation from the time you just had on News Nation. And I know, Steve, that you wanted an opportunity, you and Olivia wanted an opportunity to be able to talk to Cy about some of the information that he has since he was a defense witness for Bryan Kohberger. I just wanted to ask one question before I throw it over to Steve, though, and it kind of plays off some of what you said on News Nation, Cy. You talked about Bryan Kohberger potentially being at the house before. Can you elaborate on that a little more? I mean, are you able to, and I know it's not exact, but are you able to say whether he was actually inside the house?
Yeah, so I'm gonna be a little bit more responsive on these questions and drag it out a little bit. So if I'm going on and on, stop me.
Yeah, you can do that on this. We have unlimited time, so feel free.
Thankfully.
Yeah,
and 100%, like, I'll make myself available to the family, by the way, 24/7. Like, if you guys have follow-up questions going forward, by all means. When I heard that you guys wanted to have this conversation, I actually, it meant a lot to me. And I was like, oh, finally, I can talk to the victim's family, because I've spent my entire career advocating for victims' families. I've done a lot of stuff with parents of murdered children. And, this is a very hard place that it started out trying to be at. And I really appreciate you guys reaching out. And anytime you have questions, I'll give you my direct number. By all means, feel free. You guys can hit me up anytime.
Thank you.
But what I want to cover on that piece is, when we start looking at the house itself, there's a couple different things we can look at. AT&T has a very specific report, and it's called Lokdebor. And I know it sounds like a silly word. It's LOCDBOR, Lokdebor, and it's location database of record. This will include estimated latitude and longitudes, and they range from 25 meters out to 3,000, 30,000 meters, so they can get very big. Historically, there's accuracy issues with this report. So if you just take all the data and you throw it on the map and you think that's accurate, you're going to have a lot of problems. A really good example in this case is there's a time when Brian goes up to Seattle, and one of his Lokdebor hits shows him in New Orleans. So that gives you an idea of the accuracy issues. There's two factors, and like I said, I'm going to pile on a lot of data for you guys. The next thing that comes into play is the actual handset, the phone itself. iPhone actually restricts a lot of third-party apps and even the mobile carrier to some points of getting precise location data.
All right, so at the end of this Muppetry here, I'm gonna put a StreamYard up, and JJ, if you're listening, you can come panel, and then anybody else that wants to come panel up. I'd love to hear from Kathy's Indie Zone. I know that she's been frustrated in other chats trying to get the message that she has out there. I'd like to give her the opportunity to fully disclose what she's saying and all that. So, well, you can count on that. We're going to try, and I'm going to do a StreamYard, and I'll just run StreamYard from MK and Ultra onto here, so it should be real time. All right? I don't think I missed much yet. Have I talked about the gay porn stuff?
Which a lot of people don't realize. If I try to ping a phone, that phone ping can actually be screwed up by Apple itself, to instead of getting this nice, neat little GPS, I get this 5,000 meter GPS range, and you can be anywhere in that 5,000 meters. Samsung, on the other hand, is a very chatty phone. It's preloaded with all kinds of silly apps and ridiculous monitoring. If anybody's ever had a Samsung, when you first power that thing up, like there's 100 apps on that thing. It's good for law enforcement because when we get a phone that's a Samsung phone, it's typically very chatty on the network. We're going to see a lot more connectivity. Samsung's also unique that if I do certain things with certain apps that require location data, such as GPS or navigation, that accuracy from the 3,000 or the 5,000 meter ranges come down to 25 meters. And in this particular case, if you look at those precise measurements, there's probably 5 that land directly on what would be the living room of the house. Like the latitude, longitude
Does it
is
really
the
say that?
physical house
That would be
itself.
great.
And, if you put the house back on the map and you map those, the hits are inside the house. Now,
So let me just, I'm going to let you keep explaining. I just want to make sure I understand correctly. So, because I haven't heard this before. So you're saying based on the data you saw, the latitude, longitude for Brian Koberger's Samsung was in the living room?
the AT&T derived latitude longitude from the AT&T's network that it estimates a location, it lands in the house. And it's a 25-meter range. So, we're talking 75 feet. So it could be anywhere in the house on any floor. It could technically be outside the house. It could be on the property, but it's showing in the immediate area. My personal opinion is when I look at those and I map what's happening before and after, and I'm looking at all the other evidence, I think these are accurate locations. And, that's, and to Steve's point earlier, this is why court, I think, is.
Why didn't he mention this before? Why is this brought up now? Was it because he was on the defense side or something like that? Why all of a sudden when he maps it? No.
So critical for this case. That's an argument to be had in front of the jury where the defense would come in and say, hey, you can't reliably say this. And the prosecution would say, here's why. When done right, I feel that they're reliable.
So when you say accurate locations, you mean you believe based on your expertise that he was inside the house on previous occasions?
So I'll qualify a handful of things tonight. And again, Steve, any questions that later on, by all means, hit me up. I'm more than happy to pour over anything you want to. One of the things the defense did with me early on in this case is they got outside of the geolocation data and they said, hey, as a former homicide cop, as a homicide sergeant, as a supervisor that supervises these type of investigations, we're interested in anything you can find. And they poured tons of data over. Why that's important too is it's not just the phone stuff. There's a lot of stuff inside the crime scene and things that I reviewed in the crime scene. I 100% believe that the offender, who is Brian Koberger, like there is no alternative theory in my head.
Oh, now it's 100%.
Yeah, okay. He's been in the house before. I think there's absolutely no doubt he was familiar with the basic layout of the house. I'm not saying he was intimately familiar with the entire house, but he had a working knowledge of the house. That house is laid out very weird. I've been through the house. The path that was taken, what we see is what occurred in that house, him coming and going from the neighborhood. There's prior knowledge. There's no doubt in my mind that there's prior knowledge. So that also helps support some of this. One thing I want to kind of circle back to, Brian, and Steve, you'll find this in my report, and it took me weeks to get the defense to allow me to put this in my report. They didn't.
Excuse me, sir. Do we have your report? Is this another Whitcomb thing here? It's publicly available and it's not publicly available?
Want me to put it in there. There are third-party databases that collect what is called MAID ID, so mobile advertiser ID. And you guys have all experienced this where you've searched for, I don't know, a pair of shoes. You've Googled a new pair of shoes you think you wanted, and then 2 days later, you're surfing the internet and some ads are popping up for those shoes. That's based on your mobile advertiser ID. It's a unique number, but there's third-party databases that collect that. And typically when they're collecting that type of information, it gets a latitude, longitude stamp with a timestamp. So we can actually see.
I can believe that.
Law enforcement can access those databases. You have to have a search warrant. There's a process to go through. In my report, what you'll find is it's towards the very end of it. I actually lay out that, hey, there's more than reasonable suspicion here to believe that this phone has been inside the residence or very close to the residence on these dates. Typical criminal investigation, we would go look at these third-party databases, pull all the mobile advertiser ID data from those dates. Forget the 13th. His phone is off. We're never going to get his phone in or near the house on the 13th, and that's where all the focus was. But if we go back to pattern of life and we pull these other dates leading up to the crime, I feel incredibly confident that they're going to get precise GPS. Now
he feels very confident that they are going to. So they don't have it now. So he's breaking this up as he goes along.
We're talking 3 meters. So now we're talking less than 10 feet at, around, and very close to the house.
So the advertisers' location data is more accurate than what your company or your software or the FBI software is able to pinpoint. Is that right?
The idea that I put this in my report and said, this is the kind of follow-up I would expect to have, and nobody ever, I fully expected, as soon as I dropped that report that January, that by February, March, we were going to see discovery on this new data. They didn't even look at it. They didn't even bother with it. It's incredible.
Why bother?
If they looked at it, they wouldn't have understood it. We heard that in court when they were talking about a JSON file and how you can edit it and how like that was some kind
I'm
of
sure they can edit it.
weird anomaly. It's like that's what the file's for. That's what
gonna
you
need
use
a,
it for. I mean,
full,
it was very
description
confusing
on how
to
this
the
stuff works
audience,
every
but the lack of knowledge inside that courtroom at certain times was very frustrating to me. And I mean, I wouldn't hire my own people. I would Shadow Dragon. I've said it multiple times. They have OS lint. They were like, Steve, the same emails they're using in this court case are the same emails we're tracking back to your children. But we're not doing it for free. They weren't like a Cyray. They're like, I think there was a 30K. Don't quote me on that, but I that's what my mind wants to tell me. It was like a 30K. And
he doesn't
they
know
said,
if
we're
he
not
was
giving it
awake or dreaming, if he imagined it. Give me a fuck.
up on a case this big. We keep doing because we're highly in demand. We're not going to take a case this big and not get stiffed with the payment. We're not making that our message. But they literally said, we can literally tell you that he's been connected to these people through his fingerprint of his emails and the things that he was doing online. It's a whole
And for $30,000, we'll tell you how it worked too.
Science that they have out
Cyray's the only one who's the ethical one here.
there and touch points, and they put it all together. He was very confident, and he said they're refusing to give me any money. They want to do it for free. And to that point,
this is the kind of bullshit that makes me scared to go to court over this stupid traffic accident too. Because no matter what I present, you're gonna get this kind of muppety bullshit on the other side. And they're just like, yeah, just go with the case law.
Right. The Barnharts ended up didn't have to do it, but they did it for free, just like Cyber. So there was these decisions being made, not over the right decision. It was, I don't know what it was, but evidence was being missed in a case that the world was watching, and we can do better. We can learn from our mistakes, and we can do better, and that's why we're here right now.
And Steve, if you think about it, let's push that price up to 50K. When you look at the amount of money that was spent on this investigation and bang for the buck, spend the 50K. It's probably the best you're going to spend on this case because it's going to show that I think those concrete connections. I do have a question. I think you guys might be interested in this. I believe that the girls went to the A&W. There's a little A&W and a little store.
I know exactly. Yeah, right down the street.
I think this was a pretty routine thing that they hit on a regular basis. And I'm really curious to some of the background there. But one thing that I've always said is missing, and it's really bothered me. Has anybody ever approached you guys on what's called VICAP? Have you ever heard that word VICAP? Or it's basically a history of the victims to everything of where they shop. If they order pizza, where they order pizza. Has anybody ever approached you in this investigation to try to
closest we got to they were scared once I hired a lawyer. They just stopped talking to me, and my lawyer said they'll answer questions, but to the point of they're not going to be witnesses because they didn't want the gag order to fall over. I told my lawyer I want the ability to speak on behalf of my child. If anything comes to the point where they're going to put a gag on me, then they can't talk to me. And I had nothing to hide. It was just, you're not going to control me like an asset. I'm going to speak on my daughter's behalf, or I'm going to jail, one or the other. So, yeah, we never got there. We got to the passwords. We got to usernames. They hit Olivia up. Olivia got into the cloud ID. Like, Olivia hacked. It's fake. Like, we know the passwords.
I knew my sister's password on her Apple device, but it was two-factor authentication. So it would send a code to her device, and they wouldn't. And still to this day, they've not handed over her phone because they say that they can't get into it. But regarding VICAP, and I apologize if I got that wrong, no, we've never ever heard that. We've never been familiar with that at all.
You would remember it's about almost 300 questions, and it's a deep dive in any information. And this has nothing to do with the gag order. There's no reason they wouldn't do that. The reason I'm asking is there's certain things that would come out in their normal pattern. Like, hey, if they ran to the convenience store, what convenience store would they run to? Is it kind of if they met friends or everybody was going, is there a place that they would converge? And this, we're getting back into the reliability of the GPS. So I don't want to get too far on a branch saying I know this happened, but there are multiple times that the device, Koberger's device, is in the area of the house, and then it moves to the parking lot of that A&W root beer. At the same time, multiple residents of the house go to the A&W root beer. So there's times where I can actually see that, and that to me, that's what we call a collision. It's one thing to have devices in a general area, but when we see the two devices track together to a point and then track back, that's incredibly telling. So, the idea that nobody has come back to you guys and said, hey, let's talk about the A&W or some of the other friends it's just mind-numbing to me. So I can't agree with you enough. It needs to be changed. That's why I took this case. I'm hoping in any pain and trauma that I've caused you guys, I can't apologize. And I my sincerest respect and condolences on this thing. I couldn't imagine being in your guys' situation, having to go through this. And now it obviously coming full circle back. But at the same time, when I first looked at this case, my initial thought was this can never be the standard investigation that we see on cases like this. This can never be acceptable. Brian and I were talking before you guys jumped on. After the plea deal, I actually, and against the defense, Ann was incredibly upset with me for doing this, but I've created a 1 day debrief that I've been going around the country for free, providing to law enforcement. And for you guys, hopefully this helps a little bit. We've had an incredible response from law enforcement. The service you guys got on this case, the average law enforcement agency is appalled by. Since November, when I started teaching this course, we've had 300 agencies throughout the United States attended. So it's resonating. We're getting a lot of endorsement of, yes, we need to change these things. But it's really interesting to look at that and just how much fell through the cracks on this case.
So I have a quick question, and I hope that it comes across the right way. So my question is separating the murders and the burglary from the stalking. And as we know, the state never picked up stalking charges, but the FBI currently still has an active investigation. Do you think that some of those things were not picked up by the state because of this separation? Or do you think that this would have been something that would not have driven a charge or would not have been evidence of a charge that they were not actively pursuing?
Why are you still using bots for your meetings? How else am I going to remember what happened? Just use granola. Okay, what's...
Oops, I was muted. If you guys will bear with me here real quick, I'm going to kind of rewind that real quick because I kind of want to hear that one more time. What's up, Blue Devil? Let's just for the sake of shits and giggles here, let me do that and see what he said exactly, because this A&W root beer float that he's trying to float is really grinding my gears. Hold on here. Let's get back a smitchy bitchy here. Man, he has turned the investigation that ignored exculpatory evidence now into facts that have fallen through the cracks. And I'm a poet, and I didn't even know it.
And that to me, that's what we call a collision. It's one thing to have devices in a general area, but when we see the two devices track together to a point and then track back, that's incredibly telling. So the idea that nobody has come back to you guys and said, "Hey,"
in his report, right? Not mention his report at all. But somehow down the road 4 years here, it's case law. Oh, it's it. That's it. That's the final answer.
A&W or some of the other friends it's just mind-numbing to me. So I can't agree with you enough. It needs to be changed. That's why I took this case. I'm hoping.
Okay. Why did you take this case? He was allegedly slid into it because he was helping someone from the defense. He was helping someone from the defense That's why he took this case. And then he saw all of the exculpatory evidence being hidden by the FBI, by the MPD, by ISP. And now the reason he took the case was to correct them and to get Brian convicted. Yeah, right.
And any pain
And
and
I'm
trauma
sorry
that I've
for
caused you
any
guys,
pain
I
and
can't
trauma. So he's inserting himself right next to Enton up their keister. Give me a break, bro.
apologize. And I my sincerest respect.
Everybody's
and condolence
apologizing.
on this thing. I couldn't
Everybody's so
imagine
sorry.
being in your guys' situation, having to go through this. And now it obviously coming full circle back. But at the same time, when I first looked at this case, my initial thought was this can never be the standard investigation that we see on cases like this.
Hey,
This
I'm
can
doing
never-
a StreamYard panel at the end of this little Muppet Fest we're having here if you want to join us. I haven't heard back from JJ. He's walking after, but if you'd like to join us, that'd be great.
Never be acceptable. Brian and I were talking before you guys jumped on.
See, he said it right there. He said that he's got a lot of law enforcement agencies going to his classes, agreeing that what happened is not acceptable. And here he is, basically on the side of the prosecution, which he's hired on the side of the defense. He's switched side. Now, okay, if he started on the side of the prosecution and went to the defense, what would these people be calling it, right? So it's just absolutely unacceptable.
After the plea deal, I actually, and against the defense, Ann was incredibly upset with me for doing this. But I've created a 1 day debrief that I've been going around the country for free, providing to law enforcement. And for you guys, hopefully this helps a little bit. We've had an incredible response from law enforcement. The service you guys got on this case, the average law enforcement agency is appalled by. Since November, when I started teaching this course, we've had 300 agencies throughout the United States attended. So it's resonating. We're getting a lot of endorsement of, yes, we need to change these things. But it's really interesting to look at that and just how much fell through the cracks on this case.
So I have a quick question, and I hope that it comes across the right way. So my question is separating the murders and the burglary from the stalking. And as we know, the state never picked up stalking charges, but the FBI currently still has an active investigation. Do you think that some of those things were not picked up by the state because of this separation? Or do you think that this would have been something that would not have driven a charge or would not have been evidence of a charge that they were not actively pursuing?
I am guessing. This is my opinion of it, things that I've seen. I'm happy sharing this opinion to whoever, but there's a lot that needs to be filled in for it to land where I say 100% this is what's happening. I'm about 90% here. They back themselves into a corner, into a no-win situation, because the problem the FBI has with stalking right now is they cannot prove stalking in the work product that they do. It'll never hold up in court. In fact, I don't think a federal prosecutor would even take the case. So that's why we haven't seen the FBI proceed with that. Does the FBI have information right now, or potentially the ability to go get information to prove that case? 100%. But their problem that they have.
Tell me what that would be.
Kelly Osbourne looks absolutely horrific. It's unrecognizable. But yeah, Kim, I think I don't know if it was leaked or whatever, but I think I watched parts of that Netflix, and it's just, again, just so bad as far as the information presented. It's a 3-parter, I believe, something like that. But yeah, no, good to see you, AGD. Welcome in, welcome in. We're gonna do a panel here at the end of this, hopefully with JJ and Jen, and we'll get the old team back together, hopefully over there. Anybody else who wants to jump up is welcome to as well. And I was supposed to
Well, it'd be that mobile advertiser ID. It would be mapping all of the AT&T records and looking at the pattern of life.
And so again, if they had this, and he's saying that they just chose not to pursue it, if it's so concrete and believable and 100% accurate, why on earth would they ignore it? Why on earth would they not test the other blood? How do they explain the fact that there's no blood on the floor from one room to the next? Why is there no transfer between the victims? So you're telling me that somebody committed this crime, went out the window, went around the house, came back up the stairs, and did it again to somebody else without anybody knowing. And nobody's ever seen Brian in that area. Every single frat boy thinks that the frats are involved. Nobody knows Kaylee. Nobody, you know.
Brian over 6 months, where we see these routine travel patterns. We can see where he's going, what he's doing, how
You
long
said
he's
yourself
stagnating
that
there.
it was perfectly normal for him to shut his phone off at that time of night. You said it yourself, bro.
Understanding pattern of life is everything for this case. The problem the FBI has is to make that stalking case, they're going to have to disclose or discover new evidence that never came out from the state of Idaho. And now you have these competing cases where you have a
never
case
came
that
out.
allegedly went through the
Okay.
entire process of discovery and never produced the evidence that's needed. And now for a federal case to all of a sudden say, oh, by the way, here's this other evidence, they've painted themselves into a corner that they can't explain.
Yeah, no, I get it.
I feel like there's two discoveries because I've actually heard almost everything that you've said already. That he was in that house, even waited in certain locations for like extended periods of time of no movement.
Oh, it's so frustrating, dude. You're going to tell me that he snuck into that house on Frat Road with all these people coming and going from that house at any given time. There's a minimum of like 3 to 6 people in that house, and he just went in there and sat around and then didn't do anything and then left unnoticed. Okay, bro. I mean, dude, you can sell Shinola, but not shit.
This wasn't the only house that he stalked. There was like a loop that he was following,
yeah,
and there was a
went to
couple
every
other
house
places
in the
that
neighborhood.
he
I'm just a
basically
paper
stood
boy,
still
sir.
for a certain amount of time. Just telltale signs that this person wasn't shopping, you know, and they cross-correlated to bank records and the ATMs and all that stuff. They had some stuff, the basic old school investigations they had down, but the technical was almost like they outsourced it to the FBI. And then when the FBI were like, we're not so sure that our discovery is your discovery or our investigation is your investigation, that there was these huge gaps in it. And when they went to go to make a case, it wasn't so clear. So as a father, I'm like, I'll fill in the gaps if I can, especially when it comes to technology.
Oh, they filled in the gaps,
and
all right. Especially when it comes
it was
to
an
DNA.
eye opener. It was so frustrating to sit there with a guy who looks like Santa Claus who has his consciousness.
I mean, here's another thing that Cyray won't mention, even though he's such a big part of all the other investigations now, is that AI was used to fill in the blanks on the DNA that they allege is Koberger's on the knife sheet. Let's do a little quick read on Olivia here when her dad talks.
Short-term memory on a piece of paper and has no clue about technology, never will. And there's 4 lives in the bounce. It's just scary.
I couldn't agree with you more. And, you know, this is a big problem with the FBI. The FBI has a habit of coming in on these cases. And where the problem happens is the FBI has access to things they can't get into court properly. They can't lay the foundation the way that state courts require. But they still proceed. The IGG, I will tell you, the investigative genetic genealogy on this case is overlooked at how impactful it was. As soon as they made the decision to go with investigative genetic genealogy, this case was doomed from an ethical perspective because they had to go outside of policy. They had to hide things. And now once they got the hit, you can see it clear as day. The rest of the investigation is how do we hide the IGG? Because we don't ever want to talk about the way that for me as an old school investigator that drives me crazy is Brian Koberger's vehicle and his name are setting in a report that entire time. All they had to do is follow up and get a sample of his DNA. If they would have done that and stopped trying to rely or over rely on this technology of the IGG produced, I think this is a completely different case. But they crossed a line with IGG. They knew they crossed the line, and everything we see after that is nothing more than smokescreen trying to hide what actually happened to identify.
Wait a second, Blue Devil, didn't you have blue? Weren't you blue before? Why are you just green? That's weird. Okay.
I am.
I'll go a step further and be careful with this. I wish my lawyer was here. The IgG was done in a scripted fashion of it works. We know how it does. They told me, the people that I've been around said, if we get it tossed out, it led to the dad. It never led to BK. And that's by design. It never goes to him. It goes to his father in the trash, established the law, and then we got a warrant and we got the cheek swab. We got it down. IgG is not going to ever be in court because it's a tip and this is established standard, and we're not going to let a little podunk Moscow make court law or state law or any kind of law. This is never going to get into a courtroom because we have these established practices, and that is what it is. And, if you call a tip on a black SUV that you've seen that has some kind of explosives in it and something, and you want to give that tip, well, that doesn't go into court either. So I get where they're going with it, and the greater good. I'm just a dad trying to make sure that my daughter in the system gets better, but I do see some red flags, and I know we had the right guy, and we just made it all difficult for everyone. We just made it so difficult for everyone because nobody knew what they were doing.
Yeah, you know what they're doing.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Sorry.
Oh no, I was just gonna say I think it's difficult
wait.
for people to
Let me
grasp.
process that just for a minute, Vince. They've changed the laws. They have already. You're right, and that's another part of this infomercial. And so, wait a second. Nobody knew what they were doing, yet the information has him pinpointed down to whether or not he flushed the toilet. Got it. Nailed it.
That we can stand behind his guilt, but not understand or agree with everything that the prosecution and state
God, dude,
did.
she's a freaking Oompa Loompa now, dude. Talk about Orange Man. Holy shipwreck. I mean, I get that there's not a lot of sun up there in Idaho, but Lord have mercy. Putting that band de soleil on your face, for fuck's sake.
It makes it difficult for us to be put in a position where
Lucy
we are
Jen's
having
here.
to defend the state's
We're gonna
case
panel up.
that we don't fully understand. And there's a lot of missing pieces for us. And that's the only way that we can justify his guilt. So it puts us in a difficult position of being like, man, you guys are really making us fight for your work that you did, that you yourself won't stand behind. That's a conversation that we have a lot as a family.
Yeah, I can imagine. And Steve, with what you said, and I hate to put it in these terms, but it summarizes exactly what you said. The end result justifies the means, right? It doesn't matter how
There
we
it
get
is.
to
There
him.
it is. There it is. I'm rage quitting now. The end result justifies the means. So these people that didn't know what they were doing, that came up with this person and didn't look at anybody else, wouldn't look at any other evidence that showed it wasn't him, that put on too much Band de Soleil, that turned orange and broke. They're farmers. They're out there, eyebrow farmers, apparently. And so, I don't even know.
Through IgG, because we have all of these bailout plans that we feel we can protect ourselves. Anytime law enforcement takes the idea or the process or the methodology that the end result can justify the means, we're in trouble. Because what happened with that is they created the situation, they realized how impactful it was now, and now the next 4 months of investigation is nothing more than trying to hide what they did at the beginning. And that's why we see the phone records were never analyzed, because they didn't need the phone records. The phone records for AT&T were nothing more than a smokescreen so that they could say, oh, look, we got this tip, we followed up on the phone, we found this, and oh, that led us over here. The phone records were never gathered as a true investigative tool because they already have the narrative written. And whatever aligned with that narrative because of IgG, they brought in, and anything that contradicted that narrative, they eliminated. A really good point on this is they committed in the first search warrant to Brian driving east on 270. Everything, and it repeats itself, on 50 different search warrants that he traveled east on 270. Brian Koberger was never on Highway 270 that night, ever. He took a route north of the airport. He actually crossed 95 north of Moscow, and then he dropped back down south on the east side of Moscow. And that's why he ends up on Indian Hills, is he actually came from the east. And he did that because he's smart enough to know about the cameras. What drove me crazy in this case is when you see him go back. And by the way, the reason he went south is he panicked. Dylan saw him. He saw Dylan. Reasonable minds would say 911 is being called. And you can see in the video when he leaves, he's leaving in a hurry. If he drives back that same route, he's driving towards where Moscow PD is responding from. He's going to go right back towards the police department. So he has to go down south. When you look at 6 months worth of his records, he doesn't have activity down south. He doesn't know 95 south of Moscow. So he gets about 12, 13 miles outside of Moscow. He pulls over. There's a good gap there, which has always been a concern to me, where he sits there for probably 10 minutes. He powers his phone back on. He goes into navigation mode, and we see the route back.
It's crazy dark too. So the audience might not know what it's like out here in Idaho. You get out in that farm community, there's no lights. We don't have street. It's dark as anything. Your headlights are all you have and high grass. So it gets if you're not prepared for that, you're not going to be able to figure out where you're going. And without a phone, if that's your primary source of navigation, you're driving around like an idiot, for a certain amount of time.
Well, then, like I said, we've got 6 months of records. I've got a mapping system. I can put everything in there. I can hit a play button, and I can watch his phone for 6 months going around the map. What you see that morning of him coming back to Pullman, you never see in the prior 5 months of records. That's the first time he's ever done that route. And then within 48 hours, he's doing the exact same route again. And that's the last time you'll see him do that. You give me the layest of lay jurors, I can connect the dots there to have them see exactly what's happening. And right after he completes that route, he goes down to Lewiston, right down to the Snake River. He's there for less than a minute or two, and then he's right back to Pullman. Like, what's happening? Of course we know what's happening. I'm with you guys on the
explain that to me, JJ. What the fleckadeculous is it that going to Lewiston 48 hours later has to do with anything? JJ, we got 30 minutes. That's where we're wrapping up this interview, I think. So hopefully Jen and JJ get together with me and we'll have a discussion on this further if my brain does not explode, which I think it might.
Frustration. My apologies. Like, you guys should never have been in that situation. This is an FBI issue, and I'll frame this piece. I don't put this out publicly very often. When the plea deal was reached, I contacted the FBI CAS team, and I actually told them, hey, I did a lot of the investigation here. I know what the cross-examination that you guys were going to be subjected to looks like. You name your place, I'll fly to you anywhere in the country, and I will give you the full debrief of what I saw on my side and how we could get better. They never returned my call. So, even reaching out saying, I'll give you as much insight from the defense perspective of this to be better prepared next time, they're just not interested. And the other thing that I will tell you guys just drove me crazy. Now that my report's out, your guys' last name is all over that report because I did an inventory. I put in, hey, here's what the phones were provided. And then I listed the phones by last names. The only last names in my report that were redacted are the FBI agents that worked on this case. So all of the victims' last names are in this report that went out to the public with the last 4 digits of their phone, but the FBI agents get their last name redacted? Like, what is that? That is insane.
It's been happening a lot. It's really,
if you off record, if you ever want to know about some of the worst, we'll let you know, but I won't propagate them here publicly.
I just want to go back for a second to something you said, Sai. So with the A&W, which is that gas station right down the road from the house. So you're saying you mapped his phone and also, was it the victim's phones at the same time there?
Correct. And there's movement where they're all in the area of the house before that. And then we see it pop up over by the A&W, but they're together. They're at least mapping, and they're mapping not the exact same lat longs. They're just slightly off, but they're within meters of each other, which is, for me, that's a tall tale sign that we're getting better accuracy, because sometimes the system will default if there's a problem with the system and everybody will get the same lat long ping for like a 5,000 meter radius, but all of the lat longs are identical. In this case, they're just slightly different. They're just a couple meters apart, and it's a pattern. It happens multiple times. There's also an incident, and it was the second, I'm going to screw these dates up, but I can give them to you guys later if it's important. It was the first weekend after school started, and I believe it was Kaylee and Maddie went to Pullman, and I believe there was some type of a sorority, maybe fraternity party, and it's in the apartment complex right next to Brian Koberger's apartment. And at one point, Brian Koberger's phone moves over to that apartment complex as well. And that's rare. He doesn't typically hang out in that complex. But this is all the way going back in August, that first weekend after school started, the phones intersect in Pullman.
And we've never, ever, ever, ever heard this before. Interesting. So there's our overabundance of evidence that they went to Pullman and he happened to walk next door. That's interesting. It's also interesting that the FBI won't even return his phone calls now. When he was sending them information telling them how wrong they were, they redacted the names that did the reports now, and they won't answer his calls. Talk about something that'll send you into enough of a panic that you switch sides, right? Am I right or wrong? I don't know.
Yeah, the prosecution was doing the exact same thing. They were trying to take his phone activity and cross-correlate it with the other people in the family. They wanted to know who was in the house at a certain time because they wanted to plan the route to who was in there because they were trying to figure out who was the after. And Olivia can tell you the exact day that Kaylee moved in there. I think you said it was like May.
Yeah, into the King Roadhouse. She did move in May.
Yeah, so other people speculated there was no one in the house or only Maddie was in the house. We've never tried to play the blame game. We don't care about that. Who's to blame is BK, and we're holding him accountable. None of the victims. Like another thing I appreciate you saying is no cleanup. We've really chased that down because I mean they're literally driving these young girls to the point of they don't.
How is there a latent footprint in blood outside of Dylan's door, but there was no cleanup? Let's stick with our guns on that because we don't want to drive those poor surviving victims crazy. We wouldn't want to do that when they lied over and over and over and over and over and over.
Don't have a life anymore. So you're not true crime anymore. You're speculation.
Let's see.
Hollywood.
They fought getting subpoenaed to testify for your daughter, but they went back to Moscow to party with the sororities in 2023. Both of them never go back to Moscow. He'll never do another interview. Let's keep going.
Fan fiction crap. And I would love for true crime to get back on focus.
Let's all pull together and do it Steve's way, guys. Everybody. Now, come on. Dago and Jules, what's wrong with you?
And say, how do we make the world a better place? How do we make sure that people...
We don't investigate anybody else that's guilty. That's for sure.
Are coming together to actually have less murders in
okay, he's definitely looking like a Muppet now, right? Am I wrong? He's turned into a Muppet.
Murders every single year. That's something we should work towards, not this fan fiction stuff. I mean, so that's part of the reason why we're here today. This is why we've been so dedicated. That's why we made a charity. This is why we have Murder Has a Name. We're doing everything in these girls and these victims' names, Ethan as well, and make sure that the world's a better place. Really, it's just the world's a better place when this is said and done.
Yeah.
So let's look at the takeaways so far today. We've got snark, which made it into the vernacular over there all the way in merry old Holland. We have in the mainstream vernacular now, the word Muppet is everywhere. It's gone completely viral. And now we have, I heard the other day, I don't know if you guys heard me say it, the word or the phrase pretty much at 4 a.m. for some reason is being used outside of true crime, outside of everything, as just a telltale sign of a lie. And so pretty much at 4 a.m. is, I mean, that tells you that, I mean, here's the thing, okay? I want to be honest with you guys. Here's this, and I want to read it from, and thank you for leaving this if you're watching. I appreciate your valued insight. Where is this? Okay, so I honestly, this is from Mind Your Own Business, which is not Jen. I don't believe. Jen follows along very well on her own. This is a new viewer here. Mind Your Own Business, and I just lost it. Hold on, let me re-click here. What she said about the show. All right, and it's kind of funny. And I want to read it verbatim here. So Mind Your Own Business says, I honestly wish I understood this group's lingo, but I don't. I have tried. I relate to this group more than any other nut. I just can't keep beating my head against the wall, trying to understand the meaning behind behind cartoon characters, odd statements written in weird lingo. I guess I'm Gen X and don't get it. Sometimes I think I get it, and then sometimes it makes me question my understanding. I wish you all much success. And I wanted to say, if you have to ask, you can't afford it, but I don't want to repel anybody away. It's just, we have spent, God, if you added up the hours of everybody in here right now that we spent together for the last 3 or 4 years, it's in the thousands of hours, for sure. So yes, there are some inside jokes within inside jokes and all that stuff. So, I just wanted to point that out. I thought it was kind of a weird take on it, what people see when they come in here.
You said no cleanup, Ty. Right? That you think
there's no cleanup. He was in and out. We're talking minutes. And,
he was in and out, yet hundreds of stab wounds, right? In and out. Cyree, man, you need to really check yourself, bro. I understand Twiz is going to back no matter what you say, dude, and whatever. I had respect for you before, dude, but you're just being ridiculous to say that there was no cleanup. How is that ping pong table? What about the ping pong table, Si? What about the ping pong table? People running up and down those stairs, but not one cup on one side is moved over. Si, dude, check your head, man. It ain't happening. You know what I'm saying? Let me move this to the middle so we can see all the Muppets at once. We get the idea. Look at those eyebrows are insane. Holy cow! All right, here we go. I think she made fun of his eyebrows too, and it's like she put Bert and Ernie's freaking eyebrows on herself.
I'm limited on some of this information. There was some reenactments that I know were done, and the reenactments, this crime could clearly be carried out by a single individual, and it's 5 to 6 minutes. And if push ever came to shove and that had to be proven in court, I know there's video out there of the reenactments. Like, there is no doubt that this is a single offender. But on that point, I think what you guys are hitting at, it's frustrating to see is, Turvey wants to say that there's cleanup because of things that are absent. Basically there's things that aren't in a bathroom, therefore it's indicative of cleanup. There's no evidence of what that bathroom looked like before or after. Like, if we start building a case on that type of speculation, Brian Koberger's going to walk, right?
If we start building a case on that type of speculation, but his speculation is the good kind. Okay? Just remember that, folks. Don't listen to Turvey. Jules was asking people to go back and look and see what kind of tasks that they have. And somebody brought up in here that there was a case that Cy covered that was a total flicking mess. And I guess he was kicked off of it. So maybe they intersected at the A&W and something came about there. I don't know.
Just absurd. And I felt a deep obligation to call Turvey out, and I'm going to piece something together for you guys. And I've been on the fence if I should voice this, but I think it's the right thing to do. So if I get in trouble later on, so be it. Don't get caught up in what I believe is a very rehearsed scam that is happening right now.
The scam.
If you look at
the scam of hiding exculpatory evidence is clear. Let's pass on that. But let's talk about these fan fiction true crimers and how terrible that they are, right?
what's happened over the last 3 months, let me help you guys connect some dots.
Okay.
Brett Turvey gets with Whitcomb, who's another idiot. Like the guy who's never investigated a homicide is going to be the armchair quarterback that's going to change this thing, right? So Turvey and Whitcomb partner up. Turvey becomes very outspoken about this. And what does Ann Taylor do? She publicly reprimands him and issues this cease and desist. If you think about what Turvey's saying Brian Koberger is innocent, that this is a big conspiracy, that there's other people. I mean, he goes as far as saying Dylan is potentially in. How absolutely absurd. Yet Ann Taylor reprimands him from proclaiming BK's innocence. I come out with a book. I go around to law enforcement. Ann knows I told her I was going to go teach law enforcement. I have been very, very clear. I've always thought Brian Koberger is guilty. I think in 10 out of 10 courts in America convict this kid. Every single time we go to court, he gets convicted. The question is, does all the evidence come in because of some of the ways that the evidence was managed, which is a whole different conversation. But I am very outspoken that Brian Koberger is the guy. Why hasn't Ann issued a letter to me about breaching my NDA or all this stuff? I will argue any day of the week. What I am saying is way more detrimental to the defense's case than what Brian
that's
Turvey
the other
said.
one. That's the other one that's made out there in the record, which obviously is a totally used up, dried out raisin cliche, the twice on Sunday thing. But now all of a sudden, you're hearing it everywhere. Anyway, they're watching us, folks.
Or Brent Turvey, and she did the one with Turvey. If you guys look at the picture, and here's the critical dates. The Thursday before the plea deal, Ann says in open court, Your Honor, I can't effectively represent my client if I don't get the continuation. So you have...
Okay, so he's making that sound like she didn't know what she was doing. Yet she's saying it because she got in the dump 3 months before a 52 card pickup of 62 terabytes of dick pics. Bro, he is right on the party line of this stupid narrative. Now, here's another thing I was talking about with Scully McKay, is that the word, the whole reference to the word timeline, the timeline thing was brought about, and I noticed it the other day in like a news report or something, that was brought apart by the prosecution right from the beginning. And they're like, and we're like, oh, timeline? What time? Let's look at the timeline. The timeline. Where was Ethan? Where was Anna? It's like they just got us looking away from all of the other important shit that they were about to not tell us, the shit that they were about to be corrupt on, and just worry about the timeline. They're the ones who started the whole timeline thing. I don't remember another case where a timeline was even mentioned. Like you had Gabby Tito, for instance, right? You had her and her boyfriend doing it. They were here. They were there. They don't talk about a timeline of it. That I remember. They don't use that word. It's new to this case, in my opinion. I put that out there.
The primary attorney on this case saying in open court, it's one of the last statements she made before the plea deal, I cannot effectively represent my client. Those are not small words for an attorney to say in open court. And then
I wouldn't have allowed him.
72 hours later, we have a plea deal, and the way the plea deal came down, the way you guys were notified is disgusting. I've never seen that in 30 years. Like that, there's all kinds of craziness going on there.
We just learned that.
Oh, Jesus. What was that noise that Steve just made? Holy shit. This is probably the most craziest fucking interview I've ever fucking seen. What the fuck? Hold on, I gotta see Steve's face too. Wow. All right, well, let's zoom it up again, guys. Here we go on the purge. Yeah. Hang on. Look at Captain Enton over here. Saturday, Tuesday's best Muppet face. All right, let's put Steve front and center. Holy shamoles, bro. Let's see what Jen said. I thought there were only 2 cell towers in the area at the time of murders. So how the hell can he say he was able to triangulate? Because we don't understand words and math, Jen. You don't understand them. This is great. Watch this.
Very, very clear. I've always thought Brian Koberger is guilty. I think in 10 out of 10 courts in America convict this kid. Every single time we go to court, he gets convicted. The question is, does all the evidence come in because of some of the ways that the evidence was managed, which is a whole different conversation. But I am very outspoken that Brian Koberger is the guy. Why hasn't Ann issued a letter to me about breaching my NDA or all this stuff? I will argue any day of the week. What I am saying is way more detrimental to the defense's case than what Brian Turvey said, or Brent Turvey. And she did the one with Turvey. If you guys look at the picture, and here's the critical dates, the Thursday before the plea deal, Ann says in open court, Your Honor, I can't effectively represent my client if I don't get the continuation. So you have the primary attorney on this case saying in open court, it's one of the last statements she made before the plea deal, I cannot effectively represent my client. Those are not small words for an attorney to say in open court. And then
I wouldn't have allowed him.
72 hours later, we have a plea deal, and the way the plea deal came down, the way you guys were notified is disgusting. I've never seen that in 30 years. Like that, there's all kinds of craziness going on there.
We just learned that his family.
I'm sorry. I'm not picking on a victim family. I'm not.
There's all kinds of craziness going on there.
Proto, Precious, holy shipwreck, dude. Let me snip that picture for our next slide here. Sorry, bear with me here for a second. Oh my goodness, Doug. Very, very crazy fucking interview here. Oh, lordy, lordy, lordy. See that. This.
We just learned that his family was there at the plea deal. His family was there, so they learned before we did. That's the disrespect.
Everybody learned before
What
we
are
did.
you getting at, though, Si? If you can just connect the pieces of what you're trying to say a little more. I'm just trying to follow.
We have the ineffective counsel claim. We have the plea deal gets worked out within 72 hours. And Taylor stays on as Koberger's attorney. Like this last year, she's the only person on the jail logs that was visiting him on a regular basis. He hasn't sought out.
We don't ask ourselves, right? Or they don't ask, is why was the prosecution so willing to take the plea deal, especially without the allocution, right? And I would say it's because they knew they didn't have shit, and I'm going to stick with it until they prove me otherwise.
She's very much in his ear on a daily basis. We then see the Turvey Whitcomb book come out where, hey, there's all this conspiracy. Anne has to separate herself from that and says, oh, I don't agree with this. I'm going to reprimand you guys. Like, don't say these things. And now we see Brian drop. And I knew the appeal was coming. In my book that I sent to the publisher in February, which is a manual, it's not a Brian Koberger tell-all, I put it in the book. Like, the appeal is coming. There's no doubt about it.
You called it before it happened.
And what I'm convinced about is Turvey and Ann are together on this. Turvey and Ann are not at odds. Ann needed some new information because that's the only way an ineffective counsel gets any legs at all. They need something new to get spun up. They need it to be very well known. And now there has to be this separation where Ann is helping Brian, but not directly involved. And who takes that role is Turvey. So Turvey comes out, says all this nonsense. Brian writes his thing. The last missing piece, and mark my words, I think we're going to see it in the next 60 to 90 days, Anne will absolutely fall on her sword for BK. She is a true believer. She believes he's innocent. She has an unhealthy relationship with him. And I think we're going to see Anne come out in the next like 60 to 90 days, maybe a little bit longer, depending on the timeline. And she's going to eat the ineffective counsel. She's going to say, he's right. I missed it. I should have known about it. And
big break moment. I just looked at it with a new lens, with this new thing. Yeah. I'm going to go even further. I'm going to let some stuff out of the bag. So I've talked to some authors, and so they actually have footage of BK boxing. He's an amateur boxer. They have a whole thing of him in the ring. 3 minutes. 3 minutes.
You're a liar, Steve. You're a feckin' liar. It doesn't matter that Dylan, what did Dylan say? That she's a liar. That Bethany lied. We caught them lying. They're just two victims, according to Cyree. Now he's created this bullshit when when Miss Potts went to Pennsylvania, the boxing coach said that BK went there and he might have done some exercise, but he wasn't boxing. He's not an amateur boxer. All right, an amateur boxer is somebody who fights for money, like professionally, but not a professional level. That's an amateur boxer. Yeah, we need to get these two in the ring.
162 punches. 160. That was going to be like, oh, he couldn't do 150 in 12 minutes. No, they have him in 3 minutes throwing blows of 162 times. So there was
Where
more
is
than
that
enough.
footage?
There was
Okay.
actually more
so
time.
the boxing coach was lying, and that he can do 162 punches in 3 minutes. Where did you see this, Steve? They have that. They have that, Steve. They have it. I believe you.
For you to go in and maneuver and do things, change clothes, whatever you did, there was time there, and they were going to show him physically
The
doing
time
it
they had was
against
the
another
8
human
hours,
being
Steve.
that was willing to fight him, and these people are sleeping in bed. They had a really good plan. Some parts they were going to execute really well, other parts they didn't execute as well. But to anyone who thinks that somebody could go in there, they didn't have enough time, you don't know your facts. They were going to show you to your face.
So you think, Sai, right? I mean, you would know, I guess you were on the inside, that Ann Taylor actually believes he's innocent and has an unhealthy relationship with him?
I am concerned about.
Hold on. He's like, hold on. Wait, did I say that? Let's get Olivia back on the screen with this. Holy shit. Muppetry has gone to a great new level, my friends. Oh, my Lord of Lords. Wow. And, I mean, is it the fact that they're together and they just feel like yarning these stories that they've heard and conjecturing and fabricating shit that has no basis in reality? Or are they just, holy shit, dude, there is no way that this is actually happening, man. Wow. All right. Let's hear about the overabundance and the gay porn, please.
The ongoing communication, the protection, just that I don't know how else to explain it, almost as like a motherly
protected.
instinct
Gotcha.
with Brian.
Gotcha.
To Steve's point, 100%. The Koberger family was way more involved on that plea deal than the victims' families ever were. I believe that there was conversations going from the jail in real time of this thing going down. There's no doubt about that. But
how is that even important? If, of course, what the fuck, dude? Do you think Ann Taylor's gonna call you, Steve, and tell you that there was a plea deal, bro? Sai, come on, man. You cannot be this big a muppet. There's just no way. I'm listening.
I've done a lot of these cases. I've done a lot of death penalty cases. It is very unusual for the defense attorney on the case, especially one who's technically a public defender, to stay involved and active with the defendant in prison visitations the year following the plea deal. That is incredibly rare. Like, the case is done.
PK is the Flash, dude. That's hilarious. Holy shit. Okay.
Done. No one is making contact with him. So the idea that it's all Ann and only Ann, and he hasn't obtained a new attorney for this appeal, to me is very telling. I think jail logs and jail calls would really expose a regular routine between Ann and Brian that they're visiting and talking on a weekly, if not daily basis at times, which is weird. Yeah, that's unhealthy in my opinion. As a criminal defense attorney, you got to keep that line between your clients, right?
So did
I was told by insiders that
allegedly
small
ran
community
his
we live
hand,
in
her
that
hand
said
down Brian's prison suit? Is that what you're saying, Sai? Yeah, maybe they didn't feel comfortable enough on the custody queens to damn, I thought I'd turn the camera to say these things, right? Because now you have a welcoming audience to say anything that goes against Brian, and you're just stacking it on, bro, in the interview that was never to be, right? Here we go.
she's purposely after you, Steve. She's watching your interviews, making us all watch it together and coming up with discovery based off your conversations. And once I learned that, guess what? I started talking about Bluetooth. I started talking about other things and just put her on rabbit trails just to play chess with her. But I've heard some really unnatural things are going
Nitty, bro. I'm out.
on in this case.
Even Cyray's fucking laughing at that one.
I'll
He had to throw Anne off of the trail by throwing breadcrumbs in various directions. Is that what you're saying? Is that right? Okay, gotcha, bro. I don't even know what to believe, bro.
I'll save Steve for a
Ed's
minute.
even laughing.
On Olivia's cue. Is there, I'm just joking. Is there evidence, Cy, that we don't know about that was never public?
When
Yes,
two companies
is there
merge,
evidence
you
that we don't
end
know
up
about?
with two ways
There's
of
an
doing the same work, and a
overabundance
lot of
of
training docs no one fully
information
trusts.
that's left out just because they didn't bother.
I think there's definitely stuff that has been withheld and has still been withheld. I don't know how much it was conveyed to the victims' families, universally, not just Steve and Olivia, but across the board. There's some really disturbing things on his internet history that I don't know ever really came out that would be incredibly hard to just simply show and walk away from a jury not thinking that it's going to leave a big impact, especially on the case of this nature. I'm talking right now specifically his porn history.
There we go.
He's got a very disturbing porn history that I think really paints a picture.
And that's all non-consensual acts. And I also heard gay, male to male gay. Is that accurate?
I don't know on the gay stuff, and quite honestly, I don't mean this in the way it's going to sound. I'm not focused on the gay porn. For me,
I know what you're focused on.
For me, you hit it on the head, Olivia. The non-consensual, violent nature of the porn.
I was aware of terms drugged, raped, passed out, sleeping.
I would go more on incredibly violent sexual encounters. So not the sleeping or passed out, but
Brian
very
definitely
aware of
has
what's
that.
happening and it being very.
Are you sure you're
very
talking about the right
violent.
Brian?
Which is always a tough thing for a prosecutor, or a defense attorney to get through. That's something that's going to really tell a story about somebody's character. I think that there's stuff to still come out. I think you guys are going down the right road. I've quietly been watching, waiting for more to drop. I can tell you, for me, the location information and the pattern of life, it hasn't come out because I don't think they ever looked at it. And it is by far the most telling of what we have out there. By the way, the day after this, he turns the phone off again. So, again, they're trying to show these patterns, and they do a pretty good job of showing, hey, prior to the murders, he turns his phone off on this days, but it's like they just stopped on November 13th.
So when he's at Winco,
as an investigator
or
who's looking at a lot of crimes like this, I want to see what he's doing the next week, the next 2 weeks, the next month. Like, that is a really critical period, too, that we see very defined behaviors of suspects like this. And the very next day, he heads to Moscow, he turns his phone off, he turns it back on, and he's southbound on I-95. It's almost a mirror of what you saw the day before.
The Barnhart said that they found a config file that they had to reproduce, and luckily they had.
If it was a mirror of the day before, we have miraculously video of Brian at Costco, and was it at Walmart or something like that? So if it's a mirror, then yeah,
Exact same phone, but basically, he went through a pattern. He had to he turned off the Wi-Fi. Then I'm gonna mess this up, but he turned off the Wi-Fi, like airplane mode. Then put VPN, and then put VPN to only establish connections after start. And he did this whole thing, and that was brand new. He hadn't done that in the config files. That was the first time he did it, and they're going to bring that forward to say that this is a new behavior. Just same thing that you're saying, a new behavior that he did before and after, and he doesn't do it again. He stops coming back to the Moscow area after the murders. He doesn't go back there anymore. So anybody who thinks he's over there just shopping, they're like, and I guess the message really is to the world is you can't commit these crimes anymore and get away with it. And that's really what I'm trying to say is I just learned recently with the labs I'm working with, I can't say this on regular TV. Rapes are getting very, very rare. People don't get away with rape anymore because there's the
unless
fluid
you're at Pullman
exchange,
Police
and
Department,
that's leading. Everyone's starting to learn. If I do this, I'm going to get caught, and we need that same message in these murder cases and I don't know how to say that in a mainstream media format, but we got to. I'm
We're
trying
just
to
gonna
work on.
tank your podcast, Brian Enton.
What'd you say, Olivia?
So we're just gonna tank your podcast instead. My apologies.
No, it's okay. It's okay.
So,
Okay, I just
so
want the
on
point of the
that,
street, please.
Steve and Olivia, let me give you a name. Follow this case. I think it's really, really important. The name is Matthew Nilo, Nilo. So Nilo.
Okay.
Matthew is an
Write that
attorney
down.
who was practicing in New York, but he went to law school in Boston. And in the early 2000s, when he was in law school in Boston, he was a serial rapist. And I want to say he had 7 victims that they've identified. About 2 years ago, maybe 3. Man, time's flying right now. Maybe a little bit longer. Just after these murders, they did the exact same thing. It's the exact same team with IgG, and they took some of the DNA from one of those rapes. They ran it through IgG, and like I said, it's the same team that worked on the Koberger case, and they got a hit on Nilo. And they went and did the 1-to-1 comparison. They got it. They arrested him in New York. That case is working its way through Massachusetts right now. He's going to challenge the IgG, and he's going to win. The thing I want you guys focused on, because this is probably one of the more infuriating things. And if somebody's told you this, I'll shut up. But if they haven't,
Yeah, you need to shut
they are
up.
doing a huge disservice to all of the victims' families right now by not giving you guys the lay of the land. The defense is going to buy all the time they can until one of these IgG cases hits a major appeals case or the U.S. Supreme Court. When it does, you can kind of mark my words here. The rule is going to become you have to have a search warrant for IgG. You just have to. Most states have already started to adopt it, but this Nilo case is really likely. He's got the resources, the funding, and the knowledge to take this to the Supreme Court. If that happens, and they actually look at, hey, when you sidestep the search warrant and you step outside of policy, IgG is out. If that ever happens, that is Brian's gold card right there. And I think that the defense, they're watching this case very carefully. They're waiting to see what happens with this. And everything you guys are going to see the next year or two is nothing more than buying time.
But would that even matter if he pled guilty? I mean, it's not like he had a trial and then was found guilty, and then he could go back and say, oh, the evidence they used at trial against me, is unfair. Like he still pled guilty. And that had nothing to do with the IgG.
So here's the issues, and there's 2 huge issues here. And again, Steve, if somebody's explained this to you, then I'll move on. If not, like you guys, you have to be aware of this. The fact that the prosecution probably never told you about Garza versus Idaho, and man, commit that one to memory. So Garza versus Idaho is a U.S. Supreme Court involving Idaho, where a guy who took a plea deal, who voluntarily pled guilty, actually got it reversed, and he took it all the way to the Supreme Court. So plea deals are not the closing of a case. Plea deals aren't like, okay, we're going to put this behind us. We're going to let everybody get closure here. Anytime a prosecutor frames a plea deal as closure, they're doing a huge disservice, because
He's looking it up right
plea
now,
deals
Jake.
get turned over all the time on appeal. The second thing, and man, I am not a Hippler fan at all. I think Hippler made a critical error when he made the ruling that IgG could come in as a tip, so be it. But the moment he prevented the defense from being able to expose to the jury that the lab techs willingly, knowingly violated their own policy to do it, it's not a constitutional issue. That evidence comes in, but it does become a credibility issue. And any other court in the United States, when anybody associated with law enforcement oversteps a policy as it relates to evidence, you got to explain that on the stand. And I think if the prosecution did it right, you can explain that. Hey, for the interest of justice, for X, Y, and Z, yeah, we made this tactical decision. But the moment that Hippler made the decision that the jury can never hear about any of that, and the defense is not allowed to cross-examine officers who knowingly, intentionally violated policy on one of the most critical pieces of evidence in this case, that is a judicial oversight. That in of itself, when challenged properly, has the ability to bring this case back. Now, to Steve, to your point, do it right. 10 times out of 10, he gets convicted and maybe more comes out, and it really does put some closure behind this thing. Bring back the death penalty. I am all for this. But I think that I don't agree with the national populace right now that his appeal doesn't have legs, and it's very unlikely it's going to happen. I think there's a couple things that if it falls into place just right, it could happen. So I just say that as prepare yourself, right?
I've talked to some crazy labs, and there's some multi-billionaire. Okay, his house got broken into. Somebody stole his safe. Didn't just take it. Didn't just break into it. They took it. And long story short, his cigar was left behind.
Hold on, quick break
This
here. Hold
guy.
on. Yeah, Brian Hinton's definitely looking up what porn did DK watch. Let's see here. Okay. And if you agree with me, let me know. This is what I see with her hair right now. I'm just saying, it's kind of creeping me out. Am I right? Am I wrong? We're pretty close. I mean, if she just put her hair in front of her face and got a little bit wet and crawled out of the TV, I would not be surprised whatsoever. Anyway, back to
Hires a private lab to get a snip off of it, and then uploads it to all and goes and finds the person who robs his house and shot his dog, which is like, it's like a movie, okay? And he gives it to the cops as a tip, and they said he basically arrested this guy and kind of is taking shit over it because he was supposed to handle it himself. So long story short, he starts his own company. And he's just going through certain locations that he's deemed as high risk, and they're just grabbing people's DNA and uploading it as if they own it. But once you abandon your DNA, you don't own it. So then they're making these databases to sell to the freaking cops. I'm going to say he's a criminal, and this is a weird story, but I really don't know he was or not, or he was just a shady business guy. But he found a niche. And he's going in there because the database, CODIS is puny. There's almost nobody in it. So they need to get to these bigger ones. And he found this niche, and they're like, we're afraid to work with this guy because we feel like this is going to get shut down. But this is the stuff that's going on, Steve. This is the wild, wild west of IGG.
What were you going to say, Olivia? Were you going to say something?
Yeah. So I guess that I just don't follow the logic completely, that this is not an appeal. This is a post-conviction relief. The relief that he's asking for is for his guilty plea to be removed. Let's say that it's all granted. That essentially puts him back on the trial court. Let's say that they successfully delay until the Supreme Court decision in which it is deemed to be unconstitutional for the IGG process. We're assuming that that's going to be then done retroactively, then apply to this case. Let's assume that happens. Let's assume that IGG gets removed. It doesn't change his DNA being a direct match to the DNA on the sheath. So I guess I'm not following how we jump from these things happening. And I know you said that they're unlikely. You were like, if these things all fall together. But I'm not following how these things all fall together to then have the IGG removed, which then puts us in a position where the case is at risk considering the DNA is a match. So maybe the work was ethically budged, but the work itself is good.
That's the sound of an American oil company hard at
I don't know how much more I can
work. Want to be a
handle
part of
this
it?
fucking drink.
Listen up.
Holy
Hello,
crap, dude.
my name is Adam
Okay, so
Ferrari,
stick around,
and I'm
guys.
the CEO of Phoenix Energy.
We're getting to the end of this now, sort of. And we're going to do a panel here on StreamYard with Jen, and hopefully Ms. Potts can join us here. And I would really like to hear from Kathy's Indie Zone. Anybody knows her, wants to message her out and muppet her in. Thank you for being here.
Yeah, so let me give you a couple things on that. The best case I can reference you to is Carpenter versus U.S. And what Carpenter is, it's a bank robbery case, so obviously not anything of the nature of what we're talking about here. But in Carpenter, they do some cell tower dumps, and they look at cell phone records, and they're able to place Carpenter at the scene of this bank robbery using cell phone records. But it's the FBI. And, in 2017, well, actually, the ruling's in 2017. The case actually happens about 2010, 2011. The FBI gets involved, and instead of using a search warrant to get the phone records, they use basically what they call an admin subpoena, which is a supervisor at the FBI saying, hey, this is relevant to a criminal investigation, give us the stuff. So Verizon gives them the records, and they put him at the crime scene. They recover some evidence based on the phone records. He goes to prison. It goes on. He finally gets his appeal. It goes up to the U.S. Supreme Court, and this was the first case in the United States that challenged, can law enforcement look at your location data without a search warrant?
Geo warrants?
Yeah, and basically the Supreme Court said no. Looking into your location data is so personal, it requires a search warrant. And this was the landmark case for cell site location information that requires law enforcement. And now everybody except for the FBI was getting search warrants for a decade before this because we all knew where this was going. But the FBI was doing it at that point.
So how does he have a claim?
So it reversed. It reversed the conviction because the conviction was based on the phone records, and the Supreme Court said, hey, you should have had a probable cause search warrant and you didn't. The phone records went away. So they had to retry Carpenter and prove the case without the phone records, which luckily they had a ton of evidence and they were able to do. So that's the first one.
There's your double jeopardy right
Should
there.
law enforcement have reasonably obtained a search warrant? And this is my hang up on the Kohberger case. And the answer is so simple. If law enforcement would have written a search warrant for what they were doing with IGG, it doesn't hurt anything. We can seal search warrants. I don't have to release it. I'm going to go back to my undercover days. We did a lot of cartel cases. I was a cop in Arizona, so we had a lot of cartel cases on the borders. We used to steal cars to wire them with GPS because we needed to get access on the car to get our GPS in there, right? So we would literally order the key from the manufacturer, and we would go steal cartel members' cars, and then we would plant the GPS in it, and then we'd recover it and give it back to them. It was a great scam. We wrote search warrants to ourselves so that we documented what we were doing and there was transparency with legal oversight on our actions. When we allow the FBI to go through back doors and to kind of trick the system, and if you ask them, well, why didn't you write a search warrant to GED, match GED? Well, we didn't write the search warrant because they wouldn't have they wouldn't have given us the info.
I think it was Heritage.
Well, it was Match and Heritage, so both of them. So the idea there is, man, if they reverse that, and then you get Steve Nye, and you talk about somebody who should not have been involved with this case. If you guys haven't seen his, you know who Steve is?
Jeff Nye?
Jeffrey Nye. Sorry,
Yeah,
Jeffrey
yeah.
Nye.
Okay.
Yeah.
He did an
Wait a
interview.
second. Hold on. Wait. Was it not him? Who was saying that Jeff Nye was such a crucial part of this Muppetry, dude? I could have sworn it was him in the last interview. And now he's tearing him down. Okay, let's hear this.
In August with Fox News. You guys have to go watch this interview, and he explains the.
I think he
idea.
actually told this in purpose because Christy Dawn asked him, "What do you worry about?" And he said the same thing.
Who?
And
Jeff
yeah,
Nye.
I've worried about. It's not so much him explaining because I agree with him. The entire case was hinged on the IGG. It's what he says towards the end when he says, and usually with these type of things, we can argue inevitable discovery. And what inevitable discovery is the Carpenter case. Yeah, we have these phone records and it helped put the case together, but take the phone records out, inevitably we still would have discovered all this stuff and we can prove the case. And that's why Carpenter is still in prison today, even though those records got thrown out.
Especially considering it went to Othram first and they found the right tree. They were on the wrong branch. And Leah Larkin herself testified in the Franks hearing that eventually it would have led to him.
100%. 100%. The problem is Jeffrey Nye on Fox TV during that interview said, we didn't even argue inevitable discovery because there was nothing that applied for it. And I'm like, dude, shut up. What are you saying? More importantly than even what Othram found, we have to remember on November 29th, Washington State University identified Brian Kohberger and the vehicle, realized that he just swapped his plates for Washington plates, and notified Moscow PD. The idea that Brian Kohberger would have been completely absent of this investigation minus IGG is absurd. All they had to do was follow up on credible leads. That's it. That's all they had to do.
Okay. So, yeah, I think that we're on.
Bling now. Oh, God, look at those earrings. That's just gaudy.
The problem is,
What in the fuck? Yeah. Are those diamonds?
Jeffrey Nye on Fox.
Shit, dude. Wow, good catch. You guys are cracking me up. I literally cannot take this shit. This is just so out of control. The idea that they wouldn't have gotten to Brian Kohberger, He's straight. I mean, dude, come on, Si. At what point are you gonna back down? He'll say anything.
TV during that interview said, we didn't even argue inevitable discovery because there was nothing that applied for it. And I'm like, dude, shut up. What are you saying? More importantly than even what Othram found, we have to remember on November 29th, Washington State University identified Brian Koberger and the vehicle, realized that he just swapped his plates for Washington plates, and notified Moscow PD. The idea that Brian Koberger would have been completely absent of this investigation minus IGG is absurd. All they had to do was follow up on credible leads. That's it. That's all they had to do.
Oh, okay. So yeah, I think that we're on the same page.
And I'm not saying I ever think this thing gets reversed. What I'm saying is if you guys, as the victims in the case, in all of the victims' families, if you're not being told, hey, this could be 5, 6, 8, 10 years before this thing works itself out in the criminal justice system, you're being misled. The Carpenter case, well, that was a 2011 arrest. That case came down in 2018. And that's just the appeals process. That's not even the initial case. So I think we're in for a very long ride on this. I think there's a lot of things that are going to still happen. I don't know that he's going to get his post-conviction relief. I think they're anticipating that. All that does is now it forces it into an appellate review. And it's the appellate review that I worry about.
Do you think that'll...
I guess I'm not understanding that point either. How does a post-conviction relief force it to an appellate court? Because he won't even get a hearing. His argument is nothing but ineffective counsel, which was asked in the plea questionnaire that he answered extensively to, as well as life in prison isn't what I thought it was going to be. And I was quote unquote threatened by the idea of death row. There's no other meat to
hair in Ethan's hand.
Oh, okay.
You
Yeah,
evidence.
clumps of hair, which we know is completely fabricated. That's not reality. And his own defense, Ruth Ballard, testified on the 23rd of January that it was consistent with Ethan's own hair. So he can't say that that's exculpatory because obviously the prosecution didn't withhold that from them. So that doesn't work out either. So I guess I'm not understanding from how we get to he's not even going to get a hearing. Mark my words. Let's say that I'm wrong. He gets a hearing. How does that throw it into an appellate when he's not asking for his plea waiver to be removed? He's asking for his guilty plea to be removed.
He's not a lawyer, yeah.
I'm sorry.
He's an officer trying to help us.
Please, if you don't know.
No, I get it. I would be so frustrated. In fact, I would be like, just please release the guy. The only thing I ask.
That's why they won't talk to us.
That's how I feel. Just release. Let's just release him.
Yeah, they won't talk to us because these are the kind of questions that we give to Thompson, and Thompson just his eyes start darting.
But I don't think that it's not an unfair question. Like you said, I don't know that it's Cy has the answer, but that's what Olivia's asking is really the question. I mean,
here's the thing that we have to keep in mind: the post-conviction relief that he's seeking right now is going to go before Hitler, and I agree with you 100%, Olivia. He's going to turn it down. He's not even going to get a hearing.
It's 2025, and it's estimated that 322 million men are dealing with ED. But 99% of people don't know the truth about the two most popular medications, Viagra and Cialis.
He can appeal that. This is where Garza versus Idaho comes in. He can say, hey, Hitler's already jaded on this. He's part of the problem. I need the ladder side of that initial team to look at this. It's a long road. They're going to have to file their stuff just right. At some point, he's going to have to get a real attorney to get on board. All I'm saying is if nobody's telling you guys that this is possible, I'm not saying it's going to happen. I'm saying it's possible. That they're not prepping you guys. The same thing about, hey, if we take this plea deal, we can bring closure to this case. About everything else you're saying.
Exactly. They told us the opposite. They said, if you guys go with Steve and go for the death penalty, you're going to have hell to pay. But if you just go with old Thompson over here, all your problems go away. And he pleads to it, and you all just go riding into the sunset. And now they're all like, I didn't think he could appeal.
Hashing old news.
Yeah. What's that?
Hashing old news.
Well,
that's Dad.
We're still talking to people that are calling me. Like I just had Randy, he couldn't appeal. And we're like,
well, because it's not an appeal. It's post-conviction relief, and it's going to be denied. Because here's the thing. He could have requested relief in the form of having his plea waiver removed, which would have been a hell of a lot more likely for a judge to say, yeah, sure, whatever, have your appeals back. But he didn't do that. He asked for his guilty plea removed, which logically makes no sense, which is why I think Ann Taylor's not behind this at all.
I read something that Ann Taylor signed an affidavit today.
The relief that he's asking for isn't asking, if they're trying to buy more time, give him a route to appeals. Say, just remove my plea or just remove my appeals waiver. But you're trying to remove your guilty plea, which is never going to happen because of the questionnaire that Hippler gave him. It was incredibly extensive, and everything that he brings up in his motion was covered. So unless you're just like feigning amnesia, and unless he truly is just even more stupid than I thought that he was, and I truly thought that this man was stupid, it doesn't make any sense.
Well, and understand
a toddler throwing a tantrum.
Them turning down this first motion for the post-conviction relief is another log on the fire for the bigger appeal issue. We're not done with these motions being filed. I think in the next 60, 90 days, like I'm saying, we're going to see a lot more start coming out of the woodwork. This is just step one to get that. There is a very
step one.
There's a very intricate, very well planned out road that the defense is going to go down here. We're just getting started.
Yeah, the minute they thought they were going to do a plea, they probably had a whole exit strategy to be like, this is what we're going to do. And they sold that to him.
So he's not selling out Ann right now? Ann's part of this?
Ann's me. This is just total.
You can just talk.
Just
Side theory.
We're
That's
spitballing.
side theory.
Yeah, we're just spitballing right here.
Yeah.
I've always thought the same thing, honestly. I'm like, how do we know that she's not in on this? Say, hey, we're going to do this. Then after a few months, you're going to file, inadequate,
ineffective
Just
counsel.
an attorney saying, yes, I was ineffective. Like you're looking at motions. You're looking at the evidence that was, attempted to be suppressed. You're looking at, there's so much more that goes into it than just an attorney being like, yeah,
she's essentially going to lay down on the knife, right?
I'm still stuck on what Cy started this whole conversation with, and Christy wasn't here, but that if they had done more digging and processing with the digital stuff, that Cy believes that there's evidence that Kohberger was in the living room at King Road based on the data he had. Like, did you guys know that? Did I just miss that somewhere?
I knew he was following these girls and stalking them online, but they refused. Nobody investigated if there was an online connection. There's no.
Are we talking about that night? That night he was in the living room?
No.
No, Cy thinks previously, based on the data that he has from the defense.
So fucking terrifying.
Out because we just skirted on past it.
Sorry, I've been thinking about that.
No.
Honestly,
I missed that.
If you believe that shit, I got a bridge to sell you in Arizona. What the fucking shit are they talking about?
Somewhere and you guys secretly knew, or I didn't.
I'm going to go a little bit off script here too, and I could be wrong. And this is where I was asking about the VICAP report and all the questions to family and friends, which I can't find any reporting being done.
Never happened.
The little bit that I have dug into, I also believe it's possible that Brian Kohberger could have been at that house at certain times.
Here's how I got my contacts for free using my vision insurance benefits on 1-800-CONTACTS. I use 1-800.
Dude, I believe that he got a parachute and he was swimming in the lake. He was skinny dipping in the lake the night before.
And not necessarily even been noticed. I think he could have blended in very easy. A large group of guys specifically, but a large group of college kids hanging out near around the house may not have triggered what everybody thinks necessarily. I'm not saying that there's evidence of him breaking in the middle of the night and snooping around the house. I believe there's evidence of him late at night.
You said that he was literally in the living room, dude. So what was he doing? He was just hanging out in the living room? Waiting for somebody to come home? Where did Steve go? Where'd you go, Steve? Oh, man. He's literally turncoating on his own speech in the same interview, bro. I mean, hello.
Being at, near, or in the house, but it's also at high traffic times in that general area. And I believe he could have blended in really easy. The other thing I'm going to throw back to Steve that is just mind-numbing to me is there is a pattern of him looking at multiple houses. I believe he's a serial killer. I believe that was the intent here was he was going to start his serial killer spree, if you will. And one thing you have to understand about the psychology of serial killers is part of what drives them, part of what fuels what they're doing is the randomness of selecting victims, watching victims and thinking in their head what they could do. That is a huge piece of serial killers. And I think he had multiple targets throughout the entire Moscow Pullman area. And when you look at his phone at night, that's what he's doing. He is going around hitting these different houses, watching people, interacting with them potentially. I cannot find any history where somebody's taken the phone records and mapped out all these locations and then gone to law enforcement reporting to say, hey, what reports of a prowler, suspicious person,
Did she just
stalking
look
type
down and be like, oh my God, I'm wearing a robe all of a sudden?
behavior? Like, just give us all the calls for service in these different areas and see, can we match up? Hey, he keeps going back to this other house on the northeastern side of Moscow. Oh, weird. The neighbor across the street has called in 3 times about a white car. Like, how does that change this investigation dramatically? And these are some of those things that I keep saying are just completely absent from this investigation. And the only reason I'm saying all of this part, Olivia, is I personally, I want him to get the appeal. I say, let's bring it on, get a new trial, but let's do it right. Let's get the right investigators involved, and let's go show the world just how depraved this guy was. Let's bring back the death penalty, make it happen. I worry that they don't do that and they fall back on this. Well, he's not going to get the appeal. We're not worried about it. Oh, crap. He made the first hurdle. He's not going to make the second hurdle. We're okay. We're okay. And then all of a sudden we find ourselves in a position 5 or 6 years from now that there is a real possibility of a new trial and they haven't done anything to patch the holes from the first round. And that's where I've been very vocal with anybody who will listen. The time is now to start this investigation over, to do it, just document it, get it done. It's not a crazy expense. I mean, we've done everything at our own expense. I probably have about 50,000 invested in my Koberger nonsense at this point. Like, there's people like myself and other people and stuff that you guys are doing that you can do this the right way. I think it's all about getting a mental mindset of where this thing can go, being very real and truthful with the victims' families to explain, hey, here's a number of scenarios. And even if it's a 1% chance, it's something that we need to discuss. And hey, how do you combat this? If lightning strikes twice here, how do we make sure this guy never walks? Because that, at the end of the day, is the real goal here. This is why I've been so outspoken, is we can never allow somebody like this to walk, especially if
four murders. The FBI told me, they looked at me like, Steve, I know you're concerned, you know that, but do you think somebody with 4 murders is going to walk? We have to do everything perfectly.
The FBI looked at you for
it's
answers?
crazy
Is
that when you
what
told
you're
me that you felt like there was more mistakes on that side, I was just like, and that was the side I was almost going with. If the other families would have told me, kick Kaylee out and you guys go do your own thing, I would have, but they were like, no, we want you to be the loudmouth and pretend like we don't like you. But the truth is, if you're not here, we're all in fucking trouble because now we got to get our heads out of the sand, you know?
Yeah.
So you don't think it was just...
Make sure I hit your points
Hold
there.
on.
Sorry, what
Pause
were you
right
gonna
there. What do you guys think that the fuck Steve was talking about when he said Kaylee's trial would have been dropped, she wouldn't have had to go to prison and all that shit? What the fuck, dude? Kaylee was onto some shit? Or Kaylee was under some shit? Is what I want to know.
Say, Christy.
So you don't think it was just some...
How far do you want to go back? Yeah, we got a commercial here. Or how far it went.
I was only...
Right here?
Real goal here. This is why I've been so outspoken, is we can never allow somebody like this to walk, especially if
four murders. The FBI told me, they looked at me like, Steve, I know you're concerned, you know that, but do you think somebody with 4 murders is going to walk? We have to do everything perfectly. And it was crazy that when you told me that you felt like there was more mistakes on that side, I was just like, and that was the side I was almost going with. If the other families would have told me, kick Kaylee out and you guys go do your own thing, I would have, but they were like, no, we want you to be the loudmouth and pretend like we don't like you. But the truth is, if you're not here, we're all in fucking trouble because now we got to get our heads out of the sand, you know?
So you don't think it was just
make sure I hit your points there.
Sorry, what were you going to say, Christy?
so you don't think it was just sometimes I think that people just put too much thought into it, and I think, look, he happened to spot one of the girls at some point in time. He started following them, followed them to their house, started watching them, found out that it was, a house full of girls, perfect for him, score, everything that he was, really needing and wanting. And he, started planning on, murder and, obviously had his knife and whatnot. And finally that night, he just pulled the trigger and went in. I mean,
Whatever you wanna believe, lady.
I don't understand why everybody thinks it's
I
so.
mean, they're 100% sold on this original story that they told her them about he was stalking her. There's no evidence of it. We have no connection between the two. Now, the FBI is saying, Steve, we've got to go into this perfectly. We can't make any mistakes. They did nothing but fuck it up. And, I can forgive, we did this wrong, we did that wrong. One or two here and there. When you stack them up to where Cyre literally takes a case to show the world how badly they fucked it up and hid stuff, and then goes on a dime and flip-flops and starts saying that decides the ends justify the means, dude. It's like you can't have it both ways, bro. You just absolutely cannot. We lost audio? What happened here? Oh, I must hit M by accident. Never mind a little bit here.
Follow them to their house, started watching them, found out that it was, a
They're
house full
they're
of
never gonna
girls.
let that go, dude. It's like Nancy Grace up in here right now. It's like I know they said he wasn't stalking him, but I still believe he was.
Perfect for him, score, everything that he was, really needing and wanting. And he, started planning on, murder.
All right. So not only do you not read the doc, clearly you haven't watched this little pittance of a thing called the 1112 cam that we watched, where nobody was in bed from that 1119 house. You can clearly see down the street that if some dude parked in front of that house, got out, went in, did all this crap with all the screaming that we hear at 227, that they'd be like, what's going on over at Kaylee's house? That I don't know. I don't know, Kaylee. What's going on over there, though? We're in that house all the time. Well, who's that dude? Who's that guy? I mean, bro, I need some post-conviction relief myself. It's called Solar Kane. Why do I keep getting this here? Jiminy Johnson.
Found out that it was, a house full of girls, perfect for him, score, everything that he was, really needing and wanting. And he, started planning on, murder and, obviously had his knife and whatnot. And finally that night, he just pulled the trigger and went in. I mean,
Dude, how can you sit here and say this when we can see throughout the entire night that there's people walking around, standing outside, looking out the windows, people next door coming and going at 3 o'clock in the a.m. If they've seen, and none of them seen nothing, they seen nothing.
I don't understand why everybody thinks
you can just believe out of the miraculously blue that this guy who was from totally would stand out like a sore thumb, just zips in, does his thing in 15 minutes, poses the bodies, covers them up with the blankets, right? Drags them around, does torturous stabbings, does all these things, but you're just willing to overlook the fact that it's complete fairy tale and go right back to what they told you in the beginning when they lied to you so many times. Whatever.
it's so elaborate, you know what I'm saying? Like,
well, because that house is a dead end road surrounded by other houses. Okay.
Yeah.
But here's the thing, Mom. He decided back before he ever moved to Washington that he was going to kill someone. He decided way back when that he was going to kill multiple someones if he was able
Back
to
in
continue
Pennsylvania.
getting away with it. Okay? He
Why did
walked
he
into
come
that
to Washington?
house after 1. He didn't walk out after 4. He didn't anticipate this. He thought he'd be way better at it than he was. But part of his game is that he's a hunter. So it gave him an adrenaline boost to see them out in public, to
When was
follow
he
them
hunting?
without them knowing, to
Not
do
even
these things
close.
until that was no longer giving it, that drug hit wasn't enough.
You travel a lot for work, but that doesn't mean
It's
you should
just
be
like,
a part-time
who's
travel
that guy?
agent.
Who's that dude? Oh,
Until it
in the Daily Mail guy who knew what Brian Koberger's father was thinking, right? When they got pulled over. Like, bro. God, man, they've gone off the deep end. Notice Cy hasn't said anything for a while because these people have just flown right off the handle beyond what he's even said.
It just kind of became this. He
like,
knew he
no,
had to
no.
do this. There was no getting out of it. He had a separate bank account with money that he had put in there that he had.
That he got from the accident. Oh, okay, yeah.
Touch, and he was broke as a joke. It's not like he had a ton of money to spare. Starts using it in cash.
Fantasy fund.
Fantasy 101, because at the end of the day, he's just an addict. And the drug that he's chased has always just been different. First, it was health and workout and this and that. And then it was, this grandiose that he's healing his, autoimmune disorders because he's so smart and this and that. And it at one point, it was heroin even. He's an addict that has always been obsessive and addicted to something. And he became addicted to this idea of chasing this high of killing someone. It wasn't personal to him.
100%. You couldn't have said that better. 100%. I agree with you. And if he ever does walk, he will.
Just right up their keister. Wow. The things, I understand that you tell yourself things when you're thinking about this, but to put them out there like they're fact, and then for Cy-Ray to just go right along with everything that you're saying, it's like a coordinated effort. Clearly, you can't deny it at this point. He's out here literally wearing Hitler's dress right now, with the high heels, with the makeup, with the earrings and everything, dancing around to whatever drum that these people beat on. And it's horrifying to see that. You have all this evidence, bro. Bring it out. He was next door. He was in the living room dancing around. He got by all these people that were there. Molly McMichael saw his car. Oh, but no, it wasn't his car. Okay. Give me a fucking break, bro. Oh my God. And it's like, where's all this new shit coming from, dude?
He'll kill again.
Yeah, of course he will.
We know they investigated him back in Pennsylvania, and it didn't go anywhere, but they definitely were concerned.
Yeah.
No,
Well,
he
I think-
escalated his predatory behaviors until they no longer fulfilled his needs.
So I didn't get Thorn Road right, but was that close? Was that closer than Payne's little loop?
Oh, stop it.
That's terrible. It's about, if you look at where.
Okay, they're sitting there ripping on the people that did the investigation. They've conducted their own investigation. They've solved this thing on their own. I get it now. I see it.
Thorn is, and the road comes down at kind of doglegs, 95 doglegs around.
Okay.
Dogleg, it starts to go straight again. It's the third dirt road after that one. There's a farm that sits right on 95 right there, and that's where he worked his way back up to Thorn, and then he came back down. So he goes across up to Thorn Creek and then back down around, and he actually shoots out back onto, I think it's 195.
That was definitely close. And
It's not
AI helped me because I was trying to pull the timestamps all together with the 448, and 448 was my source of truth.
That he was stopped there. Cy-Ray said that he was stopped there for about 10 minutes. We never anticipated that long of a gap that he was stopped there. We always
Yeah.
1 to 2 minutes. So the timeline that we had.
Gone farther down than he's probably needs to be.
Yeah. So it's
From
not
the house from the house to where he stopped, I want to say it was like 14.5 miles. And you saw the rate of speed he was leaving the neighborhood at. I have no reason to believe he's not driving 65, 70 probably on the road. There's a solid 10 to maybe 15, depending on how fast he drove. And again, the part I can't stress enough is he goes back to that exact same spot where he stopped the next night.
Yeah, because he dumped his stuff right
He
there. And
did?
came
Yeah,
back
he
where
goes back.
said.
Holy
And
then goes to the Snake River.
And then as soon as he's there, he goes down to the Snake River, and he doesn't spend any time. He goes to Snake River, and then immediately he's back up 195.
So you think he left the stuff there and went back and got it the next day and then dumped it in the river?
Yeah, and I'll give you guys my theory. I would be really interested in your feedback here, but looking at everything that I've seen, I believe Maddie was the target. I believe Maddie is who he interacted with earlier. There's some other things that kind of support that. I hope a lot of this comes out at some point. I think.
Sorry to know, but why do you say some things to support that? Is that the cell phones?
Yeah, there's a lot more collisions between Brian's phone and Maddie's phone than any of the other victims. And what I'm saying about collision is they start to occupy the same space at the same time. And there is a little bit more of a pattern to that than with the other victims.
And what do you mean, though? I know you don't have all the data in front of you, but like.
Internet that works. Reliable enough to forget about. No surprises on your bill. Everything's included.
Like in different locations, or like
I want to say August 28th, but I could be wrong if that's a Sunday. The first Sunday after the full week of school starting in August, it's Maddie's phone that I think interjects with his phone in Pullman, and this is the apartment complex right next to Brian's. And they start off at like the student center at WSU, and then they move up to an apartment complex. And I think there was an interaction there that could have been the first crossing of paths. There's multiple times around the house that A&W over time, but consistently it's more with Maddie than the other roommates at that point.
He dips into his fantasy fund and Kaylee's up here. And it was like that's the moment he's going to plan this murder, and she's still down there and Kaylee's up here hanging out with us. So I totally agree, but I can't say that in a forum.
And you guys know better than I would. I think the fact that Kaylee is in the same bed as Maddie that night is somewhat of a fluke. Like, right, that wasn't something he could have predicted. So what I believe starts as a targeted one victim thing very quickly rolls into two. I think Xana interrupted that. And I think there's great
That's the scream.
Well, the scream, but also there's really good. So before, in my prior life, before I started doing a lot of the phone stuff, I did a lot of homicide stuff. I was a blood spatter expert. There is excellent blood spatter in this house that, in my opinion, Xana not only interrupts it, but he chases Xana through a big portion of the house. And that's where Xana comes into, and then Ethan comes into. And to your guys' point of the physical side of this, he's just exhausted by the time he sees Dylan. And that's why Dylan's today. And this changes his plan, and this is really important for the investigators to wrap their head around. The route back was going to be the same route that he took there. I believe he was going to go right back out on Indian Hills, up north to that little crossover road, and then come back north of the airport back in, because he can get all the way to his house and never pass a video camera other than the Indian Hills one. But because 911 is being called, he drops down to the south. So yeah, I think it went from 1 to 2 to 4 very, very quickly. Then there's the interruption, which completely throws him off his plan. He doesn't know what to do, but he's smart enough with everything he has on the criminology side, which, by the way, I completely agree with you, Olivia. He is a terrible criminal. His PhD program is not
box
working.
of rocks.
Yeah, but he is smart enough to know. And maybe looking for a white car, I shouldn't go driving back up to campus driving a white car with a car full of them.
And the path that you were talking about where he went, I think Indian Hills Road, everything he did was misdirection. So he didn't want to come in from west to east. He wanted to come from east to west. He was playing the same game. So if he did get caught, he wanted it to appear like he was coming from the opposite direction of where he really came from.
Right. I do have to go.
Okay.
But I just want to.
All right, guys. Man, that was awesome. I really appreciate Cy. And Brian, thank you for putting this together. It wasn't a gotcha. It was organic. Talking with people. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for honestly having such platform where
they cut
I do
something out
genuinely
there.
feel
You
like
see
we
that little
have
jump
said
there?
more in this than we've
They
ever
definitely cut something out. There was a jump cut. I wonder what it was.
really said publicly. And that's honestly 100% due to you and how you choose to, be a journalist
Up
and
your
the
ass.
open environment that you foster. And Cyree, I just wanted to say thank you. You know,
We're all
it is
saying
what
we
it
can't
is. I
do it. You're on
understand
the
what you're
same
saying,
page.
and I appreciate your time more than anything else. Just being able to,
Well-
talk with us and meet on a playing field together.
My little 5 minutes that I have, I'm literally going to go to bed with nightmares now because of the hearing him say that he was in the living room and then hearing him say that he went back to that same spot the next night. I mean,
This
I'm
is
like,
his thought.
Oh,
This
man,
is
they
him
just
thinking
gobble
out
it
loud.
you know, but that just terrifies me. I'm like, oh my gosh, and that he.
Mom, there's literally not a single thing scary about him. He's the biggest pansy coward
He's a
ass that you could
pussy.
ever
He's a
imagine.
pussy.
The
Like,
girls
literally,
were scared.
Holy shit.
Well, of course
Yes,
they
the
did.
girls were scared
They were
because of
vulnerable.
his mom, and
Wow.
he doesn't
Monsters
have an
prey on
She's
vulnerable
literally.
people.
She was not wearing that, dude.
Same thing, Brian. Thanks for having me on. And I'll
Yeah,
throw
you're
this
right,
out to you.
Ariana. I gotta play that back. You're right. What in the feck happened there? Did she have a wardrobe malfunction? What in the right there? It's the, okay.
Driving back up to
No,
camp,
she's already in the new stuff, isn't she?
doesn't know what to do.
Nope, she's in the old
But
stuff.
he's smart enough with everything he has on the criminology side, which, by the way, I completely agree with you, Olivia. He is a terrible criminal. His PhD program is not
box of rocks.
I tried every type of ED
And for a
medication,
commercial,
Viagra
throw
or
us off here,
sildenafil,
okay.
and Cialis or
You're watching
tadalafil. I know this works for some
My
people,
YouTube
but
feature
I
today,
do not
guys.
get reliable results. 4 out of
Change clothes, bro.
Yeah, but he is smart
Watch this
enough
Oh
to
my-
know they
Kids are
may be
smart.
looking for a white car. I shouldn't go driving back up to campus driving a white car
Yeah.
with a car full of
And the path that you were talking about where he went, I think Indian Hills Road, everything he did was misdirection. So he didn't want to come in from west to east. He wanted to come from east to west. He was playing the same game. So if he did get caught, he wanted it to appear like he was coming from the opposite direction of where he really came from.
Right. I do have to
Something
go.
happened
but I just
there.
wanna-
Right there. What the fuck, dude? What did they cut out? They put Brian's picture up. Here she's in her regular clothes.
Out where he went, I think
And then
Indian
she's got
Hills
this gray
Road.
t-shirt
Everything
on.
he did was misdirection. So he didn't want to come in from west to east. He wanted to come from east to west. He was playing the same game. So if he did get caught, he wanted it to appear like he was coming from the opposite direction of where he really came from.
Right. I do have to go. But I just want
All right, guys. Man, that was
Right.
awesome. I really
Having
appreciate
such
Cy.
a-
And Brian, thank you for putting this together. It wasn't a gotcha. It was organic.
gotcha.
Yeah.
Talking with people. I really appreciate it.
Yeah.
Thank you for
There was
honestly
nothing-
having such a platform where
Nothing said against what we believe, so that's not a gotcha. I guess they were on shows where they actually questioned them with real stuff, and those were gotchas.
I do genuinely feel like we have said more in this than we've ever really said publicly. And that's honestly 100% due to you and how you choose to, be a journalist and the open environment that you foster. And Cyree, I just wanted to say thank you.
We'll all
It is
speak-
what it is.
speak
I
well of
understand
you.
what you're saying. And I appreciate your time more than anything else. Just being able to,
Well-
talk with us and meet on a playing field together.
My little 5 minutes that I have, I'm literally going to go to bed with nightmares now because of the hearing him say that he was in the living room and then hearing him say that he went back to that same spot the next night. I mean,
This
I'm
is
like,
his thought. This is him thinking out loud.
but that just terrifies me. I'm like, oh my gosh, and that he.
Mom, there's literally not a single thing scary about him. He's the biggest pansy coward
He's a
ass that you
pussy.
could ever
He's a
imagine.
pussy.
The
Like,
girls were
literally,
scared.
Well, of course,
Yes, the
'cause they were-
girls were scared
they were
because of
vulnerable.
his mom, and he doesn't
Monsters
have an
prey on
illusion
vulnerable
anymore.
people.
And same thing, Brian. Thanks for having me on. And I'll throw this out, Steve. I talked about it earlier, and Olivia, it goes to you as well. And if you're okay with it, Steve, I'll just respond back to that. Yeah, I have your email on, I think, the questions that they sent over, that Courtney sent over. I'll respond back to you. I'll give you guys my contact and my phone number 24/7. Anything you guys ever need, or if
Wow.
you need to bounce anything off, let me know. I'm more than happy to sit down anytime, have as many conversations as you want. If there's anything you guys are doing foundation wise or trying to promote some of the change you guys are talking about, I'm super interested. Let me know how we can help if we can.
Let's see how you solve the case.
I can't emphasize enough. We are really trying to push this as a really intense training for law enforcement on how to never fall for this trap again and how to prevent a lot of these things. We're getting an excellent feedback on that. So rest assured, the overwhelming majority of the law enforcement community that I'm working with sees where you guys are coming from. Their heart goes out to you guys. The victimization that you guys have been re-victimized by the process is one of the goals I've always had of trying to prevent. Like, how can I? And that's one of the things I got involved with this case on. It wasn't to ever be Brian Koberger's defense expert. It was to keep my ethics and say, look, criminal investigations can never look like this. And if those of us who see it and understand it don't stand up and say something, who does? So again, any pain or suffering that I have caused or helped happen with this nonsense, please understand, Anne has never spoken for me. Things that Anne says is not what I said. But my apologies for that if it's caused you guys heartburn, and anything I can do to be of assistance, I'm yours. So for what that's worth.
Appreciate it, man.
Thank you. We do appreciate it.
Thank you
Thank you so
guys.
much.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Have a good night,
Thank you.
guys.
Bye.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye, Brian. It
Hold
was
on,
good to see
I gotta
you.
listen to that again because it's that one part that he says. So basically, he's running a class to teach law enforcement what not to do from this case. And yet he's literally muppeting out everything they said in the beginning, which we all know full well was complete BS. Thank you for watching that with me, guys. Let's see if we can't put together a StreamYard view real quick and come up with this thing out with my friends here. Oh my good lordness, bro. Holy chimama. Make this regular size. My golly. If you guys want to join, let's see how I do this here. Okay, I think what we do is go and make a new live stream. Hold on. I have to choose the other account. Maybe how does Skull say you do this? You gotta make a room somehow. Let me look. My history would be way back there. I'd never find it. Let me go back to choose videos. So usually when I hit live stream, it will let me choose, like I have MK and Ultra, or I have Purge here. And is Scully in the chat right now? All right, hold on. Just gotta go to this. Tell me, okay, like I'll go to my past live stream, I think. Let's see if I can enter the studio on that. Maybe? Enter studio, there it is. Got it. Okay. Cool. All right, I'm in there. And now I'm on OBS, so I don't think I can show my cam in there, but you guys can hear me in there. So there's me, and let me go to the thing. Is Jade still here? Go to the camera. But yes, there it is. And upgrade to yes, muscle therapy. Oh, I gotta enter in the studio, duh. Yeah. Okay, there it is. All right, so now we've already got the thing in here, and I'm gonna add myself to the stage. We'll get Jade and Jen in here. People. Okay, people going up. Print styles, people. Is and got the link. There's the link. Anybody cares to jump in may. Not you, Jeff, but anybody else. And let's see, there it is. And I'll pin that link. Sorry. Let me pin that link here for you guys. I'll text JJ right now and let him know that that's up there. That stays pinned. And hopefully Jen can jump right in and we should be able to hear you from there. For some reason, I'm not coming through, though. That's weird. Okay. I guess that's probably a good thing, right? Hopefully they can hear me in here. Let's give it a try if you don't mind, Jen. And let's take it from there. See what happens. Get a little discussion going amongst ourselves about this craziness and where we're going from here. I would like to see, I'm using StreamYard for that. I've used up my StreamYard minutes or hours or whatever. But hopefully this will come through in the thing. Oh. I probably have to control the output of StreamYard. So hopefully Miss Criminal Confidential jump in here and look at the audio settings. It's going to have to be set to got it on headphones. I don't know what else I would put it to, so that's where it's going for me. Wish I could choose OBS. Scully's not here. Show me. Is anyone still watching? Anybody there at all? No. Now it's guess. Guess what's in. Guess control. Slides. Guess. See you. Here we go again. Give it a try, guys. See what happens. Just waiting on you now. Hopefully that'll come through and everything. Yeah, I just gotta wait for the shot. Yeah, that's really a nipple twister. That video, that interview. He certainly just ignored my invitation, which thank you, Kiss Me Where It Be. Welcome to the Purge. I appreciate it. That's very nice. Is Jen still here? Jen, there you are. Click on the link for me, Jen, if you don't mind, to jump into the studio. And we'll see if the audience can hear you guys or not. Trying to think of anything else that I'm not doing that I need to do. Because if you have this open, audio goes to the stream, usually, right? It's wrong. Torn up. So we'll have to see what's this. Slides, video file, share screen. I think it'll be a share screen thing. Yeah. It's the only other thing I can think of. Let's just do. Right, it's the studio. Blah, blah. Yeah. Gotcha. I'm here, but I'm on my phone. I don't have my laptop. My daughter had. You should be able to do it on your phone still, Jen. Should be fine. And we got JJ also as well. Did I put the link right? Yeah. So there's that. If it doesn't work, it's not the end of the world, but I'd like to hear from you guys. It'd be nice to have Jen back on the program. Definitely all of our best shows, been with Criminal Confidential for sure, all the best purges. So we've only been active now 5 hours, so that's just getting started here in the Purge, as usual. I am out. I'm already in bed. Okay. There's that. Jen, are you going to come up? Or all right. I guess I'll shut it down there, guys. thank you for watching, everybody. I'm sorry we didn't get the follow-up I'd hoped for here. The discussion. Do you want to try one time, Jen, or yes or no? Anything on that? No? Yes, no, maybe so. Anybody else want to come up? Kathy in his own, if you're out there, feel free to click the link. Sweating it out here. Okay, well, thank you, Mittens. I appreciate you being here. Everybody, have a great rest of your evening, and we'll catch you on the next purge. Thank you, and good night. See ya. I'm still here if you want to come up. I don't think you need to download the app. Oh, maybe on your phone you do. So, okay, I'll give you a chance to come up. Do you want to come up or not? I know there's a 15-second delay or whatever. Jade, come up for a minute or two. You don't have to go right to bed, do you? It's not even midnight yet. Yes, no, you want to try? I know you got shit to say, so I'll wait here while you download the app. I got no problem talking about other stuff. I have other stuff, actually, to look at. So I'll be happy to do that unless you were gone. Are you there? Let me know what you're doing. Angie D's still watching. She's out there, yeah. It's round 2. We always do round 2 on the purge here. Kathy is live right now. Okay. Jen, we didn't hear back from Jen. Okay. Is everybody leaving? I don't know. I guess maybe go check out Kathy's Indie Zone, and we'll do the next bird. We'll try to get it. I will have StreamYard back by the next one, so I will talk to you guys later. Thanks again. Sorry about the getting your hopes up again.